Okay, so hello and everyone, and welcome to the second Crack Virtual Beer Festival. You are all very, very welcome, and thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for buying the beer boxes, really, and supporting Irish breweries at this time. It's obviously a weird time for everyone, but it's a great way to show support and bring people together like this, and try and have a bit of fun today as well, and learn a lot as well. Learn about each of the breweries and beer styles and everything. So I'm going to stop yapping. I'm going to hand over to Brian. Well, I'm going to introduce Brian first from Wicklow Brewery, and we're just going to have a general chat. So, first of all, hello, Brian. How are you?
How are you getting on? Delighted to be here.
Yeah, great to have you. So, before we will, yeah, I think everyone's very thirsty, so we're going to crack in very quickly. But before we open the beer, would you just say a quick hello and introduce yourself?
So, I'm Brian. I'm from Wicklow Brewery, as you can see. This is the lovely brewery there behind me. And, I'm the head brewer here. And, I suppose we just crack open the beer and we'll get started, really,
That's what we're here for. That sounds good. So,
That's
what have we
it.
got?
So, this is the Hop Pale Ale. For anyone who doesn't know it, it's been around since about 2016. And it's a lovely little pale ale with kind of notes of caramel, a little bit of citrus, a little bit of orange, and it was kind of our little pride and joy here in the brewery. So we brewed it in 2016, and we sent it off to a little beer competition in London called the International Beer Challenge, and we were kind of just wanted to get the judges' feedback, really, and we came back with a gold for it, so we are absolutely over the moon, and we got invited over to London. So myself and Jason, who was the head brewer at the time, and I was just the assistant brewer, we decided, you know what, we'll go into beer for a week. We'll go down to Bermondsey Mile, maybe go up, see if we can check out a couple of breweries, and then finally go to the reception night and the awards night. So off we went, and it was great crack, and we got there, and we found out it was a free bar, so this was amazing to us. And we were drinking Brewdog, we were drinking all sorts of stuff, and we were at the bar then trying to get a beer, and we hear Wicklow Brewery. Didn't even hear them announce us. And some guy kind of nudges us up on stage, and we'd won best beer under 5% in the world. And to give you an idea, the year before that, 5 a.m. Saint from Brewdog won it. So we were absolutely over the moon. I just seen a comment there about my hair. That's my girlfriend's work. I didn't think she did a bad job. I was like a sheep 2 or 3 days ago. But we've won the award, and absolutely delighted, and it's been on constant rotation here in the brewery ever since. Like, we've pretty much always have it, so it's probably one of my favorites. But cheers, folks.
That's it. It's absolutely beautiful beer. What I suppose, I don't know if I want to say what inspired it, but like obviously a lot of breweries have kind of a flagship pale ale. Was that just the idea behind it to brew kind of a core range beer that's really accessible and really tasty?
Yeah, well, it was actually only meant to be a rotational, just on for the summer months, and we kind of loved it so much, and we're getting great feedback about it. We decided to keep it on, and the kind of idea behind it was you have your American pale ales, which are kind of maltier background, your hoppier background, and then you've your English kind of more pale. And we kind of wanted something in between, something accessible for people who had a pale ale before. And this is what we kind of came up with. So we kind of kept it with kind of Cascade and Waimea would be the hop. So Waimea wouldn't be well known, but I think everyone knows Cascade. So kind of keep a familiar taste for everyone, And it turned out well. We're very happy with it. So, and one of my favorites.
Brilliant. So I'm just looking at the comments here. Yeah. Whatever hashtag you feel like, lads, actually. Yeah, Virtual Beer Festival and Drink Irish both sound good. Patrick, I see the thing about Adam there. I'll try and get him sorted on the side now. Brian, why don't you tell us a bit about Wicklow Brewery then?
Yeah, so as you can see, the brewery's just behind me here. We opened up in 2014 in August, and we originally had a German brewer called Mattis, and so that's why we have beers like the Helles and the Weiss. They kind of stem from his creation, and they opened in response because we have a 2,000-person caravan park literally just behind that wall there, and we have a lot of tourists that come into us every summer, but they're always looking for Irish beer at the time. And if anyone knows Red Cross, it literally is in the middle of nowhere. And in kind of 2014, was very hard to get Irish beer at the time, especially somewhere like Red Cross. So the owners had kind of two options: get Irish beer when they could, or start their own brewer. So Lee and Ashley Williams, who owned the brewery, they went out to Germany to Braucon out in Nuremberg, and they bought this guy behind us here. So it's a 2-vessel system, and so we mash and boil in the same tank. And from there, it's kind of just snowballs. Originally, we just had this brewery just to feed our brew pub here, which is Mickey Finn's pub, and it just snowballed from there. So we started selling the beer, obviously, to tap accounts, and also probably was it 2017. Then we brought out cans and bottles, and it's been great ever since. So we're kind of focused on our biggest seller is our lager, so we put a lot of effort into that. Then the hop nut after that, but we have a load of different beers. So we have our stout, our Black 16, which is it was originally a coffee and vanilla stout, but the coffee became kind of too expensive. The vanilla became too expensive. Kind of shot up at the time. So we removed the vanilla, and then slowly the coffee disappeared. So it's a oatmeal stout now at the moment, and it's on nitro, and it's lovely and creamy. And I don't know if anyone's familiar with the rest of the beers, but we have St. Kevin's Red, which is a Irish style red ale, and it's called St. Kevin's, which is based after the saint that was down in Glendalough, and obviously being Wicklow Brewery. There you go. And then our Hell's Lager, which is biggest seller. We also have the Vice beer, which is probably one of my favourites. I'm not allowed to change it because Ashley, our boss, absolutely. I can do anything else to the beer as I want, but I'm not allowed to touch the Vice. And obviously banana and clove and that. And it's a lovely beer. And then other beers like WB40, the hop nut, obviously, and what's the other one? Oh, ginger nut, which is a ginger infused beer with some pear juice in there as well, so it's nice and light. And we've just typically with my luck at the moment, we're about to launch a beer there on St. Patrick's Day, but obviously St. Patrick's Day got cancelled, and then we went into full lockdown. But we had it all kegged and ready to go out to tap counts, and obviously that was a bit of a nightmare for myself, but it's Kula Bula session IPA, so I have it in the tank there at the moment. We'll be once it's ready, we'll be putting it into cans now as well and sending it out. So looking forward to that. It's got Amarilla and Citro in it, so it should be a great beer.
Nice, lovely. So I know you guys have the pub down there. How have you been impacted at the moment? Like obviously it's a tricky time for everyone. How have you managed to adapt?
Well, at the start, we said, all right, we played out, so we completely shut everything up, and extension after extension, we decided to open up for takeaway. So at the moment we're doing growlers, cans, bottles, selling them, but then we're also doing the food as well, and mix and match deals and stuff like that. So it's surprisingly the uptake on it was very good. We were quite surprised when we opened up. We thought we'd do a couple of meals, sell a couple of bottles, and at least have something coming in. But the response to it's been great. Can't really fault it. And with guys, like Dead Center doing the beer cloud and stuff, it's amazing to see the support for Irish breweries throughout the whole lockdown, which it's fantastic. Like I don't think you'd see it in many other countries, the level of support, which has been unreal. But we're ticking along, kind of not giving up hope, but we're making plans for the future now. One day here I'll be brewing our 12-20, which will be an imperial stout, another imperial stout aged in whiskey barrel, so it should be a good one. So looking forward to the future, and thankfully we're in a position now where it's going to hurt, but it's not going to shut us, so it's great.
Yeah, brilliant. I was actually in my local Super Value the other day, and I spotted a couple of bottles of 12-19, which was a nice little treat straight into the basket. Yeah, super beers, absolutely super. Just having a quick look at the comments here. Dave Gray saying loves or Jason was saying the hell is his class. Dave saying love the growlers of St. Kevin's Red. Wayne and Jan love the chicken wings. Score highly on the chicken wing emoji ratings. Dave Gray was asking, do you have any plans to go to 440ml cans of hop nut?
We do eventually, but when we start canning, we got a great deal on 50,000 cans. So once we kind of run down that number, we'll look at it. But for the moment, we still have a good few left. But yeah, we're getting there.
Brilliant.
Definitely for the future.
Yeah, so I saw Garrod's comment there. Campsite's great, but being next door to the brewery elevates it to heaven.
Well, yeah, it's heaven. Next morning it can be a bit rough, but no, it's a good spot. Like we have everything down here, glamping units, the whole lot, and we've actually been doing a lot of work down the caravan park over the lockdown. We're putting in electric go-karts, so that should be fun now. A few beers and be able to drink drive legally.
Brilliant.
But yeah, so it's a good little spot. It's mad to think that you drive through the village, or you drive past the village, you wouldn't even know it's there. But it's got a brewery, campsite. 3,000 people come here a week on during the summer, so it's a bit crazy. It's a crazy spot.
Yeah, nice. I see the Vice Beer is getting a lot of love there, and let me see. Porg is saying it's his first taste of any Wicklow Brewery, and very nice. So that's always good to hear.
Cheers. Nice one.
Jared was asking, did winning the World Beer Award change things for you guys?
It got us a bit of attention, all right. It got us open a few doors into some off licenses that we've been trying to get into, or that we didn't even know existed. But as far as the beer went itself, nothing changed, because we made a decision at the time to cautiously move kind of our accounts further and further out from Wicklow. What we'd hate to happen is to start supplying England or France or Germany and not looking after the accounts we have here in Ireland, or rushing the beer or stuff like that. Because obviously, if the beer's cloudy, we can filter it, but that might be the best thing to do for the beer. It might need that extra 2 weeks. So that's what we've kind of do. We're very cautious in how we expand. It's all about the beer. If the beer needs an extra 3 weeks, 4 weeks, we'll give it that. Or if personally, I just hate rushing the beer. You can get a much better outcome if you let the beer do what it needs to do, rather than kind of chemically doing it or forcing it to do it. So it's definitely it's kind of hard when you see that award, and then you apply the next year and you get nothing but your luck. It is the way it is.
Can't be greedy.
That's it. But sure, if I could, I'd have the whole wall covered. But at the end of the day, you're only as good as your last beer. So that's the way I kind of look at it. If doesn't matter what brewery you are, you will have to dump a beer at some stage, and that's just a testament to beer itself, because it is it's a live product. The yeast, we don't filter out the yeast, or we don't pasteurize. So it is a live product, and that's the beauty of it.
Yeah, brilliant. You can't change time, really, can you? Nothing beats it. Just time is just crucial for it.
Well, that's it. Well, you look at especially the likes of the lager there, the likes of your Heineken or Carlsberg. They're quicker turnarounds, where we give our lager. Well, our lager at the moment's had about 18 weeks with the lockdown, but usually 9 weeks, and it's tasting beautiful. We're bottling on Wednesday, so make sure you pick up some. It's absolutely stunning now with that amount of lagering. But it's all about, especially the lagers, giving it the time, and the likes of our pale ales and all. Sometimes you just need, might have to do a second dry hop just to get that aroma right, but that's perfect for us, because we have everything slowed right down when we need to.
Yeah,
to get it done.
I think you just sold a lot of lager there to a lot of people by saying that. That sounds amazing. I will be grabbing one at least.
Keep me a job. I need something to do. Like, this lockdown has cut me right down, so I need to brew something. So please,
So yeah, just jump into the comments here, Brian. Richard saying he stayed in one of the glamping carriages a few years back, and it was very nice indeed. Donald saying his first Wicklow Brewery beer, won't be his last as well. Great pale ale.
Oh, deadly.
Steve was asking, is the WB40 coming back?
It might. At the moment, with our tank schedule, our new session IPA is going to take kind of the WB's slots for a couple of months anyway, for the summer. And I won't rule out brewing it before then, but for the moment, I'd say September will be back, But as of yet, no plans. But if you guys make enough noise on Twitter and social media, we'll definitely brew it,
Yeah, it's always good. Adam was asking, are you exporting anywhere? I assume that means pre-lockdown.
No, basically it's literally just as far as we go is kind of Dublin, right down to Waterford, a little bit of Kilkenny, a little bit of Kildare. That's it. The odd time we'll send some cases a bit further, like to Dead Centre or someone like that. But yeah, no, it's very much just the East Coast. We're kind of, I wouldn't say 50-mile radius, maybe 100-mile radius, and that's it. You know.
Yeah.
But once we we need to get some more tanks and stuff like that. But once we're kind of gearing up, we'll definitely go all of Ireland. But for the moment, we're quite happy just to keep it kind of East Coast. But sorry for anyone that's looking for the beer in Galway or Mayo or Donegal, but not yet.
Yeah, it was kind of the last beer festival was kind of the opposite. We had Western Herd on, who are notoriously hard to get hold of on the East Coast, and it was great to kind of get their beers around to the East Coast side as well. So I think that's the beauty doing this as well, and Beer Cloud distributing from Athlone, like obviously the centre of Ireland. It's great to get distribution for.
That's it.
Beers all
it's
around
great
the country.
As well. It's great service, so it's it's great to see as well.
Yeah.
But getting check-ins on Untapped from all over the place, so it's good. It's good. It's fun to see.
So Wayne and Jan were asking, how has the local Red Cross community supported your brewery, and are they proud to drink locally made beers?
Absolutely. Now, there is guys here that will come in. They will try our beer, but they'll go back to their Guinness, which is that's what they want to do. They can do, but for the most part, the locals here are great. They really do. They pick up their growlers on a Friday, buy our cans of bottles, and when they're in having their dinner or even pop in for lunch, they'll have one of the Wicklow Brewery beers. So it's great to see. To give you an idea, when before we had our own beer, it was Guinness, Heineken, and I think they had Budweiser, and they used to go through maybe 12, 14 kegs of Heineken a week when peak season here with the caravan park. But that's dropped right down now, and it's they're flying through the beer in there. I fill up the call room kind of every Wednesday, Thursday, and I'm kind of going, there's no way I'll need to fill that up when I come back after the weekend, and it has been nearly empty. So it's great to see,
Yeah.
And the locals here during the winter, obviously the caravan park's closed. Still, they're supporting us, and it's great. And with the lockdown here as well, the second we opened up, they're all in. So it was great to see.
Yeah, brilliant.
That's socialism.
Yeah. Just touching on the Guinness drinker there, we had Fergal from Four Provinces on last week or 2 weeks ago, just for kind of a beer chat, and he was kind of talking about how your Heineken and your Carlsberg drinkers and your Coors Light drinkers, they're primed to be converted. Like, you can sway them to come over and try a craft lager or a pale ale or something. But the Guinness drinkers, they're so difficult. They're just institutionalized, I think.
That's it. That's the power of marketing, We all need to figure out that. But no, it's what you like, and the likes of my father and stuff. Drinking it for 40 years. It's very hard. Now he has tried my beers, but I've still yet to see him buy it. But sure, look. But each their own, It's you like what you like.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he probably knows he can get it for free off you as well.
That's probably half of it as well, For sure.
So just looking here, you're getting a lot of love for the WB40 +1 there.
Nice.
Chris as well, new to Wicklow. It's terrific. Definitely check out the others.
Definitely.
It goes out the peanuts. What does a brewer drink on a night out? Jason wants to know.
I suppose it depends. Depends where I am, really. Sometimes when I'm in Wicklow here, it can be kind of hard to get some of the craft beer. Obviously I can get Wicklow Wolf, I can get my own stuff, but sometimes you want something a bit different. It can be a bit tough. But I try to drink mostly pale ales, because I if I go on the Imperial Stouts when I'm out, I'm very messy. But pale ales, saisons, and then I'm a sucker for a lager as well, so I'll drink a lot of lager. But I'll basically drink anything that's not. I've no affinity for sours, unfortunately. I just can't get a liking to them, unfortunately. But I'll drink anything, really.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I'm that idiot that goes straight onto the Imperial Stouts when he sees them on the menu and can't resist.
That's it. I've done it myself, but my missus keeps giving it out to me, because she just wake up and I'd be asleep on the stairs or worse outside, So but yeah.
Brilliant. Yeah. So again, Natasha, first time trying Wicklow, really enjoying it. Garrow, this is a good question. We can ask Liam later on. He's on last. But Garrow is asking, will Beer Cloud continue post-COVID? That's something it'd be interesting to find out.
Yeah, definitely, absolutely. I'd say if everyone keeps supporting it, I wouldn't see why not. But obviously that's up to Liam. You know.
Yeah, good stories here, Brian, about St. Kevin's Red in the Woodenbridge Hotel about 5 years ago.
Nice
for his sister's wedding.
That's a great spot now, the Woodenbridge. You know, great spot. If anyone's into their golf, right across the road, beautiful golf course. You know.
Yeah. Brian again, my mate, the Father Ted fan, has lovingly christened it St. Kevin's Stump.
Yeah. We actually we have a Father Ted Fest every year, and instead of Mr. Doyle giving out tea, she actually gives out St. Kevin's Red in a teapot.
Brilliant.
Yeah, so.
Brilliant. Barry, once you hit the Imperial Stout the night out, you can cancel your plans for tomorrow. That is very, very true.
Oh, definitely.
Sours, yeah. Okay. Okay, Wayne and Jan, there you go. Listen to our interview with Liam on our podcast to find out. #shameless.
There you go.
Look.
Great podcast. So anyone hasn't listened, go ahead.
Absolutely, get in there. So, okay, we'll start to talk about your plans moving forward now. I know you're talking about kind of the new stuff. Do you have any new recipes kind of in the pipeline or in your head? Or I'll also ask our audience here to be thinking about maybe what they'd like to see you brew as well. So while you're answering me, they can be thinking about that.
Definitely. Yeah. So like I said, I'm planning our Imperial Stout, which will be kind of, depending on the barrels, October to November release. And I'll have the session IPA coming out probably in about 5-6 weeks. But other than that, I was actually talking to a friend of mine in France. He works, he's a labourer in a winery. And so I'm planning on maybe doing a barrel age with some wine barrels and stuff like that, maybe a Saison or maybe in a pale ale. We'll see what the wine barrels are like. But and see obviously how much it costs, because if it's too expensive, maybe not. But other than that, I'm planning on more stouts here at the moment, kind of for the winter. So maybe some chocolate stouts, maybe even a couple of those pastry stouts, you know. So maybe a bit of caramel, a bit of salt caramel, maybe a bit of peanut butter. We'll see what we come up with. And going forward then for the kind of next year, where this is kind of the lockdown's kind of thrown my planning off, but we had planned to start releasing more beers kind of from January onwards, so kind of every 2 months, every 2-3 months release a special. But we'll see now. Haven't kind of figured out what's going to happen after the lockdown, but for the moment it's still on track, but fingers crossed. But yeah, you'll see a lot more kind of farmhouse ales from ourselves, maybe some Vienna lagers, that type of thing, and obviously some IPAs and pale ales. Everyone loves a good IPA, so you know we'll definitely throw out a few of them as well.
Yeah, you know? Absolutely. You had me at Vienna lager there. Big fan.
It. Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. I see Steve was saying some dark beers will be fab. They don't need to be imperial.
Yeah, true. Maybe a nice brown or something like that, you know.
Yeah, that's it exactly. Sean is saying brown ales here.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Yes, for a barrel aged saison. Stephen, I'd like a honey barrel aged stout. Interesting.
Honey barrel aged, that's actually a very good idea. Yeah, you know.
Let me see. +1 for brown ales. Yeah, there's a lot of love for brown ales at the moment, and I can't see why not. I absolutely love them myself. So that's great.
Gone are the days. It was a cloudy, you know, Newcastle Brown. You know, it's a wonderful beer style. So definitely, yeah. Both the English style and the more American hop forward style, they're beautiful. So you know, I'd be kind of interested in trying maybe doing something, maybe even use a Quebec yeast on it, or you know. Could be good, you know.
Yeah, interesting. We have actually with the Ballykilcavan Bamberg's Brown in the festival box as well. It's a super beer, yeah, absolutely brilliant. Yeah. I kind of twisted David's arm to put that in. He was kind of leaning towards the Lime Blocker Pale Ale, and I was like, a lot of pale ales, you know, a nice brown ale will go well in the box.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely, you know.
DJ Singh's been asking for a caramel dunkel for ages.
Caramel dunkel now, that could be good. That could be very good. You know, might have to do a bit of a double decoction on the brew system. But yeah, it could be very, very good, you know.
Nice. Let me see what else here. Yeah, +1 for brown ale, something with a little spice and warmth in it. So going to maybe to Halloween time there, and then into Christmas.
Yeah, that could be very good, you know. You go full out Christmas with it, you know, a little bit of clove, a little bit of cinnamon. Could be very good, like, you know.
Yeah. And maybe Sean will say maybe a proper malty dark Marzen like Sierra Nevada's Oktoberfest.
Yeah, that's actually a really good idea. That's a great beer in itself. But yeah, I think I have a soft spot for Marzen, so yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
You know,
It's like I love this bit. I love seeing all the ideas coming through and the different ones, different people's ideas, which is great.
Yeah. You know.
Yeah. So then, did I see you had do you have a beer? It was a straight out of lockdown or something like that. Did I see?
Oh yeah, so kind of every 2-3 weeks we put on I have a 100-liter system, which is a little bit smaller than that, and we kind of brew every 2-3 weeks. It's kind of both to keep me on my toes and brew beers that I've never brewed before, but also get my assistant brewer kind of understanding and learning about hops and malt and what way they work. So we've done a little 100-liter system that we kind of brew every 2 to 3 weeks on, and we have our growler station in the bar there. So we've a Baltic Porter called it straight out of lockdown, because I brewed it just at the start of lockdown, and so I've got a nice old lager in it as well. And it's available just in growlers from our bar. But we've another straight out of lockdown phase 2. Should be once that keg dies, we'll have that, which is it's a American Pale, so we'll have that on. And yeah, we kind of keep just changing that tap over. So once the kegs are kicked, new one straight on, which is keeps our locals kind of happy, and anyone that pops in and can always get something they'll never get anywhere else, you know.
Yeah, nice. Big fan of Baltic Porters myself as well. Lovely style.
You know, beautiful when they're done right. I've had a few dodgy ones over the years, but when they're done right, they're beautiful.
Good stuff, yeah. Okay, so Jared has asked, has Brian ever thought about trying to make beer appeal more to women? Who's asking for his wife who's sitting beside him.
I don't know if you need to make beer appeal more to women necessarily. There's more of an idea that, you know, beer is a man's drink when it's definitely not. Like, to give you an idea, my partner, you know, she would only drink maybe wine or maybe a lager or a Guinness every now and then, but I've basically annoyed her for the last few years, and she's finally drinking craft beer. But it's more just about finding out what you like as a person. Now, obviously, when you have a can that looks fairly intimidating, that won't help. But yeah, the kind of the analogy I'd use is there's a beer for every person, regardless of anything else. But I think it's more just kind of showing people, you know, beer is not just you know, the lager out down the pub, but there is a flavour for everyone. You know, as everyone knows here, there's thousands of styles. So, you know, I think it's more just finding what works for you, really, as a person rather than gender. But yeah, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I can see. I think that question may have been phrased not the best. I don't think it was meant in any sort of bad way or derogatory way at all.
I know.
Yeah. Yeah, so we're coming on to 4:30 now. Brian, I don't know, is there anything you wanted to wrap up with, or anything else you wanted to say before we finish up, or move on to?
No, just thanks to everyone for obviously supporting us over the years, and definitely while the lockdown's going on. And yeah, please continue to support Irish craft beer, because, you know, we're still only a small industry, but we're definitely getting there with size and everything else. But yeah, cheers everyone.
Excellent. Thanks a million, Brian. Really, really appreciate it. Thanks for getting involved as well and being so open to join in. And beer is absolutely super. And as you can see, everyone's really, really enjoying it. It's going down very well. And yeah, lots of lovely comments on the side there as well.
Nice one. Cheers, folks.
Brilliant. Thanks again, Brian. And obviously, feel free to stay around as long as you like. And
I'll be around for a bit, yeah. Cheers.
Lots of thumbs up there as well. Okay, so yeah, you can see lovely comments there coming in. Lads, thank you so much for getting involved again. Thanks so much for joining us today, and yeah, this is great. So what I'll do is, we have Joe and Cathal here from Rascals, guys, as we said. So I'm just going to hand it over to you guys just for a quick introduction of yourselves, and then we'll crack into happy days.
Yeah, so yeah, Cathal from Rascals. We've been around since 2014. We originally were brewing out in Greenogue Industrial Estate on the outskirts of Dublin, and at the end of 2018 we moved into Inchicore and a brewery and tap room there, pizza restaurant. So yeah, we've a there's quite a few of us there now. Originally just myself and Emma. We've 3 brewers, including myself. We've Joe doing our marketing and social media and other bits and pieces.
Bits and pieces. Cheers, man. Thanks. He has no idea he doesn't know what I do. That's the problem. He doesn't know.
No, he goes, "Oh, did you see that tweet last night?" No, I don't. I'm not on Twitter. Yeah. So yeah, it's been really good since we moved into the new brewery. Obviously, it's changed now with this whole COVID shutdown. Yeah, having the bigger brewery is great, and having the tap room there so people can come to the brewery and actually taste the beer fresh. And we have a little pilot kit there as well, which is 300 litres. So we do a lot of kind of weird and wonderful stuff on that for the tap room only. And if it's a hit, then we'll upscale it on the main brew house.
Brilliant. Cheers. And Joe, do you want to say a quick hello?
Yeah, hi everyone. Thanks very much for taking part in the festival. And I'm Joe Donnelly, and I'm the marketing manager for Rascals Brewing, and I joined them in September 2018. And yeah, it's brilliant. It's great, and doing things like this is really great, and especially to see a lot of people who we'd engage with on social media, and to see how much better looking they are in real life, in particular.
Great. Okay, so I've seen Daniel was saying he's down in Rascals yesterday, picked up a pizza, some kegs and cans of Happy Days, and the mini kegs are the best thing ever invented. So yeah, that's always good to hear. Yeah,
those mini kegs are great. Yeah, they're a bit of a pain to fill, but they're really handy. I've had a few here as well myself at home. It's great to just have it every weekend.
Brilliant. Okay, so will we go get stuck into Happy Days then? So what have we got here, Cathal?
So this is probably what you could call maybe our flagship pale ale. I actually don't have any myself here. I drank them all last night when I was watching a movie, so I know exactly what it's like, so I can tell you about it. So yeah, it's a session pale ale, 4.1%. Like on the nose, you probably get a lot of citrus and a bit of honeydew melon. We kind of brew this beer with very low bitterness. Almost along the same lines as New England, but it's not New England because it's crystal clear. But very low bitterness, so there's a very short amount of bittering hops, and then there's plenty of Cascade and Mosaic in the Whirlpool, which will give you a big bang of flavour. And then it's dry hopped towards the end of fermentation with a huge charge of Cascade, Mosaic, and Big Secret. So the Big Secret will give you maybe a little bit of passion fruit. Cascade is going to give you some grapefruit, and the Mosaic then will maybe give you some of that kind of citrus and honeydew melon. So yeah, look, it's our best-selling beer by a mile. So that and Yankee are our best-selling beers, and it's like. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Okay.
Yeah. So for me, it's exactly what I want with a pale ale. Low bitterness, easy drinking, and refreshing. So
yeah, no, it's a lovely beer, super beer, and you can see why it's become kind of a flagship, or definitely the core range anyway, part of it.
Yeah, like when we started first, we were doing a lot of ginger porter was our first beer, and then we had a big hop red. They were our bigger sellers, and it's funny how the trends have changed, and the paler beers have become. I suppose they're always popular, but for us, our big hop red was our best seller, and that's drifted off, and Happy Days has kind of moved into that space.
Brilliant. I just see Breen and Dave here saying that they found Rascals in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, in February.
What? How the hell did it get up there?
That's pretty impressive, unless you've got a Malaysian knockoff brand.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, that could be it.
We'd have to track them down.
That's very impressive. Okay, so you kind of touched on it already, but do you want to tell us a bit about the backstory of Rascals, I guess, and how you've made it into core, into your large premises now?
Yeah, so yeah, as I said, we started in 2014, out in Greenogue Industrial Estate. We actually bought Galway Bay's their original brew house back in 2014, and we moved our equipment over to Dublin. We're out there for about 4 years, and I suppose we gradually every year or so we'd buy a couple of more vessels and add it on, and we actually moved into the unit next door to us in Greenogue as well. But I suppose we ran out of space, and we started looking for a new premises. We also took on a couple of investors They actually own the building that we're in at the moment. So that was a brilliant boost for us as a business. So yeah, like we had the premises, and then we got the new equipment, and it was a tough year there. We're still brewing in Greenogue and getting the new brewery up and built in Inchicore. But it's brilliant now. Like, as I said, we have a 30-hectare brew house, so it's 3 times bigger than what we had, and having the tap room there. So,
brilliant.
Yeah.
And you see, you're getting a lot of love in the comments here anyway. Tasting really fresh. They're tasting delicious, loving it.
I see a couple of people, sorry, Brian, a couple of people have said that Rascal or Happy Days is an entry-level sort of beer, that it got them into craft beer or got people they know into craft beer. And I completely go along with that. I think, we know from feedback from people, from customers, that no matter what your tastes are, whether you're an absolute craft beer fanatic or you just have an occasional tipple, Happy Days does seem to be a really good leveler, which is great for us, because you want to have a beer like that on the market. And just to say as well, I think there's a lot of really good sessionable beers right now, like really high quality. Like one I had recently was Hop On beer. Really, really good. So it is great to get that feedback about Happy Days, and I see that in the comments, that it's just one of those beers that someone referred to it as a fridge filler, which is really, really good way of putting it, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a good one to have on hand all the time. It's a beautiful beer, and like for any occasion and any I don't know, level, I suppose you want to say, or how far you are down the craft beer rabbit hole. Yeah. So DJ is saying the Yankee is one of his go-to beers in the local, which is great. He loves going in and seeing when the Rascals logo is lit up on the bar.
Good stuff.
Brian was asking, do you still do the ginger porter? He used to love it.
A lot of people there have been on to me about that, right? Every so often we get an email or a text saying, "Oh, bring it back." Look, it was a great beer. It just wasn't selling enough for us to have it all year round. But I think we will bring it back in the winter time, or maybe on the pilot kit. But like it was, to be honest, it was a slow seller for us. So it wasn't really viable to have it all year round. But definitely a winter beer. Like it's a special place in our hearts. It was our very first beer that we launched it. So yeah, we will bring it back.
Yeah, well, even getting it on the pilot kit and coming towards winter time, get people into Rascals, a good reason to go down and visit. Even bigger reason to go and visit. So Wayne and Jan are asking, why no foggy juice?
Why no foggy juice?
I see a few heads nodding here as well. Yeah,
it's not gone. It's not gone. We've done a few other beers. We're going to try one there later, the Fruits and Red House. But we've done a hazy version of our Happy Days, which I have here. It's not as strong as foggy juice. It's 4.1. So basically, it's a similar malt recipe as Happy Days, with more oats and more wheat. And then we use a London fog yeast and lots of basically it's double dry hop. So dry hop during fermentation with the Cascade and Mosaic I mentioned earlier, and then charge again with that at the end of fermentation. So if you can't get foggy juice, check out the Hazy Days. But foggy juice it's one of these beers that can come back and will come back again.
Brilliant.
Thanks, Wayne, by the way.
Yeah. Catching up on the comments here, I see a lot of people saying, that how the Happy Days is such a great gateway beer being said here, entry level. It's so good, so good. Laurie is saying that it has to say that the graphics on the cans are really strong. Kind of love the vibe and the branding behind it. Is there a bit of a story there, or do you work with? Do you have an in-house designer, or how do you do it?
Yeah, so my sister Trina is our designer, and she's done all the kind of branding around the, I suppose, Rascals and the kind of bright colours we have in the cans. She's on maternity leave at the moment. We have another girl called Rachel, who's excellent as well, and she really kind of gets the vibe we're going with. I suppose we're trying to show we only get colours that jump over the shelf, and they're fun colours and fun branding to go along with the fun name of Rascals.
There was the was it the craft beer convention over in the States, Cathal, that you had attended, the seminars, the webinars on recently. There was a brilliant one. I don't know if it's available publicly, but there was a brilliant one, and it was really like a dissertation on craft beer label design, and it was really, really interesting. And it kind of drew some conclusions about what works and what doesn't work for consumers. And it was really interesting to watch because, working for Rascals, you'd feel it would seem that the designs we have tick a lot of boxes, that they're not kind of off-putting or inaccessible, or people would pass them by and go, "Oh, not that. Just it's too confusing. I don't know. You don't even know at a glance what kind of beer it is." Nor are they too minimalist. So I think there is a bit of a balance there. Trina is a really, really good designer. She's absolutely brilliant, and she really brings to life the kind of names that we would come up with. There's three sides, or there's three aspects. It's kind of like the beer, which we would talk about a lot, and she would come up with ideas of a visual way of representing that beer, if that doesn't sound too wanky. And then there'd be the name, and the kind of, and she would go away and come back and go, "Well, what about this?" And you'd just be blown away. That's absolutely brilliant. So it's great. It's a small team there in Rascals, but it's people work really hard, and no one works harder than Trina when it comes to bringing the cans to life.
Brilliant, yeah.
Yeah.
I just saw there one of the comments here, Garrod is saying Fruits and the Maytals is the best craft beer name yet, and there's lots of competition there.
Yeah, it was good fun come up with the names.
Yeah, it was good. Yeah, I mean, that one, I suppose, the Caribbean nature of it, and the mango and passion fruit, and it just popped into the head. But thanks very much. Like there's a great. I think it's really good crack with craft beer names. There's a lot of puns and a lot of wordplay, and I kind of like that. I think it's good fun, and sometimes you can go a bit too stupid, but you just have a laugh with it, and I really enjoy that aspect of it.
Yeah, I think the more stupid the better, I think, or the more cringy puns, they're great. Yeah. So I'd say we'll tip into Fruits now in just a second. Richard has another question saying he loves the events you put on in the brewery, but do you get many locals new to craft beer kind of calling in and joining in?
Go ahead, Joe. Yeah, I was going to say that the local support's been brilliant. I think Joe used some kind of stats there from our online sales and stuff.
Oh yeah, for all the online sales, the online beer sales in Dublin, in 8 weeks of lockdown, nearly 40% were in Dublin 8, Dublin 12, and Clondalkin. So we do thankfully have a huge amount of local support, and it's great to see it. And we sponsor St. Pat's, who are just down the road at Richmond Park, and you would get guys coming in on a match night, and they'd be like, "Have you no Guinness? Do you not have any Guinness? Do you not have any Heineken?" And you just go, "Look, we don't, but if you drink that, you might like this." And you win people over, and people find a beer that they like, and they kind of stick to it. And if they don't, they'll still come in for the pizza. So as one of the biggest challenges that craft beer producers face is converting people, and converting and then retaining loyalty in an overcrowded marketplace. But with a bit of persistence, you can, and if the beer is good enough and people kind of it catches their interest, they'll come back.
Brilliant. I just to touch on that, Joe, I think what we've seen a lot in the last couple of months has been how phenomenal the craft beer community has been, and rallying around all the different independent breweries, especially in their local communities. I think Brian was touching on it earlier with Wicklow, and it's been fantastic to see. Absolutely brilliant. So it's just great, I think.
No, it is. Yeah, go ahead, Colin.
Yeah, look, the support from the public has been amazing, and supporting Irish craft beer and supporting Irish businesses in general. I think the same thing might happen to some other industries, and I hope it does, because supporting Irish, and that's what will get things going in this country.
Definitely, you're right. I mean, more than ever, it's important to support Irish businesses, whether it's food or drink producers or whatever. I think that the lockdown, in a strange way, might have done a lot of good for the Irish craft beer industry, because we are very agile. We can move and make decisions quickly and do things quickly. And Diageo and Heineken can't. They don't operate like that, but we do. And, Beer Cloud was mentioned earlier, and like, fair play to Liam. That's an incredible thing to do so quickly and so successfully. And I think a lot of Irish craft beer companies reacted. They were proactive, and they immediately, found a way to try and sell their beer to stay alive and to stay afloat. And you saw nothing from the macro producers. They're just waiting for the lockdown to end. So I think it could be really good, because I think, even just anecdotally, never mind sales figures, we've won, and when I say we, I mean the craft beer industry, have won a lot of new customers. Like, new people have tried craft beer for the first time, I think, in the past 8 weeks. Because let's be honest about it, a pint of Guinness in a pub is very different to a pint of Guinness in a can. So if Guinness was your drink, you're just after a few weekends of drinking cans of Guinness, you're finally going to go, right, I want to try something completely different. What's this craft beer like? Again, that's anecdotal. It's not scientific fact, but I'm certain that, this lockdown, I think, is going to actually there are a lot of positive impacts for craft beer in Ireland.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I couldn't agree more with that. It's been incredible to see just the, I suppose, even just the sales, people trying new things. It's an amazing opportunity to be capitalised, I think, for the craft beer industry in Ireland. And one of the biggest challenges in organising this virtual festival was actually but getting the breweries on board that had beer to sell as well. So many people were sold out of beer, and trying to get canning dates and getting ingredients in was a nightmare, because they were doing so well they couldn't keep the stock on the shelves. Just constantly turning it over. So it's brilliant to see. Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah.
So let me see now. I'm going to jump back to the comments here. So Simon was asking, do you ever come up with a good name and then have to figure out a beer to go along with it?
Well, I'm still waiting to get Juice Springsteen in there somewhere. Yeah, there has. I can't remember off the top of my head, but
we usually put it out to the whole team, brewers, whatever, sales, Joe, whoever, come up with names. And give a list of maybe 10 long, and you pick one out of that, and then you see if you're there. Put that in the maybe pile for later.
Brilliant. Okay, will we tip into fruits then?
Yeah, let's go for it. I actually have that, so.
Okay, so this is a little bit less straightforward than Happy Days. So why don't you explain this one to us, Carl?
Yeah, so milkshake IPA. People are probably wondering what the hell milk and beer doesn't go together, but so this is a tropical milkshake IPA. So the base recipe is like a New England pale ale, and during fermentation, again, we added in I think it was 100 kilos of both passion fruit and mango. Which obviously gives you that flavors, but it ferments out, so you get a little bit more alcohol as well. And then there's a little bit of vanilla in the finish as well. So, and lactose is added in, which gives the beer some body and a bit of creaminess. And then the carbonation level in this beer is a little bit lower than you might find with some other beers. So we're trying to get a creaminess or smoothness into the beer. So on the nose, again, you'll definitely get a bang of fruit. This is actually real mango and real passion fruit. I'm kind of getting a little bit more mango myself in this one.
Lactose me whole, as someone just...
Lactose me whole, as someone put it on our graffiti on our wall.
I saw it's framed.
Yeah, we framed it. Yeah.
A sophisticated graffiti like that cannot be removed. You have to think about it. Brian, there's just a couple of comments. They're gone now. There was some really interesting comments about a recession being good for business. The original craft beer boom in 2007 and beyond happened in spite of and possibly helped by the recession, and that's really good. It is definitely an opportunity. And Barry said coronavirus was created by the craft breweries. Wake up, sheeple. He's probably right. He's probably right. But sorry, Brian, I hope you don't mind. I just wanted to get those couple of comments, because I think people do feel strongly that this is the time to support Irish beer. Yeah. Discover more Irish beer.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I see the comments flying in here. They're coming in much faster than the last time. I'll do my best to keep up. Sorry, Carl, we were talking. Yeah. So lots of lactose for body. The fruit goes in, and then it was just aged for quite a while as well. There's a little bit of acidity from the fruit, so that has actually mellowed quite a lot, even since it's been canned. So I think this is actually a sweet spot for this beer right now. It was canned probably about a month ago, maybe. So even in that time, it has mellowed in the can.
But yeah, look, I think people like it. I love it myself. It's a fun name, fun beer. I think the colours in the can kind of represent what you're getting in the glass as well. So, and that's what we're about. Every couple of months we're going to release a fun beer like this, or Hazy Days is the next one.
Yeah, it's to be honest, like I could have been that guy who put lactose mihole on your wall. It wouldn't be it wouldn't be my favorite addition to a beer, but I think that is absolutely fantastic. I just think it's possibly been a little overdone at the moment, or a bit too heavy-handed with the lactose, but it's works perfectly in that. That's gorgeous, I think.
Thank you. Yeah, I know what you're saying. It can be overly sickly sweet.
Yeah.
And sometimes it can kind of give a weird texture to the beer, like almost like a grainy flavor, or not flavor, but a grainy feeling on your mouth.
I'm surprised it just provokes so many strong feelings in people. But
it's like pineapple on pizza.
Yeah, well, that's a good comparison, I suppose. Yeah, it's like pineapple on pizza. Yeah,
which is incredible, obviously.
Which is obviously goodbye,
Brian. Okay, right. I'm going to try and catch up with some of these comments here. Sean was asking, how important is it to have a classic style pale lager on tap in the restaurant?
So yeah, it is important. I guess you always get people coming in and asking for a Heineken, or if they want a stout, they'll be asking for Guinness. So we've got Jailbreak Helles Lager, so it's a German style lager. We brewed it specifically for the restaurant initially, but now it's actually we have it on tap in a few places around town, or we had, and there's a couple of restaurants that have it in can, and it's a nice alternative to having a Heineken or whatever, Carlsberg or Peroni or whatever people usually drink. So I think it is important because people are going to come into the restaurants because they're craft beer fans, but they might bring their friends with them. And their friends mightn't care one way or the other. But if they get a beer that they like and they go, right, this lager is really good, maybe I'll try the Happy Days next and see what that's like. And as you're saying, it's like an introduction or a gateway. So we also have a nitro stout called Black Horse. It's just a traditional Irish dry stout poured on nitro. So it looks like a traditional pint of plain.
Brilliant. Daniel was asking, this is for you, Joe, what you're wearing. Any more of those Sweet O'Neill's Rascals jerseys? Are they going to be on sale?
Yeah, we have. No, sorry, they're not on sale. We did a Happy Days and we did a Yankee one just for promotional purposes with O'Neill's. O'Neill's are really sound, actually, to work with. And they're across the road in Walkinstown. And Irish company, all the rest of it. So we did up a few of them. They are actually really nice. They're lovely. They're very comfortable as well. So we'll give them away and over the next couple of weeks, and maybe look at trying to get them in our online shop. But thanks very much. It's lovely to hear that.
Yeah, that's good. Just see a lot. Yeah, sorry, Joe. You were saying a lot of agreement about your points about how this is a great opportunity for craft beer as well. Just huge. Just trying to catch up on these here.
Yeah, online sales is very important. I think, like, what I would hope, and I think Cathal agrees as well, is that after this, buying beer online will no longer be a novelty or a once-off treat. It will be hopefully the same habitual thing, like buying shoes or clothes or whatever it is. I think people have realised or experienced that it's very easy, it's handy, and there's a lovely excitement about waiting for your delivery, and then you get it and you put it in the fridge and you go, brilliant, I have that for the weekend. And I think that could become just a habitual thing rather than something you don't do very often.
Yeah, absolutely. Jason's asking, where can you get hands on one of the Rascals pint glasses?
Well, we sell them in the brewery, we haven't really shipped them because we're afraid of breakages, I guess. I saw someone else there was looking for the Teku glasses. They're the other ones that we have as well. So they're 330ml, which is perfect for the small cans. But yeah, if you ever do make it to Inchicore, they're for sale there. Or you might find them in a bar. I'm not saying what you should do.
Are you encouraging people to
I'm just saying.
We'd like to distance ourselves from the comments made by our head brewer.
Yeah, sorry guys, I'm just catching up on these comments here. There's
the glasses are very popular. The Teku glass is very popular.
Brilliant. One for everyone in the audience is asking. Definitely buy a jersey. Yeah, so there was another one. Yeah, I do actually need an assistant. Jesus Christ, thanks. If anyone wants to nominate themselves, feel free.
There was a lovely one there. Sorry, Brian. DJ Walsh says there's great symbolism in Diageo collecting unused kegs and Beer Cloud posting out craft cans like no tomorrow. Hopefully, a shift in the winds. Yeah, I mean that's a great point. Hopefully it is a shift. Yeah,
Brilliant. So you guys are, I suppose, thankfully you're doing okay now in terms of you're surviving in what's gone on, and as you said, the local support has been absolutely phenomenal. Reopening, so are you looking late June then reopening?
That's the plan. Yeah, that's the plan. We've done a lot of work with the guys in the restaurants, just trying to look at spacing all the tables out and giving her whether it's 2 meters or 1 meter. We worked on a 2 meter basis, but there's been very few guidelines from the government. I think Joe, actually, you got guidance from the New Zealand Restaurant Association.
The New Zealand Restaurant Association, with the support of the New Zealand government, published a 58-page document about 2 or 3 weeks ago for reopening. And to be honest, we've been looking at that and going, that's a great idea. Oh, that's really good. That's very thorough. And they broke it down into everything from food prep, customer queue management. If you're a business that sells drink, how you're going to manage drunk customers. Like, it was brilliant. So we kind of used that. Now, in fairness, whatever with the government, I think Fáilte Ireland are working behind the scenes. I think they've got some stuff out next week to help hospitality industry. So we look forward to that. But yeah, Wednesday, July 1st, we're going to reopen. Reduced capacity, but, let's just see how it goes.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Yeah, we're set up kind of like one-way system in and out to kind of prevent people from passing each other. Lots of hand sanitizing. The thing is to make people feel safe and feel comfortable that they can come into the building.
Okay, excellent. So all going well. Obviously, you'll be reopened by the end of the month. Fingers crossed. Yeah. What are the plans then going forward? Have you kind of got new brews in the pipeline? Have you been using the time to work on new recipes? Anything like that?
Yeah, I guess. Initially, we got a bit of a shock when we kind of put the brakes and everything, and then the sales through online and through Beer Cloud and through the independent off licenses have been really good. Sorry, my cat's actually jumping up in the counter. Get down. Oh. Right, we flew up there.
So unprofessional, my God.
Yeah. Where was it? Yeah. So So then we had a couple of specials in the tanks at the time, and they were kind of delayed, and then they were released. Like Fruits and Maytals, it was in tank for a bit longer than expected. But we brewed Hazy Days then to be released next week, and we're looking to do a lychee and yuzu pale ale in August. So beer names are what we're looking for at the moment. If anybody up there has one. But yeah, look, we're kind of going. It's pretty much business as usual, except that all our beer is going to cans now instead of going to cans and keg. But that's going to be reviewed again now as we discover, pubs are going to be opening a little bit sooner than expected.
Yeah, that's going to be weird and interesting.
Yeah, I wonder how pubs will manage. We're really lucky; we have a big space on there. We have space to push out tables and give 2 meter spacing, whatever needs to be. For some of these smaller pubs, I think it'd be very difficult for them.
Okay, excellent. What I'll do is I'll open this up now to anyone who wants to suggest any new brews for you guys. I think this could break Zoom in general, or break my comments box. So Breenan Day is asking, is it hard to get your hands on ingredients like yuzu?
Yeah, we have a really good supplier of fruit, like as we have in this beer, Fruits and Maytals, from Germany. So we get they come in 20 kilo bags, and it's completely sanitary and sterile. And I think they supply mostly juice companies. So it's not that hard actually, because we have a good source. But yuzu is expensive.
Thomas has a groundbreaking suggestion there, saying maybe a nice stout with a bit of ginger added.
Oh, that's a really good idea.
Good stuff.
Steve, our barrel-aged Belgian special is going to make a comeback. Flanders Red and Chardonnay Saison were fab.
Yeah, they're from we haven't done anything like that in quite a while. Yeah, look, they're brilliant beers. We really enjoyed making them. And
Emmett Ryan opened one up. Did you see that, Cathal? On his,
no.
Yeah, as a tribute to Tomas from Movies and Booze, who sadly passed away last week.
Oh yeah.
Emmett opened up the Flanders Red, on his YouTube from last week. Yeah, fair play to him. But I was thinking that'll be nicely aged now, wouldn't it?
Yeah, like it's very few of them around. I think we might have only 1 or 2 bottles ourselves knocking around the place.
Yeah, I think we should bring back the raspberry and hibiscus saison.
Yeah. I think we still have some of that. We still have some of that there aging
That was
away.
a good one. Yeah, really nice.
I guess it's hard to get barrels, and there is a risk because these are wild beers. You got your Brettanomyces and Lactobacillus in them. There is a slight risk of infecting the brewery. So we're a little bit nervous about that, especially with the new place. But it can be done. Maybe we got a different storage place for them, yeah.
Brilliant. So let me see. Andrew, Daniel saying maybe a nice grapefruit IPA. Sean has come up with a mad idea for a beer called Bertie the Elder.
Very good.
Yeah.
I see a question there about lychee and yuzu. Lychee hard to get a flavour through. Yeah, you do have to use a lot of lychee. So I think, for that beer, I think we've ordered like maybe 60 or 70 kilos of lychee and maybe 20 kilos of yuzu.
Okay, very good.
We had the grapefruit, the Absolute Brute.
That was a grapefruit IPA.
That was a good beer. Really like that. Very clean and crisp and dry as a bone. It was very nice though.
Brilliant. Steve is saying that the Brett is what makes them great. So maybe get an outhouse for all the wild stuff.
Yeah, no, he's dead right. Brett it's amazing what it can do to a beer and how it changes and evolves. And you can leave a beer in it for a year or maybe even 2 years, and it evolves and gets better. Yeah,
we have Sean and Carla on from Wide Street here as well, who could hook you up there. Definitely. So let me see, Steve, what's been the toughest brew day so far?
Toughest brew day so far? Actually, this Hazy Days was a disaster. Not a disaster, but our grist case got blocked, so we have a vessel over our mashing that holds all the barley that's crushed, and that got blocked. So I had to climb into it and then shovel all the grain out and then put it into the mashing manually. That was tough. You do get tough days. Stuff goes wrong. Pumps might seize or break, and you have to quickly, take them apart and replace the pump. And what should be an 8-hour brew day can become 10 or 12 or 14. But look, whenever that happens, I always just right. There's an end goal of getting a great beer or getting whatever you want out of it. So you just go home satisfied that you've completed the job properly and come in at the end of the whole process and your beer is finished and say, right, I was worked it all,
Yeah.
There's only 24 hours in your worst day, that's
that's a very good point.
Always remember that.
Very good. Garrod is asking, any chance of a collab stout with the Dublin coffee roastery or coffee roaster? I know you did the Irish coffee stout, didn't you?
We did an Irish coffee stout. That was a collab with the Dublin Liberties Distillery. They sourced the coffee for us. I can't even remember who it was. But coffee and beer is brilliant. We've got coffee as well from what are they called?
250 Square. No.
Yeah, 250 Square have used their coffee, and there's another crowd we're using recently. It's called Kaleidoscope. Is the name of the coffee? I can't remember the name of the company. Imbibe. They're in Dublin 8.
That's Gary. Yeah, he's just around. Yeah, he's just near us. Yeah.
We've done a white stout with the Imbibe coffee and some Caco nibs on the pilot kit. That was brewed and kegged just before lockdown, so we still have 10 kegs of that to be opened up whenever we can. So that's been sitting in the cold room, so that'll be really good once we tap it up.
Brilliant. Any plans for any collaborations at the moment?
We've nothing in the pipeline at the moment. So I guess with this whole shutdown, things are put on hold.
Yeah. Daniel's asking, with the new park area that you guys have, are you going to be able to serve beer there?
The new park area.
That's
yeah.
Distillery. So they've opened up beside us. So it's a business partner, Pat, and he is with his wife Vicky have set up Still Garden Distillery. It's a lovely little park. In fairness to them, I think it's really important to let you know that these guys made that park themselves. It used to be an area that was just a litter black spot, and they totally reclaimed it, did it all themselves, and it's open to anyone. It's a people's park, albeit a small one, and they've had people growing botanicals there, local people, anyone, and they'll use those botanicals in making the gin. So it's all about sustainability. and social botany. I don't think we can serve beer there technically. I suppose, Cathal, we can't. But it's lovely. It's lovely to see that at the front of our business park.
Yeah, people have been taking their pizzas up there when they get to collect them at the brewery and sitting out in the sunshine. So it is a lovely space.
It's class.
Brilliant. Yeah. Ruben is saying, I'd imagine there's future collaborations with Still Garden Distillery across the road.
Yeah, there definitely will be. We've nothing planned. You know, those guys, they were meant to launch pretty much around Paddy's Day. Obviously, that's been delayed, and they have released their gins now. We actually had some last weekend myself and Emma. It's delicious, very botanical. I think they've one with cardamom in it. It's pretty tasty. But yeah, look, they're right next door to us, so yeah, there will be stuff done with them.
Yeah, brilliant. Richard was saying, I think this could be a theme thread today. He was saying, I'd love to see a slightly spicy, mild brown ale. So brown ale's getting a lot of love. Martin, welcome, Martin. Martin's had a terrible time going around collecting all the beers, so fair play to him for coming on. His delivery didn't arrive. Martin was asking, can we expect another chocolate mint stout this year?
I hadn't planned on it. That was a kind of a one-off thing that we decided to do a good few years ago now. Yeah, we call it the 801, like 1 minute past 8, after 8 is the whole name there.
Oh, I've only just copped on. Is that why it was called that? Okay.
Yeah.
Because I like that beer. I had that. That was on tap in Drury buildings, or it was.
Could have been, yeah.
Brian, I don't know if we have time. There was one question that I saw that I really liked. Do you mind if I?
Oh, of course, go for it.
Jason Gunning, and I'd like Cathal to answer this now, honestly, because he never tell me. How do you test your taste profiles? Example, how do you know lychee will work?
Okay. So we get samples of the fruit. So we do a bit of brainstorming, come up with ideas. And we got samples of lychee and yuzu. And Stephen, our other brewer, did some trials with Happy Days as our base beer, you know. So we got some Happy Days during fermentation, took off a few demijohns of Happy Days and added in lychee into one, yuzu another, and then different combinations of those two into Happy Days and let them ferment out. So it doesn't give you exactly what the beer is going to be like, but it gives you a kind of guideline. Okay, these combinations do work well together.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, it's good to like do little experiments like that, and it's always about tasting and, you know, combining the different flavors from the fruit and the hops and the yeast.
Yeah. Steve is asking, would you grow some hops in the park
Yeah, we could do, yeah.
In the space, yeah. Be nice.
Totally.
Do we have the climate for hops? I thought we didn't.
Yeah, you can grow hops here, yeah. Yeah, definitely. There used to be a big hop industry in the southeast up until about the 50s, I think. But I think Diageo ended up getting, Guinness at the time, started getting their hops cheaper in the UK, and that kind of killed the whole industry. Oh. But I think it's more the kind of, what are they called, like the English kind of hops. It wouldn't be like the big fruity Citra or Mosaics, that kind of thing.
Interesting suggestion from Dennis here. How about a Turkish Delight Stout?
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, I'd have that.
Yeah.
I'm not a big fan of Turkish Delight, but yeah, look, it can be done.
Yeah. Jason is touching on something, quite a big trend at the moment. Great to see the lower alcohol beers being so tasty. And it is brilliant.
Yeah. Especially. Go ahead, Joe. Yeah.
No. I was just going to say, Wicklow Wolf have a hop farm in Roundwood. I didn't know that. Someone has just posted that.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. The lower ABV beer is like our Happy Days is 4.1. Some people call that like a standard beer, you know. But there are some really good beers out there down at 3.2 or 2.8%. So it's very difficult to get the balance of all the flavor into the beer without making it too thin or, you know, too astringent. So
yeah. A couple of.
Sorry, I was just going to say Rascals are part of Social Hops, which is a great movement. I do know you can technically, literally grow hops, but I suppose I would mean for the quantities that we would want to use in.
Oh yeah.
That's what I meant. You know, like 30,000 cans or whatever. You know, of course you can kind of grow them, but to a level that you'd to match a quantity that you'd want for a batch.
Yeah, like the Wicklow Wolf guys, I think is only have a hop farm, but it's enough hops to do one batch of beer.
Yeah.
So,
Jared is asking, interesting one. Any taste experiments you've tried that were just like strong no's? Or
Oh
just,
yeah, definitely. Yeah. The cabbage and Brussels sprouts beer wasn't very good. No, it does. I can't think of any off the top of my head, but you do some combos and you go, right, it doesn't work. And that's what it's about, that's why you try it.
Yeah. Gas, keep it session. Yeah, so just on the low strength beers, I see Teeny Tiny Dead Center has been put here. Galway Bay Weights and Measures has been really good.
Yeah, they're good beers.
The Whiplash one, Northern Lights, is fantastic. And I think Stone Barrel released Short Change, all cracking low ABV beers.
Little Fawn White Hat.
Oh yeah,
absolutely great beer. Great beer. Yeah,
it really is. It's one of the top all Irish beers. I think it's absolutely amazing beer. Garrod Bacon and Cabbage IPA.
Yeah, you can go for that yourself, I think, Carol.
Yeah, interesting suggestions. Could be like your Christmas dinner beers. Did Northern Monk do the Sunday roast and the jam roly poly beers? So
there has been a couple of bacon beers.
Yeah, there's a smoked malt that kind of gives a kind of bacony kind of
bacon flavor
to it. Yeah.
DJ saying a coddle ghost.
Coddle ghost. You just call it the Ronnie Drew, the Ronnie Brew. There you go.
Yeah, there you go. Sorted. Okay, lads, I'm just looking. We're coming up onto 15:15 now. It is nearly time for Richie and Vim from Hope to come on. Is there anything you want to finish up on, or any last comments you'd like to make?
I'll go first, Cathal. I just want to thank you, Brian, for organising this. I think it's been really, really brilliant and immensely enjoyable. And secondly, I want to thank everyone who took part in it. There's a lot of people here who support Rascals and who support Irish craft beer, and we see them on social media and they tweet, and it's always really, really appreciated. The community of craft beer drinkers in Ireland is great, and I can tell you, and Cathal and Emma would feel the same, that we're always just really grateful to see it. It motivates us, it keeps us going, and long may it continue. So thanks for that.
Brilliant. Cheers, Joe.
Yeah, definitely. Again, thanks, Brian. This is brilliant, this virtual beer festival. It's good fun, sitting around talking, drinking beer. And yeah, same as Joe was saying, keep supporting Irish breweries and Irish businesses. And we'll get through all this COVID stuff.
Yeah, that's it. That's what it's all about. Thanks so much again, lads. Really appreciate you coming on. Yeah, well, cheers. Yeah, super beers. Keep doing what you're doing. I think everyone's very appreciative for it as well. It's fantastic. You're making brilliant stuff, and we're all very much looking forward to going down to Rascals HQ when we can, maybe the end of the month and onwards, and grab a few beers and a pizza.
Good stuff.
Brilliant. Thanks again, lads.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Okay, so I am just going to grab my beers out of the fridge, lads. Do you just want to give a quick hello and introduce yourselves while I'm grabbing them? I'll be back in 1 second.
Excellent. Well, I'll start with that. Listen, I'm kind of flicking through here. It's great to see so many people at the virtual beer festival. I don't know how many beers you've had already, but hopefully you're not sick of beer at this stage. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking, Gerald. But Richie and I are really looking forward to tasting a few beers with you. We did one of these sessions with Brian before. Was it about 2 months ago, Brian, that we did a session with you?
Yeah, 2 months ago. You were the guinea pigs.
Yeah, and it's great to see how popular your platform has become. So, class. We'll see if we can knock as much fun out of it as the last time. And it's, as Joe and Kyle said, it's really much appreciated that you're organising this when we're so out of festivals. Although it was really nice last weekend when we were not at Bloom and the weather was good and we could go to the beach instead. But it does feel a little bit empty with no beer festivals around this time.
That's it. And Richie, do you want to say hello?
Yeah, hi everyone. I was just scrolling through there, so I know a lot of people. So and hi to everyone else who I don't know. And yeah, like Vim said, I think it's kind of cool to have something at least something a bit like a beer festival, because you do kind of miss them, I realize. And I guess this has its advantages. You can kind of no queuing for the bathroom,
Yeah, that's
No
it.
token queues.
No taxi home.
That's
No,
pretty good, yeah.
Yeah.
So that's great. If anyone doesn't know me, I've been brewing at Hope now since October. I was at a couple other breweries before that. I was at Boyne for a few years, and yeah, I'm having a really great time in Dublin. It's not too far away from me. I'm in Skerries at the moment, and yeah, I'm really enjoying brewing beer there. There's a really lovely bunch of guys. There's only 7 of us, 8 of us, and you know, it's a beautiful brewery. If anyone hasn't visited, we do tours back when things return to normality. We do tours.
We used to do tours.
We will do tours again. So come and visit.
Yeah, soon. So I see a few comments there. Which one are we opening first? I was going to say Grunt first, but I'll leave that to you. What do you think, guys?
Yeah, we were going to do Grunt first,
Yeah.
because I guess Grunt is the more unusual in terms of flavors, and then we'll leave the session or the summer seasonal till afterwards, because I guess there's more hops and bitterness in there, and it'll follow the Grunt a bit better. I think they're very different beers, obviously.
Okay, brilliant. Just while we're pouring these, this is actually, so if you can see that, Vim, this is the Hope tasting glass.
Oh, very good.
That's from our first tasting session. I've used that in every session since. So that's the Craic beer tasting glass. That's always been there. So
I spotted at the beginning that you had it there. I was very, very proud.
yeah.
It's good for the nose.
So what do we have here, Richie?
So we've got Grunt. This is one of our core range. It's actually.
Mine was a bit lively there, Richie.
Sorry.
Mine was a bit lively there.
Mine wasn't. So there must be it must be a pouring issue. So yeah, Grunt is one of our core range. I think it's our the most interesting in a way of our core range, because it's got some spicing going on. It's basically a kind of we're calling it a citrusy wheat beer. It's kind of something halfway between, I think, a Belgian wit and a saison. It's definitely got a good bit of wheat in there, about 40%. It's got those kind of lemony flavors. We do use some New World hopping as well. Sorry, not New World, American style kind of hopping for citrusy flavors. But we also add separate kind of flavors at bottling time. We make a kind of a tincture on the brew day. We leave it to infuse for the 3 weeks or so between brewing and packaging, and then we add it to the BBT, to the bright tank directly before packaging. So I think that gives it something a bit extra. It's got I don't know if people, I mean, it's obviously written on the label, but it'd be kind of fun to see if anyone wants to guess without cheating what the extra flavors are. I don't know.
We're gonna have to type it in, I suppose.
Yeah, it's gonna.
Yeah, we'll leave that for people. There's three extra flavors in there. They're not obvious, I think, but I did a tour once, and there was I think he was a German guy, got all three of them right off, and I don't.
No, it's close though. Coriander.
Yeah, coriander's close. You'd think coriander. No cloves, no coriander. Good guesses though. Green tea, he's getting close.
Oh.
There is something that is associated with tea, I think, that you'd normally only get in tea.
Mr. T.
Somebody's there asking what saisons are as a newbie. People keep mentioning saisons. That's a tough one, really, isn't it? Because it's a bit of a catch-all term. It's a hard thing to define. I mean, it's a beer that's brewed, in the farmhouses traditionally of southern Belgium, but because it's brewed by farmhouses, it was traditionally, pretty much anything goes. But they tended to be dry, reasonably bitter, thirst quenching, not too strong, maybe a little spicy. But like all Belgian beers, they'd often have sugars, spices, anything that was to hand thrown into them. So yeah, it's kind of complicated.
So you see there's plenty of guests coming in there. Chamomile, lemongrass, chocolate digestives, which is a phenomenal guess.
Wayne and Janice knew already, but yeah, lemongrass is correct. That's one of them.
So Thomas is asking what kind of yeast is used.
Well, and bergamot. Someone's got the other one of the other ones. Yeah, that's
Oh, yeah,
right.
Richard,
So
yeah.
bergamot's in there. What kind of yeast? Well, at the moment we use like a lot of breweries, and this is why we don't call it a saison anymore. We moved away from saison yeast because it can be very hard to control in the brew house. Once you get it's a diastatic yeast, and it eats a lot more sugars than most of the other yeasts, so it can cause real packaging problems if it gets into other beers. We moved away from it before I got there, but it's been replaced with a mixture of yeasts, basically to try and replicate the similar spicy kind of, I suppose, Belgian flavor. So we use one Belgian kind of European yeast, and we use one American yeast, and we blend them together to try and not have it being too kind of estery and fruity, but also having a bit of that Belgian flavor. Excuse me.
Brilliant. I realised we've jumped straight into the beer without really speaking about the brewery too much. Vim, do you want to take us on a bit of a history tour of Hope, and tell us about your story to date?
Yeah, of course. Hope beer brewed its first beer on June 2016, so 4 years ago now. We kind of started the brewery, or the idea of a brewery, a year before that, and we brewed our beers with Richie and Jonathan Spielberg, who had kind of a brewery for other people. And Richie brewed our first beers, which was Handsome Jack, the Pass If You Can, and the Grunt on the brew kit in Bloombridge in Industrial Estate in Dublin. And then we moved on from there. We bought the brewery in later that year, and it was installed on the 1st of April, and we brewed our first beers on the 1st of June. And we stuck with those 3 beers. So we've been going now for 4 years. We made a big change last year when we said, okay, nobody wants to drink beer out of 33 cl bottles anymore, so let's put our beers in cans as well. And that's really helped our retail sales tremendously. We started off with Mark Nixon. Some of you guys might know him as our head brewer. And Mark left us to start his own career. He has his own beer brand now, and he worked with Loughran's for a while, but then at the moment he's back with O'Hara's. And that's when Richie joined us, and Phil Bizzell is also one of our brewers, and Johnny Gantley, who some of you might know as your friendly bartender in a lot of the craft beer bars in town. We've 7 or 8 people really, as Richie said, 3 brewers, 2 guys in sales and on the road. We do most of our distribution ourselves. So we have one small distributor called Cassidy Wines, but all the other deliveries and distribution we do ourselves. So we have 2 guys very busy on the road selling and delivering beer. And then I do the admin, and we have another person for marketing. And that's our team, and it's gone really well. The whole COVID situation, of course, was very difficult. We effectively lost 72% of our customer base on sales last year. So the bars, the restaurants, we sell quite a lot of beer to restaurants, but also exports and beer festivals and a bit of contract brewing was all gone. But the retail sales, the off licenses and supermarkets. So you guys have been really keeping us very, very busy. And I think it was 2 weeks ago that for the first time ever, all our 10 tanks, we have 10 40-hect tanks, were all full with Hope beer. We've had them all full before, but it wouldn't have been all with our own beer. So, I hope it'll continue and we can add the kegs then onto it, and we'll have a very busy brewery for the rest of the year with a bit of luck.
That's good to hear. Good to hear we're keeping you busy. I'd say you touched on kind of moving away from the 330ml bottles to cans. I'd say that decision now has paid off in bucket loads with, I suppose, the difficulty of logistics in delivering bottles as opposed to cans.
It's not just the difficulty in delivering them, Brian. People don't want beers in bottles out of retail as much as they do out of cans. So we still do the bottles. We sell them predominantly to restaurants and to retailers in Clontarf. If you live in Clontarf, you can still get our bottles, but that's about it. So we also had them in 33 bottles, which is a great size for restaurants, but retail really wanted the 500ml bottles, and we never did them. We can't do them. Our bottling line doesn't facilitate that. So we're thrilled that we went on to cans. It has really given our retail sales a big boost.
Yeah, very good. I'm looking at Sean's commentary. I don't know if you've seen it.
Yeah, I think Vim should answer that.
Yeah.
What was it?
He wants to know, Vim, who, seeing as we have a twin brewery in the Netherlands, is that the evil twin? And how do they know that we're not the evil twin?
The brewery in Holland is owned by a guy called Paul Ritico, and Paul is a very good friend of mine. I grew up with him. We were roommates when we were in college, and he had a very successful dentistry business, and then sold that and decided to invest in a brewery. He invested in a brewery brand called Bruegem, but very quickly he kind of saw a market for craft beer in Holland, and he set up the brewery there, and then also encouraged me really to invest in a brewery together with him here in Ireland. So he's not an evil twin. He's a business partner, and he is. We share some things, so there's a bit of synergies there between Hoop and Hope, and we don't really share beer recipes. They're more on the best style beers, whereas we're more on the American style beers. But we do have a lot of sharing. He has exactly the same brew kit as we have. We both have a Caspari brew kit, and so if there's any issues with that, we can help each other. We also have similar branding, so things like bottle caps, we both have the same bottle caps, and we use the same brand designer, which is a friend of ours based in Amsterdam. So it works. There's a lot of synergies there.
Brilliant.
Yeah, it was really handy. We all went to visit earlier on in the year, the brewers and Vim, and they had some problems with their kit. We had separate ones with ours, and we were able to kind of help each other out because, like Vim said, we have exactly the same brew house. So we could say, does it do that when you do this? And they're like, no, there must be something, whatever it was. So it's really handy to have a kind of a twin, so to speak.
Yeah.
We have no interest in their brewery. So Hope Dublin is a standalone operation. Other than that, Paul is an investor in our business here.
Yeah, very good. I think it's if anyone can tell us how do we detect who the evil twin is out of the two, then please let us know. I think that's a Simpsons joke, Vim, that there's always, when there's twins, there's always one good one, one evil one. So we need to figure out who's who. So let me see.
It's obvious.
yeah, it is. It's obvious. Dave is saying not generally.
Such bastards.
Yeah. Dave's generally not a fan of the wheat beers or saison, but absolutely loving the grunt. So that's always good to hear.
Oh,
good. Let me see.
Yeah, it's strange, Brian. Like this grunt is, of all our beers, it's our least selling beer, and I think people kind of walking down a shelf stay away from wheat beer, and I think they stayed away from a saison even more, and that's why we changed the name as well to a wheat beer. And but it is a lovely, gorgeous drinking beer. There's a lot of flavour to it. We're very into food pairings, and this beer when we started out, we kind of developed it that it would be nice with fish. And if you have some seafoods such as crab claws, even oysters, scallops, it's really nice with that. The citrusy flavors from the tincture, together with the dryness of the beer through the yeast and through the wheat, just makes it a lovely beer to drink with fish.
Yeah,
and
brilliant.
a lot of the restaurants will suggest it on their menu as a great beer to have with fish.
Yeah, that's brilliant. That's kind of led nicely into my next point. It's like, I know a big part of your brand and your ethos in general is your food pairings. So I don't know, does that guide your brews in terms of thinking what would go well with food, or would you think what beer will we make and then what does that pair with?
Well, definitely for the start, it was really guidance to have 3 beers that each would go with something different. And the Handsome Jack is quite a full flavor beer, going well with barbecue and steaks and pizzas. The Pass If You Can was we called it blonde ale, now we call it a pale ale. It was a bit of a sweeter beer that was nice with spicy food and chicken kind of dishes. And then the Grunt was nice with seafood. I don't know if anybody remembers the first beer festival we were ever at was in the RDS, and the guy who helped us with the first 3 beers is a Canadian guy who lives in Holland, close to Hopfully Brewery, and his name is Derek Walsh. And he's also often a judge on these big beer competitions. And he helped us design the beer. But he also had great cheese pairings with it. So the Grunt, we had an old Dutch Gouda cheese with cumin seeds in it. And the combination of the cumin seeds and the spices in the beer was just wonderful. And so we were serving little bits of cheese at this tiny little stand that we had at the RDS festival, and we were thrilled with ourselves.
Brilliant. I have a quick one from Darren here. I see back in the comments. He was wondering, is the limited edition oatmeal IPA coming back? That's
people really like that. I get asked that a lot. It was before my time, but there was still some around when I got there, and it was a lovely beer. I mean, in general, our limited editions are proper once-offs. We do them once. We might do something similar another time. So yeah, you never know. We might do another oatmeal IPA, definitely, because I think it was very popular.
You use oats in quite a few of our beers, Richie.
We do, yeah. We use a lot of oats in Hop On, which is still our best-selling, I think, beer. It's only in cans, but we sell quite a lot of them every week, and quite a bit of it on draft as well. We put about we put 50 kilos of oats into that for each batch. So it's a fair amount of oats, mostly for mouthfeel and body, because it's a session beer. So we want to boost the mouthfeel a little bit. Otherwise, it could be a bit thin. And we've done oats. We've put oats in stouts before, things like that, obviously. So yeah, we could do it again. It was a very nice beer, something similar anyway.
We do use the limited editions to try and see what would work. So our Underdog Lager started its life as a limited edition, and so really did the Hop On. Yeah, well done. The Hop On also was our first limited edition ever. Was a session IPA, and we kind of used that as the basis for the Hop On like we have it now. And so we do kind of use the concepts of limited editions to either make it a seasonal, and I don't know if anybody has I saw a comment on our Brewdog collaboration. So our summer seasonal beer this year is based on the Brewdog collaboration that we did just before the 15th of March. That was meant to go into kegs, Martin, and obviously that didn't happen. And then we put it into into the cans, and were able to convince Brewdog that we could use their label on our beer, and that gave it an extra bit of a story and a bit of marketing feel.
Yeah, it was a real shame that it didn't make it to tap, because both Patrick is the brewer at the Outpost, and he actually hasn't managed to brew a beer there yet, because before the lockdown they were still waiting to get their license fully, so all the kit's there ready to go, and he was desperate to get a beer done. So that's how it came about. He wanted to come and brew a beer. We sat down. It turned out we had very similar ideas on what IPAs should look like, and so we had a great day, and it was deliberately made at 5.7 percent, because the rule on the Brewdog bar is once it's 5.9, it goes into a smaller glass like this. So if it's under 5.9, you can have a pint. So he was adamant that he wanted it in a pint glass.
Nice, strategic.
So yeah.
I'm thinking, will we move on to summer seasonal?
Yeah.
So what have we got here? This is my very first tasting of this beer now.
Yeah.
Well, it only came out this week, Brian, and we delayed the introduction of the beer a little bit so that we could have it here at the beer festival, really for the first time. And it's been in the shops now since Thursday, I think, but obviously we shipped it to you already, either at the start of this week or at the end of the week before. So it really is very new to the market. We do a summer seasonal beer every year. I think this is our fourth. And last year we had a hop hash IPA, and so it really is up to Richie or the brewer every year to kind of come up with a nice drinkable summer beer. And this is the first time it's not an IPA but an American Pale Ale. But to be honest, I don't really see much of a difference in an American Pale Ale and an IPA, other than that this is 4.9%. So
we took it down.
The imagery has pretty much been the same from the start, only the beer has been different every year.
And the winter seasonal has the same sort of imagery as well, except it's dark and raining. On the
yeah, I saw the black IPA, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was the black IPA this year.
And Hoop have one as well. In fact, they have. Well, which one is that? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Hoop have a spring beer. They do a bock beer in spring, which is very popular in Holland and Germany, obviously. And in autumn, I don't know exactly what they do, but in winter they have a kind of a stout or a porter with rum in it and stuff like that. Yeah.
I see you're getting a lot of love for the labels here and the smell. Great labels on Farmer's Tan, like on the beer label. What did I see there? Brian said goes great with Zoom. It's brilliant. Yeah. That was a nice touch to add into that.
Thank you. Yeah.
Very good. So, Richie,
will you talk us through this beer?
Yeah. So basically, like Finn mentioned already, it's not a million miles from the Brewdog collaboration, and the reason for that is I just really like bitter IPAs, bitter pale ales. I think Ruben commented there that it was a nice bitter IPA, and I guess I'm a bit out of step with trend, but you can't help your taste. Everything is very sweet these days. There's a lot of pastry, everything, and a lot of lactose and dextrins thrown into everything. But I like a beer I find it drinkable. I find it, when it's got that bitterness at the back of your throat, I just find that very refreshing. So that's what we decided to do this year. We took it down a little bit in strength because the Brewdog one was up tending towards 6%. And talking to Des and Tom, who sell the beer for us, they thought that it might be better for a summer seasonal if we had something a bit more down below 5. So more or less, though, we had the same idea. You know, we wanted something with the kind of West Coast flavors, not something sweet, not something murky. You know, something reasonably clear. And you know, we use classic hops. We use Centennial. We use Citra, and we use a little bit of Chinook in the kettle as well, which I think brings a little bit of spice to it. Chinook is a hop which I've always rated, especially for the boil, because I think a lot of people think that, you know, kettle hops don't matter that much. If you boil something for, you know, 70, 80 minutes, it doesn't really matter. But Chinook, I always find that character kind of lasts through the boil. So that's what we were thinking. We dry hopped it along the similar sort of along similar lines to hop on, you know. So it's a highly dry hopped beer. We use the same sort of dry hops more or less as we do in the Whirlpool. So it's, you know, it's not, you know, maybe it's not a beer that, it's not the sort of beer that someone has never had before, but I always think that if you do something well, it's kind of preferable to trying to find something that's, you know, new or faddy or something like that. So I don't know. I hope it goes down well. We've got some positive kind of positive kind of things from it already. So I'm delighted with it.
I can see a lot of love coming in the comments here anyway, saying make IPA bitter again, Wade and Jan. Sean is really enjoying it there. We'll come back to Sean's question in a second now about EBU and IBU, but I'm just going to quickly scan back up. A lot of love for the West Coast stuff. And Steve is asking for a black IPA comeback, which I fully endorse as well. That'd be fantastic. So the question about EBU and IBU, I'll pass that over to you, Richie.
Well, as I understand it, and maybe I can be open to correction, definitely, but I thought in practice they're the same, but it's the difference in an international bittering unit and I think a European bittering unit. I might be wrong, and I'm sure if I am wrong,
I think that's the difference, Richie. And this was our Canadian Dutch, very particular, opinionated, and I hope he's not on, beer consultant at the time, who said, no, it's EBU. And I know most people use IBU, but essentially, whatever we calculate to get the bitterness, it's exactly the same measuring as what you use for IBU.
Yeah. I think you said it is European and international. That's the way they do it. It's the terminology for it. Let me see. Okay, so I'm curious now. I see a lot of side talk going on about getting beers in Dublin Airport, which is always good. The Hope beers. CJ Drury's asking, how easy is it to source this beer in off licenses, the summer seasonal? I know it's only just come out.
It should be.
Well, you definitely get it in. I think we put up a list there. Let me see. There's about 15 shops that got supplied this week. Obviously, it's really easy to get on the north side. Because that's where we're strongest, and that's where we have a lot of our customers, such as McHugh's and Martin's. But the Malloy store should have it. I just saw an order coming in from O'Brien's, but they didn't take it yet. So I'm hoping that we can get it into O'Brien's as well. But a lot of the off-fresh might have it as well. Barnhill Stores on the south side has turned into a great customer of ours. Let me see. I might get back to that in a second, Brian.
Yeah, no problem. I might ask Cyril to ask where he is in the country. Are Beer Cloud stocking it as well?
Yes.
Yeah, so the Beer Cloud can distribute everywhere.
Liam got a few extra cases, so he should have it on his Beer Cloud as well. And I'm sure Craft Central will carry it as well at some stage.
Brilliant. So I see there's a good few people coming. Malloy's have it in Tala. Again, Airport, Hope Beers, McHugh's fantastic. Pora got some in carry out Tyrrellstown this morning.
Oh, cool.
And a lot of love for the beer coming in here.
I saw Dublin South there, Barnhill Stores in Barnhill Road. I think that's Killiney. That's the south side.
Right. We could be here looking through your stockist for a while. I'm curious, when we had our last chat, we had some, we remember we opened it out to suggestions of what we'd like you to brew next, or kind of ideas for new beers. And we had some interesting ones and some really interesting ones. Have any of them made it through, or what have you got in the pipeline?
Not a patch on Cahill's bacon and cabbage beer.
Yeah.
But I can't remember. Do you remember, Brian, because we do things all the time. I mean, we've got as well as our limited editions, we also have a 200-liter pilot kit, which is essentially the sort of thing which, if there's plenty of home brewers here, the kind of larger home brew setup. It's we've got 2 nice conical vessels, we've got a separate BBT, and we've got a 2-pot electrical kind of brew house system, which we like to do proper experiments on. And all 3 of us would do that, the 3 brewers, and often that'll either go to festivals with us, because essentially we'll get maybe 4 kegs of beer, 5 kegs of beer out of it. So it'll go to festivals, or it'll go down to the likes of the Underdog. We did a rum double on it before Christmas. So that sort of stuff could end up on the pilot kit, definitely. And then if something goes well on the pilot kit, it could become one of our limited editions.
Well, our next limited edition was just brewed yesterday, or the day before yesterday, by Richie.
Yeah. It's we did a sour a while back. That was one of the ones that we tasted, and we've done another sour because I think there's a bit of an appetite for sour beers over the summer. So it's in the tank at the moment, and it's gone well.
Yeah, excellent. The last sour was fantastic. Obviously, it was really, really good. Can you divulge any more information on it, or is it
I don't
sour?
know. Should it be a secret?
Yes, you can.
Yeah, it's so it's actually pretty exciting. We're doing a slightly different method to normally. There's the kettle souring method where you use lactobacillus in the kettle and pre-sour the wort and then ferment it as normal. This time we've used a new yeast strain that the Wicklow Hop Company are selling. I think it's isolated from a wine yeast, and it instead of producing CO2 and ethanol as most brewers' yeasts would do, it produces CO2 and lactic acid. But it only consumes simple sugars. So the idea is you brew your beer as normal, put it into the fermenter, and then you pitch this lactic acid producing yeast, which chomps through the simple sugars, which form about maybe 15% of the sugars in the wort. And then it can't do anything more, because that's all it can consume. And then you put in your normal yeast afterwards. So essentially you get the same kind of thing as a kettle sour with high levels of lactic acid, which make it taste sour, but you don't have to tie up the whole brew house for 2 or 3 days, which you normally do if you're doing a kettle sour. So yeah, Dorothy, yeah, there is fruit. I was getting to the fruit. There is going to be raspberry and gooseberry.
Oh, nice.
So we love the color that raspberry does, and yeah, so the color is going to be nice and red, but the gooseberry is going to be give it a little bit extra, we hope. Wayne and Janice want a straight up goza. Yeah, we actually, Phil said something similar. So Phil and myself were discussing, and Tom, who does our sales as well, we were all saying, could we just do a goza that doesn't have any fancy flavors? It's just straight up, and maybe we will do that if this works out. It's going to make sours a lot easier to produce, so you could see more sours from us, I guess.
Brilliant. They're doing some phenomenal stuff in the Wicklow Hops Company there. I only saw that sour strain this morning. I think they posted about it. I was intrigued as soon as I saw it. So it's good to hear you're experimenting with it anyway.
Yeah, we actually.
Third Barrel have done one with it. And who else did we taste, Richie?
Beer Hut or Brew Hut? Which is it?
Oh, Beer Hut, yeah.
Up in
yeah, was there a raspberry one? Is it?
Yeah, so it was actually really cool. I had the Stone Barrel one or the Third Barrel one, and I wanted to taste another one. And Philip told me that that they'd just done one up there. So he gave me Andrew's number. I called him. He's a lovely guy. He talked all about it to me. I picked his brain for ages, and he sent us down some cans of it, which was really decent of him because it's not on the market yet. So we popped them open there in the brewery during the week, and you know, it was a lovely beer.
Brilliant.
So yeah, shout out to him. He's a really decent guy.
Yeah, that's good to hear.
So, yeah.
Excellent. I think people are excited about the sour anyway, gooseberry in particular. Yeah, amazing. You didn't go out and pick any sea buckthorn yet, did you, Richie?
No, I thought it was a great idea because I was over back in the summer, or maybe last autumn. I went to Galway and I went to a lovely restaurant called Loam, which was really cool, really fancy restaurant, and they do a lot of kind of foraged stuff. And I had this sea buckthorn made into a kind of some sort of jelly or something, I don't remember. And I thought, wow, you know, it's so tart, it would be great in a sour. And then I realized that Shane had done it with Dot. And then I saw his post on doing it. And in foraging all of the stuff that he needed, he cut his arms to absolute shreds because of all the thorns on the sea buckthorn. So I thought again about it. I thought maybe it's not the best idea, or at least we'll go and get someone else to forage it for us.
Yeah. I brought that up actually. We had Shane, Mikey and Peter on a couple of weeks after you guys came on for the beer chats, and I brought up that story, and he wasn't impressed. He said you weren't committed enough.
I think he thinks I'm a bit soft. He brews a lot of his beers in our brewery, and I always joke with him because there's always some technique or some ridiculous ingredient or something that's going to make my life hell whenever he comes along with a recipe. And I look at it and I go, oh, this is going to be another 16-hour brew day.
Yeah.
But yeah, I love Shane. He's a great guy.
Yeah, he's very good. It's fascinating to hear him talk as well. He's he's so interesting. Yeah, so I'm looking. We're coming up with a few minutes left here. I'll ask it out again. What beers people would like to see you guys brew? I have to say that the lager you brought out as well, the limited edition 1516, was it? Absolutely cracking beer as well. Yeah, really good stuff.
Yeah, thanks.
That was lovely. Let me see. Richard saying,
well, we're looking forward to using our pilot kit again, because the pilot kit really is for keg only, and obviously we haven't put beer in a keg since March, and hopefully we're going to have a meeting now on Monday to talk about how we're going to get our keg stock back up again to have fresh beer. But yeah, it's the pilot kit is fantastic to brew a couple of one-off beers for 4 or 5 kegs, and either drink them ourselves or put them into a couple of the craft beer bars. Brilliant,
yeah. I think there was a lot of requests for Belgian beers in general. I think the last time.
Yeah, that's right, and I guess that's something that we'll do on the pilot again. Like we did the. I'm a big fan. Obviously, it's my favorite kind of family of beers. But we did the rum double, the double that we'd aged on rum oak chips. That turned out pretty well, even though it's kind of quite hard to do a genuine kind of European style beer on the pilot kit because it doesn't have the controlled mash temperature that we do on the main kit, so it makes it a bit more difficult. But yeah, we definitely want to do some more, and I think Vim is keen on them. Coming from the continent, that maybe we just try something like a triple, or something in that kind of style. So I'd love to do that. The worry would just be, Belgian beers have a lot of fans, but they don't tend to sell very well. So you just worry if you made a whole 2,000 liters of it, would you be able to shift it? That's the real worry, I guess.
Yeah. I'm looking at some terrible puns here. We had the puns with Rascals earlier. Thomas lives in Derry, by the way, so his main hope outlet is Dublin Airport. So he's asking for a Dublin Airport collab beer. Pint of Clane, says Dorothy.
We were very close to that, Brian.
Really?
We were very close. Yeah. We were working with Marquette on kind of expanding the whole Dublin Airport brewery concept, and it didn't happen in the end. But we were very close. There's Dublin Airport have beehives So we were going to do a honey beer in collaboration with Dublin Airport, and obviously pour it in Marquette. But the whole project kind of fell a little bit down, and obviously they have not been very busy the last couple of months. So that wasn't very far away. The airport collab beer, that was really on the cards at one stage.
Yeah, well,
an airport beer brewed on the pilot kit. I like that. Very good.
Yeah, nice, Richard. Very good. We'll finish up here with Donald's last question. What about a whiskey aged beer or barrel aged?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I've both Phil and myself have done them before in previous jobs, and I have a good bit of experience with it from Boyne. But I think we could definitely do it. We've done some big stouts, or we've done some stouts already, and I think a stout would be lovely. Stouts go really nicely in whiskey barrels. Obviously, whiskey barrels are a bit of a heartbreaker though, because they leak. You don't realize they're leaking until the day after you fill them. But I think we could definitely try it, but we'd need to be. I think that sort of thing goes better in the winter, because in the summer you just spend all day trying to fight the fruit flies away from the barrels, and it's a bit of a nightmare. But now, not all whiskey barrels leak. I wasn't saying that, but you don't know which ones do until you fill them. That's the problem. And there's always a couple.
Yeah, there's always a few.
Yeah.
Lads, I think we're on 6 o'clock now, so we'll start to wrap it up there. Just thanks so much for joining in, as always. Thanks so much for coming on board, Vin. You're always so receptive to the wacky schemes I throw at you every now and again. So thanks a million, as always. And I suppose, do you have any final comments for our illustrious audience here?
It's lovely to see everybody, especially the people I know, and I hope I see them all in person soon enough. And thanks a million, Brian, for hosting it. This is fun again, as usual. It was great to talk to everybody and hear comments, and especially pleased that people are liking the summer session.
Brilliant.
Yeah, same for me, Brian. Thank you very much again. And you've been a great promoter of the whole industry, and I think, like Carl said before, like we all, what you're doing for craft beer, and it's brilliant. I don't believe any of these stories that craft beer has plateaued as a percentage of the market share. I think craft beer is really growing, and there is more and more people like us here, 100 people online, that are loving beer with great flavors. And I think the future for craft beer is fantastic, and it's also thanks to you and everybody here that we're making this happen. So please stick with us, and we'll stick with you.
Brilliant. Thanks a million, Vim. Thanks again, Richie. That was brilliant.
Thanks,
and I'm delighted. Well, actually, I haven't really been able to see the other screens here, but I think this was less eventful than our last one anyway. So
Thank God for that.
But we had a few Zoom bombers on our very first session, so we've learned a lot since then anyway. So it's good that we've had none here today anyway.
Good. You can hear me, Brian? You can?
Yeah, we can indeed. Yeah. How are things with you?
Things are good, man. Yeah. Just had a bit of a nap in the afternoon there, and I was taking it easy, to be honest. It's Saturday, it's been a hectic week. So I just had a little snooze, and I said, I've got to get on this festival buzz now. So here I am. Yeah, lovely to be here. Thanks for the invitation, and let's get involved. And yeah, things are good. How are things with you?
Yeah, good. Thanks. Good. I'm glad you're all rested now, so you're full energy.
Oh, absolutely, 100%, ready to go.
What I'm going to do, Darren, I'm going to grab the beer out of the fridge. So while I'm doing that, do you want to just say a quick hello and introduce yourself to our audience? Sure.
Cheers. So I'm Darren Murphy. I probably bumped into some of you guys at festivals, events, and what have you. And you may know me from Blacks. I'm working with the guys with Sam and Maud. I'm sure you guys have met or heard of Sam and Maud Black for about 2 years now. I'm brand ambassador with Blacks. And we're a lovely team of beer enthusiasts and drinks enthusiasts based in Kinsale in County Cork, So we're down on the coast there in Cork, and normally which place which would be buzzing right now in the beginning of summer, but obviously a little quieter than normal. Yeah, and they're a great bunch of people to work with. They're great team, nice bunch of brewers there as well. Ronan Russell is leading the team there. You guys might know Ronan as well. And yeah, it's a fantastic place to work, to be honest. It's kind of like, if you love beer and you like working with good people who are enthusiastic about beer, then it's a super place to be. So yeah, that's kind of who we are. And I guess we're most well known for KPA. This guy, that's the flagship brand. So that's that's the one which kicked things off for Blacks in 2013. And I suppose the canned version is my favorite, the unpasteurized, unfiltered version. With it's really balanced, nice award-winning pale ale. We're delighted with that one, obviously. And we're very much an IPA kind of, I suppose, based brewery. We do a lot of IPAs, a lot of different styles in IPA, pale ale, and that, and a couple of sours and stouts along the way too. So that's kind of what we're at. Innovative, if we can, as innovative as we can within the IPA style, especially. Try to create beers that have a bit of character, something that stands out from the mass, and and try to be as creative as we can and as fun as we can along the way too. I mean, we did some beers with cannabis terpenes last year, which kind of was a fun thing to do. So we're always trying to be innovative and enjoy the ride, I suppose.
Yeah, brilliant, nice one. Cheers, Darren. I'm seeing a lot of love as well when you said that the Kinsale Pale Ale. A lot of love for the black IPA coming in here as well, and in the comments.
Yeah, they're kind of, I suppose, a pair, if you like.
Yeah.
They're like an odd couple sometimes. The pale ale is an all year round drinker. The black IPA is as well an all year round drinker, even though sometimes people may consider it to be a more winter style. But I drink it all year round. Both are great. Both at 5% ABV. Both kind of sit nicely together. The black IPA, great one. Kind of hybrid style. You guys know black IPA anyway. And it's not too massive on the bitterness. Nice kind of toasty and licorice notes and that. So yeah, great beer as well.
Excellent. So tell us about this guy.
Ace of Haze, yeah.
What we got here today. The brand new.
So I suppose, look, New England and this kind of and cloudy and hazy IPAs are a lot of what's going on right now, and we decided, okay, that's definitely what we wanted to do, and it was great when you guys reached out for the festival because this one was in the pipeline. So yeah, we said let's go with that one. So it's a 4.2% ABV, so on the lower, on the sessionable side of IPAs, double dry hopped. So Simcoe, Citra, Mosaic. So I suppose more classic craft beer hops going on there. Well, actually, I'm going to crack one open there now as we're chatting about it. Sure, we may as well crack it open.
Absolutely.
And yeah, it's beautiful beer. I mean, we were delighted with it. This is only in the can a few weeks, so it's super fresh. And yeah, typically what you'd expect: citrusy notes, stone fruit, bit herbal. And loads of the double dry hopping coming through there as well, So for the brewers in the gang here, you'll all know about double dry hopping anyway. But it's all in the later stages of brewing and in the whirlpool and that and in the fermenters rather than in the boil. So trying to aim for a whole load of aroma, obviously a whole load of hop flavor, and a bit lower on the bitterness. Then So I think it's around 45 IBU, which is actually maybe slightly higher than some New England's, but the double dry hopping comes through. And yeah, we were really delighted. And it has this kind of, I suppose, Telltale Blacks stamp on it, There's this high drinkability and a little bit of dryness at the end as well. So yeah, we're delighted. But I suppose we love the beer, but I'd be really happy to hear what people have to say, what comments people have about the beer and what they think of it as a nice New England IPA. Cheers, lads.
Cheers. I can see the comments coming in saying, Dorothy, wow, it's delicious. Andrew, this is lovely. Really, really nice comments coming in. Cathal was asking, what hops did you say you used for this one?
So Simcoe, Citra, and Mosaic, cryo hops. And as I said, double dry hopped. So, and the cryo hops are are fantastic products where you're getting great bang for your buck, and loads of hop flavor and aroma. So yeah, we're a fan of the cryo hopping. Citra, obviously pretty citrusy led, Mosaic giving you some citrus and stone fruit and a bit of herbal, and Simcoe similar, and some tropical fruit aromas coming through from Simcoe there as well, and some stone fruit. So yeah, a lot of fruitiness, and yeah, a lot of flavor, a lot of aroma. Is there anything else going on in here? Maybe I missed something. Maybe a bit Melanie as well. Anyone maybe picking up on that as well?
Who's Melanie?
Yeah, she's a nice girl. She lives around the corner. Don't tell my missus.
Just at the comments here, yeah, no, super stuff. Getting really, really lovely feedback. I don't know if you can see them there coming in, Darren.
Awesome.
Loads of flavour, and yeah, another one as we touched on before with the lower ABV beers, a huge amount of flavour in there for 4.2%.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose, like, especially for time of year, we thought sessionable. Let's make it high drinkability again. And the market there's a lot of, I think the market is screaming for, sessionable IPAs. You want to still have your aroma, you want to still have your flavor, but you might just want to have a couple more, as well. So, yeah, it's great. It's quite a sessionable one. Now, I've nothing against higher ABV beers either. Sometimes they're great, but I suppose there's a bit of a skill, which I think the lads have done well in getting your flavor, especially your flavor in there, and getting a nice body as well on the lower ABV. I know there's wheat and oats used in the brew there as well, so just to give that bit of body, bit of smoothness. So I think they've achieved a really good beer here, and I'm certainly enjoying it anyway.
Yeah, big time. Can you see the comments, Darren, as they're coming in? Just so you know for yourself, there's so many positive ones. I don't know. There's no point in me reading them all out. They're just saying they're all absolutely fantastic. Like really, really.
Thanks
good.
For all the love, guys. We really appreciate it. I mean, especially in the times that we're in right now, because I think, because I don't want to harp on too much now about COVID and that, because we're here to have fun. But supporting local, buying local, supporting Irish industry, supporting your local brewery, all these things are going to be really important. They're more important than ever. They were always important, but they're going to be more important than ever. I suppose luckily enough, yeah, we've got a nice following. I hope people like what we do. It seems the comments are supporting that anyway, and that we really appreciate your support. So if you have been drinking our beers over the last, since 2013, but especially over the last while, thanks a million. We really appreciate it, because it's keeping us all in jobs. I mean, we weren't really sure, maybe 3 months ago what was going to happen. I certainly wasn't. I was a guy trying to sell beer to a whole lot of pubs and restaurants and hotels, and thinking, okay, hey, what's going to happen here? Is my boss going to ring me up and say, hey, Darren, you're doing great, but there's no keg sales going on. So I suppose we've been really lucky in the in the off trade side of things. We thank God. Hopefully that'll continue. And we did open a web shop as well. And also connected with guys like Beer Cloud and what have you, and try to develop that side of the business, whereby we can sell more packaged beer. Cans obviously is what we're drinking today, and I think that we have moved slightly towards cans. I mean, I showed you the KPA can. This was one we did at the start of the year, this year 2020 Vision, to celebrate 1,000 brews of blacks. That's a triple IPA, so that was a really cool one. We did a nice one, lemonade stand, which was with cannabis terpenes in there. So kind of a lemon haze and lemonade terpenes. Most recently, we did a grapefruit radler as well. So these are all kind of summery. The last two anyway are quite summery beers. So we've kind of moved quite a lot towards the 440, I suppose, format, which is pretty cool craft format, and for the quality beer as well. I'd be a proponent of cans. For freshness and no light getting in and all that, and they're also more environmentally friendly, and there's loads of positives. They're easier to transport, easier to stack if you're a guy who's running an off license, and so on and so forth. So I think that's a movement of what we've continued to do, and started and will continue to do. But there will still be some 500ml glass as well format going on. So that's kind of what we've been at. And yeah, the web shop's been great for us, really. I spend a lot of my days with the guys in Kinsale, and in a warehouse, packing stuff up and getting it out to customers. There's a whole logistics side to that as well. But we're just starting to see huge excitement from the news on Friday that the draft side of the business is hopefully going to kick off. So we'll be, trying to encourage orders as soon as we can, and we'll have some new beers hopefully for the summer season as well. I think we'll do another New England IPA, probably slightly different hops in that one. I think we're going to go with Idaho 7 Strata in this kind of direction. So newer kind of craft beer hops going on. So that should be an exciting one as well. Probably keep the ABV in a similar bracket, lowish bracket. And keep going that way. I think we've got a tropical IPA as well in the pipeline. So some nice kind of summery, cool stuff coming down the line, which hopefully we'll be able to get a little bit into keg as well for the on-trade. Fingers crossed, Brian.
Yeah, brilliant.
Yeah,
you talked about getting the web shop up and running, and as far as I'm aware, I haven't fact checked this at all, but I think you guys might have been the first getting the mini kegs out. I remember seeing that the Black Swans came out kind of a bit ahead. You were how did that come about? Like,
thanks.
Obviously it was in reaction to
nice.
what was going on.
I just seen some pictures there with someone with a rocket ship mini keg. Yeah.
Oh really?
Yeah. So yeah, we did. Look, I mean, straight up, we had beer in tanks, man. We had beer that was, supposed to be going out. It was kind of just before Paddy's Day or whatever. We had stuff which we were planning to send into the domestic market in keg, and some for export in keg as well. And it's just like, okay, hey, what the hell are we going to do here? Because cash flow is the lifeblood of any business, and when your money is tied up in a whole load of fantastic beer, but the market you thought you had for it suddenly evaporates. We kind of had to get our thinking caps on, and say, okay, what are we going to do here? And we started the web shop. It seemed to, it went pretty well. I mean, there were hiccups as well, no doubt about it. It was definitely a learning curve. We had, numerous things between administration and couriers, and anyone who's involved in online stuff would be well aware of that. But you kind of try and just learn and get better and better at it. And one of the things which, in fairness, Sam Black was a very creative guy. He said, look, I'm after ordering some of these 5-liter mini kegs, and look, let's see how they go. And straight up, they're a pain in the ass from the brewery side, like, because they're, there's a whole filling thing which is going on. So instead of filling a 30, you're filling into a 5, and then you've got to reset and make sure and make sure. Yeah, it's trickier. It's trickier. Let's put it like that. But we shouldn't be complaining too much, because it's really helped us to sell beer, which we had. And we've had a great reaction from it. It's a really fun format. I suppose you kind of have the next best thing to your draft experience at home. And I mean, one of the first things was like, people were asking us, will it fit in my fridge, And, they do, so that's cool. They fit nicely. You might have to rearrange a few shelves in your fridge, but they'll fit in there nicely, and you can get your draft experience at home, or if you're doing a little barbecue or whatever outside with we're from Monday, I think we're allowed to be with 6 other people, aren't we? So if you have one and you could share it with 6, it'd be fantastic. Little mini session there, So yeah, they've been good. Yeah.
Brilliant. Tell us about the Radler. That it's obviously just come out. I saw someone commented on it saying it's a great idea, great strategy to go down that route, in terms of it's not a lot out there for craft beer drinkers. So tell us a little bit about it. And sorry, I'll be back in 2 seconds as well. My dog's
take your time, man. Take your time. Yeah, I mean, I suppose it was kind of a culmination of, again, looking at the lower ABV trend, looking at what's going on in the market a little bit, and maybe thinking, okay, how could we create a Radler which would appeal to the craft beer drinker as well? So we decided, okay, let's pretty much cut out any extra sugar or anything like that, So we decided, okay, let's do it at a lower ABV. I think it's a 3.8. So actually, it's not so low for a Radler, but 3.8. So there's a little bit going on there. Let's take away the sweetness altogether. Let's concentrate as much as we can on getting loads of aroma in there, and then a nice kind of citrusy flavor as well, which sits nicely with the lager, I think we achieved a nice one. That's the can. I don't know if you guys have seen it around. Of course it's available on the web shop, and it'll be kind of filtering out into the off trade. So it's pink grapefruit Radler, and we used terpenes in this one, so we kind of started experimenting and becoming creative with the terpenes last year. Now they're not cannabis terpenes; it's just a terpene, which has pink grapefruit flavors in there and aromas, and it's just like they're just pretty much like essential oils. And there's a bit of a trick in getting them to infuse into the beer, because obviously oil and water aren't the best of friends, but there's a way of doing it all right. The lads I think have got a handle on it. And as we moved along, I think we found as well that we had to, try until we got the right balance, because the balance is important in that as well. And I think what we've achieved is really easy drinking, very, very kind of thirst quenching. You get a lot of the, I suppose, citrus peel, citrus oil kind of aroma going on, and then just a really nice kind of dry, clean flavor. It's awesome. They're lovely if you're thirsty. You get it nice and cold, and just bang one open and get it down you. They're great. They're lovely. They're lovely beer. And I suppose as well, we're always trying to see where we can push the boundary a little bit. And there was conversation from people we know about Radler, and the feedback's been good. I mean, I sent, I think it went into the 1601 off license in Kinsale, our local off license for the holiday weekend, and he's like, I sold 4 cases, man, off the bat. Like, it's been great. Do more. So like, but you never know. We thought, okay, we thought it was good. We believed in it. And so we're just waiting to hear back now from the kind of rest of the trade. And if it's going well, then we may look at doing, I don't know, another maybe lemon radler in the summer. Let's see what happens with that. But yeah, it's fun, and again, just to try and I suppose be creative in other ways, with beer as well, and the cans again, the 440 format's cool.
Yeah, so perfect size for them too. Yeah, a lot of comments about the Radlers here, just saying, Andrew saying mad how they're everywhere in Germany and they should be a huge summer drink. Again, yeah, Wayne and Jan saying the same. Richard, and Dorothy as well. Dorothy obviously kicked it off with the Radler discussion. Yeah, I mean, I used to live in Austria for 10 years, and the Stiegel, which is mentioned in the comments there, is brewed in Salzburg in Austria, so I'm no stranger to Radlers. And yeah, they are a big thing over there. I mean, the ironic thing, like, is the Radler is a fellow who's on his bike, Now, I'm not too sure if you should be having a few cans of this and getting on your bike. I'm not sure if that's politically correct these days anymore. But yeah, they're fun. They're fun style, especially in summer. Refreshing, fruity. Yeah, they're great. Brilliant. There was one there. Garrod is asking, who designs your cans? That's a good question, Garrod. I suppose most of the creativity that around design is in Sam Black's, I suppose, sphere. Now, I would pitch in with some stuff on that as well. And a couple of the other guys, one of my other colleagues, Paul, will be pitching in with design stuff for product as well. And then it's mostly around, I suppose, some ideas, some kind of moods and that, what we're trying to create. And then it goes off to design team, and they come back with suggestions for us, which sometimes you hit the nail on the head the first time, other times it gets batted back 2 or 3 times. Yeah, and we've just tried to be innovative with the cans as much as we can. I mean, the Ace of Haze obviously has this kind of with the Ace has this kind of card game thing going on, poker maybe. So yeah, we try to kind of tie into that a little bit. And yeah, there's loads of things you can do with that and be quite playful with your marketing regarding cards and casinos and what have you. So that was kind of a bit of the idea behind it. And yeah, with the Radler, it was fairly straightforward. I mean, we just wanted to concentrate on the freshness and the citrusy element. I mean, but it worked, and the kind of the little flow, I suppose, or splashes around the grapefruit there really helps to create the image of juiciness and refreshing and that. So yeah, we're just and it's a lot of fun actually. That side of the job is a whole lot of fun. So to answer the question, Sam Black is the guy who comes up with most of the ideas. I pitch in, and we have a design team as well which we outsource to. Yeah, brilliant. There's a lot of people seem to be about to jump on their bike now after this. Everyone's like, oh yeah, love it, Radler equals cyclist. Or Daniel saying, I can attest, do not cycle after 4 pints. I'm not recommending that, guys. I am not recommending that. I'm just, saying traditionally, maybe in like the 1970s in Central Europe there, some guy might have said, okay, I've got to take a bike home, so I'll have one of them instead of having a full-strength beer. But I think those days are probably gone, Yeah. Tommy was asking, is there any difference between a Radler and a Shandy?
That's a good question, Tommy. I think, well, originally I would have thought that it was probably a cultural thing. But the whole Radler, I suppose, in more modern times, the Radler has really developed into a product of its own, and it's something that you very much see in bottle format in Austria anyway. And so it's there's a really high level of quality control. It's coming out of the brewery in the I suppose levels of balance that the brewer really wants. So what you're getting in the bottle is a premium product often, and I suppose it might lack consistency when you say, if you go into your local and say, hey pal, any chance you could give me a lager shandy, it's probably a guy who opens a bottle of lemonade and pours it into your pint, or your kind of 3/4 full pint or whatever. So I would say it's probably not the same. These days, the Radlers become much more sophisticated product, much more quality product, much more consistent product. And Shandy is probably not so much that way. That's how I see it, but I'm open to correction. If other people have other opinions, please feel free to get on there and shout me down. But I think that's how I'd see it anyhow.
Yeah, there's a few people that have commented in there as well. Yeah, it seems to be kind of much along the same lines.
Very good.
Steve was asking if you're involved in the distillery side of the business, and will there be any own barrel-aged beers?
So I am involved in the distillery side of the business as well. Like we're a fairly small team, I think right now we're like about 7 people in Blacks, so you have to be a bit of an all-rounder. The distillery side of the business just shortly is an exciting development. Our stills are just commissioned this year, and I think we're about to put New Make Spirit into wood probably next week. So that's kind of where we're at. It's pretty early doors. We do have some sourced Blacks whiskey brands on the market as well, in small amounts. And will there be a crossover? Yeah, definitely. There's nothing concrete in the pipeline right now, but I could not imagine that there's any world that I'm living in that's involved with Blacks whereby we won't be, either creating beers which are aged in whiskey barrels, or aging or finishing whiskies in stout or IPA or God knows what. But yeah, there definitely will be. So there's a huge amount of scope for I suppose being creative with barrels, with wood, and with beers and spirits as well, and rum as well. We have the only Irish rum, as far as I know, still on the market. So, and we did produce a rum finished in a single malt whiskey barrel, for example. So those kind of things, and in the beer side of the business as well, we definitely will get creative with that. Yeah. So I'd say the answer there is 99.9% yes.
Excellent. Porg is asking, are you still making a drop of moonshine?
Drop.
Porg, I think Porg sent me a picture of a bottle a while ago, and it was possibly moonshine in it, and it may have originated.
Possibly.
It's all hypothetical. I don't know.
Well, what I will say on that one is, we with the new stills that we have, there's a whole load of opportunity to produce an array of spirits. Right now, we're concentrating on single malt and pot still, New Make Spirit for whiskey, which will be ready down the line. We do have an investors program, founders program. So those guys have their priorities first to get their whiskey made and make sure their investment is underway. And after that, then I'm sure we will have some different products. I don't know if moonshine will be in there, but I'm sure there'll be other products coming down the line, but that's a step-by-step process. So I can't give you a definitive answer on that, but there will be new stuff coming, yeah.
Brilliant. This is an absolutely super beer. This is my first time trying it. A lot of people as well. It only just came out, and it was great to get it in the box. Thanks so much for making it available for us, and it's brilliant. I think so many people are enjoying it.
Delighted.
Yeah, I see the comments coming in. We're pretty much coming up on half now, but I'll ask just why not? To see what people would like to see Blacks brew next. And
Go on, give us a whirl.
Yeah, see what comes out of that. But yeah, super beer. You guys, you must be so proud of that. For as like, I don't want to keep harping on about it, but a 4.2% beer to be that flavorful, that jam packed full of flavor and sessionable as well. It's incredible.
Cheers, man. Appreciate the comments. Yeah, very tasty. Yeah, cool, lovely beer. Anyone have any suggestions? What are we going to do next?
We'll see now if anything comes through. And we should just say brown ale for everyone, really. Like, everyone wants a brown.
Rum flavored IPA, I see coming in the comments there. Brown ale again, I know as a brown ale guy.
Yeah.
Gooseberry goes, okay.
Just
keep doing this one, it's delish.
Yeah.
All right, very good, very good. Chocolate and peanut stout. Interesting, maybe for later in the year. Yeah, could be a cool one. I mean,
yeah, you have your cherry chocolate.
We do. We've got cherry stout. We've got World's End, which is a renowned one. Chocolate or cocoa kind of, and vanilla. So, but yeah, maybe chocolate chip cookie. All right, interesting one as well.
Yeah.
Thanks, Ruben. Okay, cool. Kristallweizen. Okay, we've got a. Okay, yeah. We haven't brewed any kind of straight up kind of wheat beer, I think, before, or not in my time anyway. But yeah, maybe we will. Maybe we go for a dry hopped Weizen. Who knows? That could be an idea. Okay, Goals, it seems to be popular. Dingle Brewery tried a blackberry stout a few years ago. Okay. Interesting comments there. That's cool. Yeah, I mean, we're definitely open-minded to creative styles. Just don't put FN lactose in IPAs. No, we probably won't do that.
I don't know if you're on for it earlier, Darren, but it's very much like I think the analogy that was brought up was that it's like pineapple on pizza. It's like it's or Marmite, whatever. You love it or you hate it, obviously.
Oh man, I love pizza and pineapple is just it's not one of my things. So I might be a bit conservative on that side, but no, I'm with you. Lactose isn't necessarily bad, but not an IPA. That'd be my feeling on it. But again, I'm not the only voice in blacks.
Yeah, we have
a milk stout. A milk stout can be a great beer if it's done right. So I'm not counting out for everything, but IPA probably not.
I have my mind changed after today, after having the Rascals, the fruits, and the Maytals. Absolutely super, lactose beer.
Cool. Yeah, and so look, it's all about variety and opinion and taste, and it's great. That's what's fantastic about the craft beer scene in Ireland. And there's so many great breweries that are producing so many different and diverse styles, and so and we need your support, guys. So keep supporting all your local breweries, and of course Blacks and all the others too.
Brilliant. So we're getting elderflower IPA.
Maybe I now's the time of the year. I was on a run earlier on today. I passed a whole load of elderflower. I picked a bit, just had a little smelled great. So I was thinking about making an elderflower lemonade tomorrow, but IPA take a little longer. But yeah, good idea. Why not?
Yeah, I think Steve has summed it up pretty well there. I guess everything is good in the hands of people who know what they're doing. So that's a very good point.
True.
What I'll do, we're coming on to we're just past 6:30 now, Darren. We're at break time. I'm not going to lie, I'm absolutely bursting to go to the bathroom because I've been going here for 2.5 hours or so. So what I'm going to do is, Darren, well, just thank you so much for joining us.
Pleasure.
Absolutely fantastic. What I'm going to do, we have like a 15-minute kind of break schedule in here, so I'm just going to open it up. Okay, well, so I suppose we'll just kick off and say welcome back, everyone, to part 2. Thank you for sticking with us through our beer-related chaos. So next up we have Graciosa. Yeah, as thanks DJ for saying. Andrew was asking what beer we have. So we have Chris and Junior on from Hopfully. So again, thanks a million, guys, for joining us. Do you want to just say a quick hello and just introduce yourselves to everyone?
Yeah,
go.
Yeah.
You first,
Chris. I'm the head brewer for Hopfully. I'm the co-founder with Junior, and there's Alberto as well. Alberto lives in Barcelona. It's just the 3 of us. So yeah, we started trading back in 2017, and yeah, here we are still.
Yeah, guys, I can't fix that now, but you can hear me. I'm Junior. I'm the face of Hopfully, running around selling beers, dropping samples. and it's a pleasure to have a chat with you guys. Brian, thanks for the opportunity. I think it's great to have this sort of experience. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no problem at all. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, no, it's brilliant to have you. And as you guys have you noticed that I'm a big fan of your beers. Some of the stuff you've been putting out has been absolutely spectacular. So thank you so much for coming on
thanks,
today.
Appreciate it. Yeah.
So do you want to? We'll just kick things off. Do you want to talk us through Graciosa?
So Graciosa. So Graciosa, I came up with the Graciosa recipe actually when I was brewing Barcelona. That was 2016. I was in Barcelona to do a little research, and that was when I actually invited Alberto to join me. And I had some samples with me that I was dropping, at some brew pubs and chatting with brewers. And one of an owner of a brew pub in Barcelona, he tried some of the beers and he was like, well, why don't you come and, start brewing with us? I was like, for real? He was like, yeah, no, for real. I was like, okay. So I started, flying a couple of times a month to Barcelona to brew with the guy there, and I came up with that recipe there. Like everything about Graciosa is kind of, it's kind of related to Barcelona, to the Barcelonian weather. The design, the artist who designed the label is from Barcelona. So, and then when we decided to actually open the brewery in Dublin, we thought that would be, that should be part of our core range. Graciosa, from the very beginning up until now, I probably changed the recipe or improved the recipe, let's say about 7 times until I get to where we are now. And it's the only beer that we actually kept in the core range from all the beers that we came up with. From the beers that we started with 4 in the core range. I don't know if some of you might remember, some of you might have tried our beetroot saison, and we had a red ale as well, and we had a single hop Sorachi with Sorachi eggs. But yeah, and then we added actually California Uncommon to the core range this year. But it's kind of like we added it and we took it out. We're doing something else now. I mean, we've been sort of bumping heads on that, on what we should keep in the core, if we should have a core, if we shouldn't. But yeah, the only one that so far it's still in the core range is Graciosa. But for sure, we're gonna have something else as a core. It's just not clear if we're gonna keep California or it's gonna be something else.
Okay, cool. I think California Uncommon is a super beer. I'm a big fan. I also love the 12 Lovers Baltic Porter, but yeah. I for some reason I don't think that's going to get into your core range. But it's a phenomenal beer, absolutely phenomenal beer. Love it.
Yeah, I was really happy with that, with the 12 Lovers as well. Yeah, that was a really good beer.
I'm just seeing a few of the guys commenting, saying that they love the beetroot and the beet juice. Lovely stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, like the beet juice. When I remember when I brewed actually, a pilot of that in a home brew kit, and we were in the Bernard Shaw, and I think Cahill was there, Rascals and Emma, and I think there was I think it was a social hops meeting, and I mean, everyone enjoyed the beer, and I was thrilled with that beer. I really liked it, but I was very naive as well. I didn't know shit. I still don't know shit, but I was really naive in regards to the market. I really thought that I could launch something like that, and that would pick up, and people would be like, "Wow, that's really nice." Yeah, it didn't happen. But yeah, well, we really like that beer. Yeah.
Yeah, super stuff. Just I saw a few questions on Graciosa itself. But first of all, why don't you talk us through the beer? What are we tasting here? What's it made of? But also the meaning behind the beer, the name itself.
Okay, graciosa means it's a Spanish word. It's also a Portuguese word. They have it means the same in both Portuguese and Spanish, but it means graceful or amusing. It's a summerish kind of IPA, a tropical IPA. Again, I developed the first recipe of that in Barcelona, and it's the base. The base for that beer is actually it's Pilsner malt. It's not pale ale, but I use about 20% of the grain bill of pale ale and 5% of Vienna. So it's a very simple grain bill. And the hops I use in that is Chinook and Citra. Like the hop additions the late hop additions I do from last 10 minutes of boil, it's like I do an addition every minute of both, and then I have a bigger addition for Whirlpool, and then it's also dry hopped in that beer in a single stage in the secondary with Chinook and Citra as well. It's about, so from the total hop amounts in the hot side and dry hop, it is about 70% Citra and 30% Chinook. So it's a very citrusy kind of tropical, with a little bit of tropical fruit notes. It's a very drinkable, light, kind of sessionable still, IPA. And it's I mean, it is an IPA, but again, some might obviously disagree because the bitterness there, it's a very light bitterness that you have in that beer. It's about 30 IBUs. So if you're looking at, if you're looking at it, your rules there for what is an IPA and what isn't, you would probably say that that's not. We just call it an IPA.
That's okay. We won't tell anyone. So, why don't you tell us a bit about the story of Hopfully so far? I know you guys, you kind of do some brewing around the country, different places. So yeah, just tell us about your story so far to date in Ireland.
So we back in 2016, we were kind of eager to start off, and so we got this small warehouse in Dublin, and we ended up buying Metal Man's previous kit. It's a 50-year-old brew kit that now is owned by Western Herd. So they have that kit now. I don't know what they're doing with it because it's a fucking nightmare. But yeah, we spent about, I think it was from 2017 to the end of, from April 17 to the end of 18, we were producing in Dublin. And then we started to realize, look, this is not working out. It's really hard to scale this up. And I was, my brew days, double brewing, were so long. It was like brewing, over 16-hour a day, 5 days a week. I was about to die. I'm like, Jesus, let's end this. And then we're like, so if we need to scale up, let's just shut down and start contracting, somewhere that, has got some space. So we started contracting in Lockhill we were in lock-in for about a year, or close to a year, like from January 19 into about October. And then we actually moved our production to Metalman in Waterford. So our production is there now. Everything that we've been brewing from the end of 19, up until now, is being brewed in Metalman. Well, I've brewed a couple of small batches in Donegal. In Junior, what's the name of Julius Brewery? Completely forgot now. Junior?
Oh, Junior, sorry, hang on there. It said his mic is off. Where is?
Yeah, bro.
Oh,
but yeah, but I brewed,
yeah.
like I've brewed a Belgium, I've brewed a New England Pale, and I've brewed a Scotch Ale up in Donegal. Those were like very small batches.
It was Old Meal, the brewery, Chris.
Old Meal, yeah, Jesus.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah, Old Meal. But you know that Julio actually sold his equipment now, but I don't know if he kept the brand or not.
Yeah.
But yeah, everything so far is being brewed in Metalman, and we've been chatting with a few other breweries because we need a little bit more. We need to scale up a bit more still. So we might be brewing around this year and in other places as well. But yeah, as of now, it's just Metalman.
Okay, brilliant. So the way COVID has kind of shut things down, has contract brewing actually, has that been a blessing for you guys at the moment, or would you rather have your own facility at the moment?
Well, it's I actually think it's a blessing because we don't have overheads apart from ourselves. So I think that was a good thing in that situation. I mean, it's not that we don't want to have our own space, our own brewery, because you can make the pros and cons about contracting. And in some places that you're contracting, they sort of, you need to follow the rules of what the brewery puts in place. So the fact that you, as a brewer, you do lose a little bit of touch with your product because you are not there every day.
Yeah.
And I like the fact that I'm there every day to check out on my brews. But so from a brewing perspective, I'd say as a brewer you lose a little bit. From the business side, I'd say there pros and cons as well. I'm not sure going forward whether we will invest in a brewery if it's not feasible to have a brew pub with it, or a tap room attached to it, place that you can actually sell your product and have a feedback right there, right then.
Yeah.
So yeah,
it's interesting, and it's a very tricky one for Irish brewers.
Exactly.
It is.
Yeah. Junior, you're in. We're delighted to have you.
Finally,
we can see the face now. So Sean has asked a question here. Where are you guys both originally from, and how did you get involved in the Irish beer scene?
So we're from Brazil, both of us. So we actually met here. We're both from the south of Brazil, but we met here in Ireland around 2012. We used to work together. and I have a marketing background. I've been working with some, like in Brazil, marketing companies, agencies, and I'm also involved with music and art. So that's where we started. Chris was like, he introducing the beer world to me. Craft. I remember actually first beer I tried was Rust Bucket from Kinnegar. Yeah.
Nice. Super beer.
How can you drink that? That was and it's just like I felt in love with the scene, especially like the sense of community, the craft, and how the craft beer scene is sort of connected. So yeah, we met there, and Chris was brewing at home. Doing some home brews, tasting like this is quite good, and obviously friends, they always say that it's good. They'll never say to you, "Now that's crap."
Not my friends.
It was bad, man. It was bad.
And yeah, so we kind of worked together, and we used to run some parties at the back garden, and like with our friends, we have a good the community of friends around. Most of them musicians and artists were like let's get together and do something to support the art community as well. So like connect beer and art. How we're gonna do that? Still work on it, So that's why you have every time you have some different type of art in your beers. But basically, answer your question, like we're both from Brazil, and I've been living here for more 10 years, and yeah, we became friends here. And
yeah, well, and too, it was interesting because when I was home brewing, like the projects that we have today with the brewery, like Artfully, that we have, the Artfully markets, and we're very, involved with music and art. Like back then, we're working together in IKEA, and we were living in the same house with a couple of other friends, and I was home brewing, and we had a friend of ours that he was a cook. He was working as a chef.
Yeah.
And so we decided to throw a party. I had a friend that he was a photographer. We knew a lot of musicians. I knew a guy that was an illustrator. So the party was called All In. So we had a photography exhibition in the living room. We had
live graffiti.
Live graffiti in the in the backyard. We had an illustration exhibition in the kitchen. So we had my home brews. I was home brewing that day as well to teach people. Like Thomas was actually cooking Mexican food in the backyard. And we had a jam session in the backyard. We had a DJ in the kitchen, and we had live music in the living room. And it was meant to be, a small party, but we ended up with about 150 people in the house. And people would, stop us on the street and say, "Guys, when is that happening again?" We actually threw a second one. It was the same approach. And then I was like, man, we should stop doing it in here. It's not really cool to do it.
Let's do it in somebody else's house. So we take the disco trolley with the kegs on it, and
yeah, it's true. Yeah.
It's to take the beers to our friend's house.
Yeah. But yeah, it's interesting that most of those ideas, they came from those gatherings that we just had people in our house, and we're just throwing those ideas around.
Yeah, well, it's great. Well, it's great to get the direct feedback from people as well, and kind of like just bouncing ideas off people on the fly as well.
Yeah.
I see DJ is saying feel free to throw a similar party with Metal Man in Waterford. That's his neck of the woods around there.
Good idea, though.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's do that. Yeah, why not?
Richard is saying, "God bless your neighbours."
They're actually really nice. They were really nice.
Yeah. Some of them joined the party, so
yeah. Well, that's it. Yeah, or maybe invited them. Yeah, and a lot of love coming in for the Rust Bucket as well. Super, that great beer, absolutely brilliant.
Yeah.
So you have indoor yoga has just come out, which is brilliant.
Yeah.
Can't wait to try it myself. Do you have anything else in the pipeline, or what's coming up for you guys?
We do. So we have a couple of new brews that they should be released in about
3 weeks,
3 weeks. 3 weeks, yeah. So one is an IPA. It's a fruity IPA, and the other one is a sour. Well, we actually have 3. We have a collaboration with Black Donkey as well that should be released in about 3 weeks. Yeah.
Very exciting, that one.
It's Black Donkey. My favorite style is Saison. So yeah, it's gonna be a Saison.
Nice.
Yeah.
I have a bottle of what is it, barrel aged Jimmy, the Saison they have in my fridge. Yeah. So that's a super beer, one of my favorites.
Yeah. I'm really glad with that collab with Richard.
Yeah, no, that's brilliant. Delighted to hear that. Barry is asking, when's your next party? There's 80 plus people here on the call who want to come, so please let us know.
We're actually we had our brew cook. When was it, Chris? Yeah, it was in February. Yeah, which is sort of beer and food pairing experience, which was really good. We're planning next one now in summer, June and July, but I don't think it's gonna happen. So we're planning something online. We'll be releasing something very soon as well, which is like you grab our kit and we send you some instructions and stuff like that, so you can cook and have a dinner with us. That's the idea. Yeah.
Sounds lovely.
Yeah, so we'll be releasing something soon.
If you need a hand running that, give me a shout. More than happy.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that'll be great. Yeah,
awesome.
Yeah.
DJ has asked here, he said, apologies if you've done this before, but would traditional South American influenced beers be on the cards, like using mate tea? Or
Well, we've launched actually 3 beers that we used a chili from the Amazon, from the Brazilian Amazon. Those chilies are only grown in the Brazilian Amazon. They're called Baniwa chilies. In 2018, I went to the Amazon. I spent a week with the tribe, and so previous to that, we had brewed a Saison with pineapple, mint, and the chilies. And then later on, I launched, I think it was a wheat beer with white chocolate, coconut, and the chilies. And then the last one was a session IPA with the chilies as well.
It was a double dry hops, no?
It was a double dry hop session with the chilies. But yeah, so far that was a collaboration with the tribe actually. So we bought those chilies off the tribe, and a percentage of the sales went back to the tribe to help with the housing and some other stuff that they are in need there.
Oh, amazing!
So yeah, that was the. But you know, there's a lot. We also brewed a New England. There was a collaboration with Old Mill and Lock Hill. It was a New England with acai berries and blueberries that we called
Purple Haze.
Purple Haze, yeah.
Was a one-off,
yeah. And that was a one-off as well. But yeah, those were the Brazilian or the South American stuff that we use in our brews.
Amazing.
So far.
Yeah. in terms of your beers coming up and your sour and stuff coming out, can you give us any more information on it, or is it top secret at the moment?
Oh, no, I don't think it's a top secret. Well, it's a mango IPA with Azaka and El Dorado, and the other one is a lime and raspberry sour.
Oh, nice. They both sound incredible. I'd say there's going to be a lot of very happy people about that.
Oh, I'd say so.
So yeah.
Yeah. I'll ask people now. This is what we usually do towards the end: is see what would they like to see you guys brew next. So we'll see what comes in, what interesting concoctions comes up in the comments here. Sean was asking, where did you source the mango?
So the mango, we have a fruit supplier in Germany.
Okay.
Called Mainfrucht. I don't know how to say that because it's a German name, but
say
it's
it just like that.
It's a fruit supplier from Germany.
Okay, cool. Daniel saying a berry or an apricot sour. Yeah, that would be
raspberry and lime.
Yeah, raspberry and lime sounds super.
Yeah.
Sean said jackfruit IPA next, please.
Jackfruit would be nice.
Yeah. Any beer with sugar cane, very Brazilian.
Oh, I have cachaça if you.
Yeah.
Nice. That's brilliant. Yeah, there's how about I don't know if I'm saying this right, a canna rum and beer? Is it, or canya? Is that how you say it?
Canya is cane. It's cane sugar. It's I mean, cane. The sugar that you extract from the cane. Well, it's nearly pure sugar. So I don't know how that would work in a beer, or how you could work that on a particular style. But
okay,
you probably could do something Belgium with that.
We're getting everyone has requested a brown ale from every brewery so far. So Barry's saying no one for a brown ale. Brian, yeah, how about a cachaça? Oh, Jesus Christ, I'm butchering this.
Cachaça,
yeah. For sure. Sorry. Lime and mint.
You have a good accent, man.
Yeah.
Good Portuguese.
I should have brushed up on the Portuguese before this. Really, should have done a bit of homework. Really. So good suggestions coming in.
Yeah.
We're coming up on the half an hour now, guys. So I don't know if there's anyone. Stephen, someone did ask for a brown ale. I don't know if there's anything that you want to add in, guys, or we kind of touched on a lot there, and you have your indoor yoga out now and the new beers coming down the line. Is there anything else you wanted to mention before we wrap up?
Well, no, I just want to thank you and thank everyone that bought the kit. This is quite nice. It's one of the best days I had so far as well, because I'm living in Carlow now, and I've been isolated here for a good few months already. So yeah, it's a pretty nice thing that you did here. Thanks for that. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Brian. Yeah, we'll be releasing some kits and some nice exciting stuff in the next week or so. And yeah, thanks for the opportunity. It's great. I think it's great to be able to have a proper chat about ourselves and the beers and hear about other breweries as well. So it's a great experience. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you so much for coming on, guys. And I've been saying to all the breweries, keep doing what you're doing, keep brewing amazing beers. And thanks a million. It's great to see everyone rallying together and getting behind the beer community. I'm just looking at the comments here. First thing about they leave Carlo. Porrick is saying Carlo commiserations, but I believe that's quite tongue in cheek from Porrick. I think that's his neck of the woods. Brilliant. I can't see what's Liam doing. Is it Liam? Okay, anyway, guys, thanks again. Thank you so much for joining us here. Brilliant. And of course, to stay on as long as you want. You're more welcome to stay as long as you want.
Stay around for a while,
and hear the stories and have a few beers and enjoy.
Thank you very much, folks. Cheers.
Nice.
Brilliant. Thanks again, guys. So thanks a million for joining us, and it's great.
No, brilliant. Thanks for having us on.
Yeah, fantastic. Always good to see you. So you're also a regular of these affairs. We had Vim and Richie on from Hope earlier, who've obviously participated in a previous event like this, and yourself, Joe, have as well. Thanks for coming back.
Brilliant. Well, I'm braving it from the actual brewery this time. So our giving in rural County Leash, the broadband isn't the best down here, so I'm hoping it'll stand up. But I had to go and hide outside my parents' house because they had decent broadband the last time. because they're cocooning, so I couldn't even go into the house. I just had to hide outside it and steal their broadband. But we're going to take a chance on the actual brewery broadband today.
Brilliant. So I just see quickly, Ruben is saying, would you mind having a stand up and spin the camera?
Oh yeah,
just
sure.
To have a
Oh
quick
God,
look
no,
at the brewery.
this is my camera work here. Okay, so first thing to see is we have the door open for the outside because it's a big metal door that comes down there, and because of the wind, it's rattling away manically. So I've opened it up. So if there's any swallows fly in, if you could maybe not tell the health and safety people or the food safety people, because they used to live in. Okay, you can't quite see the roof, but they used to basically nest in this building up until 3 or 4 years ago when we finally shut them out. So they still occasionally, if we do leave the door open, they still occasionally fly in around the place and then get a bit confused and fly back out again. But basically, the bit of the building that we're in here, this is the old grain store for the farm. So you can see the archway there. So that's where the old building ends, and then everything else outside that is actually what used to be the farm workshop. And that's where we basically added on the walls and put in a proper ceiling, and then put in the water tanks are next door. The control panel you can see over there, which is where it just does the temperatures of the various fermenters and everything else. And the CO2 cylinders are all in that side of the building. But all this side of the building here is the original grain store. So it's about 1780 or thereabouts it was built. Originally used to store the wheat and barley that was harvested on the farm, brought in here. You can't see it now because they've been taken out, but there were about 2 stories above where we are here. So they would have brought the grain in and stored it on the upper stories, and then brought it down and milled it. Now, if I'm clever, I might just, there you go. You see, if you can see that black shaft that comes through the wall there between 2 fermenters, that's actually coming through from the mill house, which is next door to here. And it's so basically the power was generated in the mill house next door, brought through into that shaft, and then it was milled. So there were actually millstones that were sitting on the ground more or less in front of where I am now that would have been milling the grain. That was mainly, we reckon it was for animal feed, like it might be making bread out of it. I'd love to think they were making beer out of it, but I have absolutely no evidence of that whatsoever. So if I could find a forged document somewhere in the house, somewhere that showed what recipes they were using, we'd maybe try and do something with that. But you kind of feel they must have been making beer, but like I say, literally no evidence of it whatsoever. So we'd have to keep looking for any evidence of that. And then just behind me there, so this is the actual brew house there. The copper-clad vessels are the actual brew house. So the mash tun where we mix the barley and water together. The next one's a kettle, and work left and right on my fingers. The kettle then behind that, and then behind that is a third vessel, which is the whirlpool. So that's where we make the wort and then bring it across into, we have 6 fermenters. So we have 5,000 litre fermenters. And then the big one, you can't quite see that it's that much bigger at the end, but that's a 2,000 litre fermenter. And I keep trying to persuade everyone not to put anything that needs dry hopping or anything else in that, because it is actually quite tall when you get up to the top of it, and it's much better not to have to try and climb up to the top of that. So that's where obviously the beer goes in there. We package more or less again where I am here. So we're using the mobile canners and the mobile bottlers at the minute just to get everything into cans and bottles, and then ship it out the door right that way.
Brilliant.
So no one needs to come on the tour anymore.
Yeah,
You've
I was just about
everything that we've done.
I was just about to say, you lost out on 80 plus people coming for a Ballykilcavan tour now.
Now there's a very nice old yard out that direction. So if you're into your sort of nice old stone buildings and a bit of farm history and stuff like that, there's a really nice, and the mill house, which is literally through the wall in there, which is where the shaft comes into the brewery here. And we are in the final stages, more or less, of getting planning permission sorted to turn that into the guys were talking about tap rooms earlier. We're getting final planning done to turn that into our tap room and visitor centre. We're kind of on the planning side of things. We're more telling people it's a visitor centre, but it will be a tap room. I mean, we're going to attempt to get the license anyway, and if we can get that, then obviously we can set up events in there. But I mean, as everyone knows, I'm sure the restrictions, the licensing on that it's better than it would be, but it's still not brilliant. It's a 7 o'clock close, so evening events are a bit tricky, and I'm still trying to work out whether we can sell, whether we can sell online through that license. I think we can sell to people who come to here and can take beer away with them, but there's not that many of them in the country, so we're still trying to work out exactly what we can and can't do with that license.
Yeah, brilliant. So why don't we move on to the beer then?
Sure, great. Yep.
Yeah.
So this is the first one here now. So it's a raspberry wheat. So we we have a core range at this stage. So we have 5 bottles and 4 cans. It's quite a big core range. I mean, you can see the brewery, that is the entire brewery behind me. So it's actually tricky enough to keep enough stock of all those core beers in place. And we still wanted to put out new beers, but if we keep adding to the core range, we're just going to get ourselves into trouble that we're going to run out of beers. And particularly at the minute, the packaging guys are so flat out that it's actually quite hard to get hold of them. So, to actually keep everything in stock, we decided that to brewing new beers and keep all the core range in stock, that we'd bring out a new range of limited edition. So that's the first of the limited edition ones. It's Clancy's cans. There's 4 generations of Clancy's have been working here, and actually the 5th has been working here as well. So that's back to, it's kind of about famine times. I think they moved over here from the West and started sort of casual labour, and then worked their way up. The guy who's here at the minute on the farm, his father was the chief ploughman here, but I mean, when he started, it was horses and ploughs. And Niall, who works here now, is obviously driving tractors and doing most of the actual proper farming work on the farm. So we've named the series after the family, and this is the first one, the raspberry wheat beer. So Joe is the innovation brewer, and they're all his recipes now at this stage. So he comes up with the recipe. We trial it. Generally, what he'll probably do is trial it on his grandfather at home, so a 20-litre kit. We have I'm actually going to bring the camera around. That kit over there as you can see with the red insulation on it, that's our 50-litre kit. So that's our kind of pilot kit here that we have. And you can see our barrel behind that as well. So we do barrel aging. We have 1 barrel. So it's not exactly vast output, but we can get, it's 220 litres. So we generally get about 200, 180 litres back out of it again. But all the pilot kits, we basically tried all the recipes on that as a 50-litre kit, because it's a pretty close replica to what we have behind us. And the fermenters that come with it are a pretty close replica to that as well. Try it in that, and then once that works, bring it up into the 1,000-litre kit and brew it on that.
Brilliant. I don't know if you can see the comments here as they're coming in, David. Everyone is absolutely loving this beer.
It's one that I have to say I wouldn't say I was worried about it, but I wasn't sure what the reaction would be. I love it. I think it's great. But I think when you start putting things like raspberry on the label, people are going to say, "Oh, I'm expecting it to be really sweet." And there is a definite tartness to this. I mean, you get that sort of sweet hit, I think, and then you get that real sort of, the sharpness coming out from the raspberries as well, because there's a lot of raspberry in it, and you can tell from the color, and you can hopefully tell from the flavor and the aroma as well that there is a lot of fruit in that, and it does, it does give you that. To me, it gives you that sort of, you get that little bit of breadiness because there's a lot of wheat in it as well. Obviously, it's a wheat beer. And then you get the raspberry in it, and then you get that sort of tartness at the end as well. So, the reaction has actually been very good to it, which we're delighted by. It was all sold. I've had to go and buy that can because normally we'd have stock left in the brewery and I can pick up a couple of cans, but literally every can went out. We had nothing left in the brewery before it was even packaged, which was great. First time that's ever happened. But it all went out, and the reaction has been pretty good to it. So that's delighted with that. But at the same stage, we're now not brewing that one again. We'll hopefully have a couple more coming out later on in the year. We'll do at least 1 more, probably 2 more, so long as we can physically fit them into the schedule.
Brilliant. Just one thing I see Wayne and Jan put in the comments there, and it's actually something we brought up the last time that I think myself and Wayne and Janice were talking about on the podcast we did, the Irish Beer Snob podcast, plug. Was talking about your social media account and like basically how it's basically an exemplary way to run a social media account. It's not just the beers, it's the story, it's the whole everything about the farm, the whole background, the story, the family, everything. It's brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, the social media, it's funny. I mean, obviously the product that we really have to sell is the beer. So we do try and put a bit of beer in there so that people will actually, find out about the beers and hopefully go out and buy them. But to be honest, what people probably engage with most, there's only, we're all beer people, we like beer, but there's only so many pictures of beer and so many pictures of brewing that you can put up and keep people engaged with it. So I suppose, listen, we're very lucky with what we have here. And it's been looked after really well, but it was at its peak probably 150 years ago. And it's been a kind of slow decline ever since then. And I suppose for me, when I came back here, because I started in IT, like I did a computer science degree, I worked up in Dublin for 4 or 5 years, I think. But I always kind of felt that I would come back to the farm, I would take it over again because of that history. And I suppose I didn't want to be the one that goes down in the history books as saying, well, actually, I'm not interested in it. I don't want to come back here. I don't want to take over and look after the place. So for me, it's kind of trying to just build it up gradually, try and do something with the farm that makes it financially viable for the next generation if they want to take it on. And at least if I'm handing it on, I'd like to hand it on in such a way that it's not on my conscience, that it's that it is viable for someone to take it on and look after it into the future. But it's a case of, there's just so many buildings, and we're still finding bits and pieces. It'll probably be on the account next week. There's a pig yard up at the top, which is out that way. As you come into the farmyard, it's just in on the right-hand side. And there's the most fantastic stone cut buildings up there. I don't know why they were spending money on their pig yards, but, again, probably in the 1860s, 1870s, brilliantly cut stone up there. And it was then buried. Everyone for the last 120 years, including me, I have to say the foundations for the building out here were dumped up in that yard because everyone else had dumped stuff up in that yard. And we've now cleaned it back down again, more or less back to the original ground level. And you can now see all these lovely stone buildings behind it. But it's one of these jobs that's never going to get finished. I'll do as much as I can in the next 20 odd years. And then hopefully someone else might want to take it over after that and continue it on. The brewery, I don't know if anyone's seen pictures or even people maybe who were down at the first hop picking, which was probably 3 years ago at this stage. If they were in this building, this was a shell. I mean, it was concrete floor, holes everywhere. The walls and the roof were still pretty intact, and that's what saved it. But the building itself was a bit of a mess. We used it just again, when we had a bit of machinery that we didn't know what to do with it, we just threw it in the air. So it's lovely for me to be able to see it now as it is at the minute. To have the nice sort of modern facility out there. And then, as I say, the next phase is heading out that direction into the old yard, putting in more of the sort of tourism side of things. Again, it's really just trying to do something with those buildings that is useful and that we can hopefully get a bit of income back from to invest in the next phase and just continue it on that way. It's slow steps, and it will take, more than a generation to get it back up to anything like the level it was at 150 years ago. But that's the plan, obviously.
Brilliant. There's a good few questions about the raspberry in it here. In terms of how much raspberry did you put into it, and where did you source it? All about the raspberries.
It's 65 kilos of raspberry. 60 kilos of it is raspberry puree, because that's simply the easiest way of getting it into it. But Joe was adamant that, and it came in 20 kilo blocks. 80 kilos was going to be too much. So Joe was adamant it needed an extra 5 kilos of raspberries. So we went out and bought 5 kilos of raspberries and spent a day pureeing them. You see, raspberries are fine, it's great, but there's an awful lot of seeds in them. So to get the seeds out of them before putting them into the fermenter was literally a day of work of actually mashing up raspberries and trying to filter out the seeds from them. So 65 kilos in about 1,000 litres of beer. And you could see, we had to do gravity checks before and after just to make sure how much sugar was going into it. So you could see it was a normal beer colour, and then 6 hours later it was pink. So, definitely it made a difference pretty quickly. And even in terms of the fermentation, because it's pretty much pure sugar, it's food sugar going into it, the airlock went absolutely mad. Because we had to depressurize it, the fermenter, to put the raspberries in. But then as soon as we had it locked back up again, it was very, very quick. It was kicking off. It's basically fast food for yeast. I mean, it's just pure sugar, and it just went mental and fermented out. Excellent.
I see Donald is asking, how did you come up with the logo? I know that's
yeah, the logo. Yeah, sorry, I'm fully branded here. It's basically again, it's the Walsh family. So this is the Walsh family farm since 1639. The griffin is basically it's the Walsh family crest, I suppose. And there is, get a can here and see if I can hold it up right. That wind vane is actually, again, just out in that old yard and looking down onto what will be the tap room, what is now the brewery. And it's, again, it's the griffin on that. So we brought that to the designers originally back in 2016. And we said, look, if we want some sort of logo based around the griffin. And that's kind of the original logo they came up with. And then obviously when they were going with the cans, they sexed it up a little bit in terms of trying to make the griffin look, to go onto a can and look well on a can. So yeah, it's the Walsh family griffin. And Harry Potter actually has done us a lot of favors, because people do come in here, certainly that sort of, my age and slightly younger, I suppose, come in here and you tell them it's a griffin and everyone else says, oh yeah, fine, because they know what it is from Harry Potter. So
obviously,
those actually, yeah, of course, yeah, exactly. I think griffins might have been a bit obscure up until then, but they're fine now. Everyone seems to be quite happy with them at this stage.
Excellent. Sorry, I'm just huge amounts of comments coming here. I'm trying to catch up on them here. Garrod is saying, I lost the farm, the fear of every Irish son.
It is. Well, listen, do you know what we have? So it's if you know my name, it's Walsh Chemist. It's a double barrel surname. The chemist side of the family lost the farm. My grandfather was born on the farm, but his grandfather had racked up so many debts. We think gambling and drinking, so a combination of everything, that was gone. So that's why the chemist has moved over here. The Walshes have managed to just about hold on to this. Get the generations right, about 5 generations ago, decided to go off on a tour of Europe rather than kind of look after the place. And he then came back and spent a heap of money, and it took 3 generations to recover from that. So even my grandfather was still in the case of trying to recover from 2 generations previously. So I've been very lucky that there's been 3 really good generations in front of me that have actually looked after the place and done really well with it. So it's now kind of my turn to spend a bit of money and take a chance, I suppose, and do something with the place. But yeah, it is. I mean, I think it's probably ingrained. Anyone who's grown up in a farm or has anything to do with farming, you kind of, even without being told that you're coming back to take over the farm and that that's kind of what you should be doing, I think you kind of just pick that up. I mean, certainly for me, that's what happened. My dad was clever enough to never, ever say to me, by the way, I'm expecting you to come back and take over here. So as I say, I went off, I did my computer science degree, I worked up in Dublin, and then when he said he was going to retire, there's myself and my sister, and we sat down and had a chat, and she would have taken it if I didn't want it, but I said, listen, I'd like to come back and take it on.
Sorry, just realised I was muted. I think Joe is with us as well now. Let me see if we can bring Joe in. Just to jump to Jer's comment here quickly, she was saying she was there for the first hop picking. And can't
Hi, Jer.
Yeah, can't believe the changes since then. So amazing to see you to go from strength to strength, and love seeing the new discoveries in the farm and stuff. So it's brilliant to see that as well.
Yeah, the first hop picking day, like I think we've had 3 of them now at this stage, and I hope we'll be able to do a 4th one coming up in October. It's usually the first Sunday in October. It's kind of when the hops are ready. Obviously, it's going to depend. I think so long as things don't get worse again, I don't see why we can't do it. It's generally outdoors, and you can probably distance people and keep it right. So if we can manage it in any shape or form, we'll do that.
Excellent. So while we bring Joe in, I think it might be time to push on to Bambricks.
Perfect. Yep.
Hey,
Perfect.
Joe, how are you?
Joe,
good. I've been doing my week off. I'm on a week's holidays. They haven't given me a week off, so I've been rebuilding my bar out the back of my house.
That's a proper use of a week off.
That's an excellent use of time. Yeah.
I'm a bit behind schedule because the first part of the week it was too nice to be stuck inside in the shed. So the Shabine is coming on nicely now. So
nice, good to have yourself and Kate back.
It's good actually. You're going on to the Bambrick because I actually realised I don't actually have any raspberry vice and Frankenol.
I had to go to Super Value this morning and buy some. Don't have any in the brewery.
Excellent. Okay, so let's go straight into Bambricks then. What have we got here?
It's American style brown ale. I kind of wanted to go for like a really nice malty, kind of luscious beer. That kind of. I never, to be honest with you, even my home brewing days, I never even brewed a brown ale, and it was my my lovely wife Kate that decided. That kind of pushed me to do one. She said that they're kind of underrepresented in terms of the style. So I kind of went and tasted a few, and Bambrick was kind of the first one off the bat that I brewed, and it was didn't really change. I didn't really change it from the pilot at all. It's kind of big malty base, and I really like it. And it's gained quite a good following as well for a pretty new beer as well, and for an underappreciated style as well. I think a lot of people love it, which is good.
Absolutely. We've had, after every brewery that's been on today, we've asked everyone what they'd like to see them brew next. And literally everyone has said brown ale for every single brewery. So you're definitely ahead of the curve, and well done, Kate, on the
it's funny, there's a very dedicated following for brown ale. Like, I mean, it's not necessarily a style that you might think of straight off the bat, but I think the amount of people who, when we said we were going to brew a brown ale, came in and said, "Oh, that's fantastic! Really, look." I mean, it's obviously a few out there already, but people were just genuinely excited that we were doing it. So, which is great. And it seems to, as I say, it's built up a bit of a following at this stage. So we actually, I mean, Joe and I genuinely were looking at it about 3 months ago, and we said, right, we're coming into the summer now. Are we actually going to brew this again, or will we wait until the autumn and put it back out again then? And we then suddenly got a big order in. We suddenly more or less ran out of it and said, okay, listen, sure, we'll chance it and we'll do another one. And it's pretty much gone as well. It's actually in a fermenter over there in front of me at the minute, ready to be packaged in about a week's time. So it's going really well.
That's the second one since we
nearly canned it.
Yeah, we were like, yeah. So we're not going to brew a dark ale in the summer because it won't sell. And since then we've brewed twice. so it's
yeah. When the world zigs, you zag. That's a good motto. I'm just looking at the comments here. Yeah, so much love for the brown ale. Everyone's been talking about brown ale all day. Yeah, Jesus Christ, there's so many here. So that was your first attempt at a brown, Joe. Have you? I know you haven't changed the recipe since, but have you tinkered around with small batch recipes since then, or just kind of left it as is because it's perfect?
No, the only thing I've thought to do with it, I think it would lend nicely to barrel aging. So I think we might barrel age what we have in the fermenter. I think that some of that's going to go into our bourbon barrel. And then come out.
I showed them the barrel earlier, literally the singular barrel. So yeah, it will be very limited edition. Like, it's not like we're deliberately sort of keeping the stock down just to make it sort of, this is limited edition. We generally only have one barrel. I grow for Waterford Distillery, and they get in obviously thousands and thousands of barrels, and occasionally they get in one that has a bit of a crack in it or something like that. And this one, because they mature the whiskey on the end, it has a crack in the top, but we can actually turn the barrel on its side and mature it in that, and we don't lose anything. So that's where we got our bourbon barrel from. But it's done a good job so far. It's done some nice beer so far.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's the only thing I've really done with it. I spent an awful long time over it because I'd never really messed around with them before. So that's probably why it kind of came out well, kind of first time. But there's some really nice malts in it. I use, if any of the homebrewers are there, there's a specialty malt called the Chateau Cafe Light, which is a really, really nice malt. I think that lends itself there because you're getting the kind of the toffee and some of the coffee from that as well. It's a really, really nice malt. You kind of get like burnt toffee from it, and just the smallest edition of that in kind of any dark ale really works. But that's my little secret with that one.
That's the most lovely. It's the lovely malt. When you're milling it, it's just the smell from that is just absolutely fantastic. It feels like it's these biscuits you get that are sort of a little bit of coffee cream on the top of it. It just smells like that. It's absolutely fantastic.
Lovely, yeah. Just catching up here, I think Porrick has 20 cans of raspberry vice at home, by the way. So if you're looking where all that went, that's it's gone. You should have called over beforehand, Joe.
You can actually jack the price up of that, Porrick. You can start
selling that in the black market, Jeff.
Yeah, probably limited now. Michael's saying really impressive, spectacular beer, and going to get more of this. So again, keep brewing it, guys. We touched on this before, and it was kind of like last time we were chatting, it was kind of early to mid lockdown COVID type time, but you guys were predominantly packaged beer anyway, so I think you're doing actually quite well out of this, like in general terms, like in
I mean, you wouldn't like to have a pandemic coming along every 2 years to sort of make sure that you're going to do all right out of it. We have we've definitely increased our output, we've increased our sales, based, as you say, pretty much on the fact that we were 90% packaged beer beforehand, 10% draft. So we'd obviously be looking forward to seeing the draft come back on again, but at the same stage, people are buying a lot more packaged beers. It seems like alcohol sales in general are down, but packaged beer sales are definitely up. So from our point of view, it meant that the likes of Liam in Beer Cloud and Beer Club and Craft Central, all these places were suddenly looking for huge amounts of cans, and that was great. That made a big difference for us. Oh, hello, doggy.
Yeah. Thomas is asking, what's the next Clancy's can going to be? Do we know yet?
I'm looking at Joe now to see what he's coming up with.
I had high hopes for this lockdown that we'd be able to do loads of pilots and bring out loads of beer, but we're at full capacity now. So it's trying to find a gap in the schedule that we can actually find a fermenter that we can fill. I'll probably look at before it gets that cold again. I'd like to do a double IPA, and then obviously some dark beers. Then probably an imperial in the winter.
Lovely. And are we talking West Coast or East Coast double IPA?
West Coast.
Yes.
West of
yes.
And so, well, sometimes it depends on what hop you. I
there aren't enough West Coast IPAs.
No, you're right. With, I think the answer is always listen to Kate.
Yeah, it is actually. No, genuinely, it is. Yeah.
I'm always right.
I discovered that 14 years ago when I met her. It's always right. So, yeah, sometimes you're a bit hamstrung as well with the hops that are available to us. So, we're not big enough to contract by. So, you could come up with a great recipe and then on the pilot, and then suddenly figure out that you've that they're either fiendishly expensive or they're unavailable in the quantities we need. So sometimes that's the trouble, the stumbling block, when particularly for the sexy hops.
Sexy hops.
The expensive ones is what you mean.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So Pork is asking, any plans to do the Bin Bon, the Blackwell, obviously the bottle range in cans?
Yeah, we do. We have the Bin Bon and Longmeadow will be going into cans. That's partly because Radical are now distributing the canned range nationally. So to get those beers out into the marketplace, we kind of want to do those two in cans. So they'll still be in bottles, but they'll also be in cans. If we have, it's probably tricky enough to actually put everything in bottle and can just for the sheer number of fermenters we have. But we'd probably start with the two pale ales and see how they go. But I'd say that would probably be it for now. So we'd have the 4 core, the limited edition, and the two pale ales then in can.
Okay, nice. Jason was asking a question for you, David. Looking at the Kickstart program for Lidl that you're involved in this year, would you encourage small breweries in Ireland to go down this route and get grocer retail exposure?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's a very simple program in a way, because to be honest, all you do in terms of trying to get onto it is send them in some samples. If they like it, you get on the program, and it's big orders. Like, well, okay, from our point of view, it's big orders. Like it's basically 2 fermenters worth going out 4 times a year. So it's national coverage, and it's in Northern Ireland as well. So you're getting into every single little store in the country. You won't get big volumes into every single store, but just to be able to get that, from our point of view, I think that was a big deal for us to get onto that. So I definitely have a look at it. Usually around, I think, October time, they put out the call for the following year. So just keep an eye on that, and definitely I would have a look at it because I think it's well worth it. And it's zero cost to enter it. It's literally just a case of sending up some samples to them.
Yeah, we had I had Fergal from 4 Provinces on last week or 2 weeks ago. Same deal there, and he's saying like it's the best thing that's ever happened to them, because they're not driving them on cost. They're being very fair. They haven't lowered their cost at all in terms of selling beer. It's been phenomenal for them in terms of what
to be fair to Fergal actually put me onto it. He suggested applying for it, and he's right. Now that, I mean, the cost is what we'd be getting if we were putting it into Super Values or any other sort of retail like that. It's his theory, I think, is that they have a big marketing budget behind it, and they're using that because it probably will be in there on 4 for 10 or something like that. So they probably have some sort of budget that they're putting to supplement that, because their margins wouldn't be right based on the cost that they're buying it off us from. But we'll have the Bin Bon and they're actually the 2 fermenters here behind me. Bin Bon and the Brickyard bottles will be going into every little store in the country on, I think it's the 30th of July. They go on sale. Okay. So they're being packaged on Wednesday actually this week, and then that'll give us time then to get them up to the distribution centres.
Excellent. When can we hope to come visit?
I think my reading of it is that as of the 29th of June, we can actually open again for visitors. Now, the only tricky bit for me is actually working out what we need to do in terms of distancing and sanitation and all these other things. But as far as I'm reading it on what they announced yesterday or the day before, basically galleries, museums, tourist sites can open on the 29th of June. So I think we should be okay And it will be, as far as like we're not going to have groups of 30 in here. It's going to be groups of, I don't know, maybe 12 maximum, probably 8 to 12, something like that. And generally what we do is we do a tour out in the old yard. We would, if we're out there, it's fine. It's actually just physically in the brewery here that is a little bit tight, just the physical bit I'm in here. But we can probably get people into the new section out there and space them out. We just have to actually physically go around with a piece of paper and put them down at 2 meter intervals and make sure that we can actually get people in here safely and then just come up with the procedures. So I'm kind of hoping that once we get into July, we should be okay to start getting tourists back in again, visitors back in again.
Okay, brilliant. Obviously, no one on the call here today is going to go visit because we've seen it through your laptop anyway. So
I know, exactly. You've saved yourself an hour and 12 minutes. So good call, guys.
So looking forward then, I know you're talking about the barrel aged brown and a few things, but what have you got in the pipeline in terms of what's coming down the line?
I think. Sorry, Joe. Yeah, go on.
Yeah.
I think this has really caught us on the hop. This kind of COVID-19, obviously, the way everything is happening and how busy we are. So a lot of the plans that we had, kind of little bits and pieces, have kind of really gone out the window. So we're kind of just playing it by ear at the moment. In terms of like one of the good things is that one of the impacts of being so busy is that you tend to, a lot of the things that you have on the back burner or the things that you're doing when you're a little bit quiet, just to fill a fermenter or to do some pilots, you don't have that time actually. So it's quite a nice reason to not to be thinking of doing some new beers. But I think I'll definitely be looking at bringing out a couple more of the Clancy's range and then some of the barrel aged stuff. But I kind of, this year has taught me not to kind of try and set too much stuff in like down as this is what we're going to do, because it just gets blown out of the water. So at the moment we're really trying to build back up back stock so that we're not under pressure, that we're like if we can do something that we have a fermenter. But at the moment we're literally flat to the boards. I've been in there for a week, so things might have changed as well, Dave. I don't know if there's been anything.
Not really, no. I mean, as you say, this is only literally in the last 4 weeks that we now have all the fermenters full. We're waiting on guys to come in to package them, and as soon as they're packaged, they're being refilled again. That was obviously that was where we were aiming to get to, but that hasn't been where we've been at for since this brewery opened in December 18. So we've had sort of 15 months of it being, busy, but certainly not flat out. And it's now a case of when can we get people in to package it as quickly as possible, because we need to get the fermenters filled back up again to brew again and get them packaged again. So we are pretty much, the brewing schedule is pretty much done to the end of August at this stage. And that's hopefully going to build us up enough stock that we can then start to go back and play with something a little bit more. Definitely at least one more Clancy's can for sort of late summer, something like that, and then hopefully another one for a dark beer of some description for Christmas time, December time, something like that. We had a low alcohol one that we were playing around with, which actually tastes very good, and we got it to 0.6%. We were trying to knock off the extra 0.1 to make it legally alcohol free, but we haven't managed to do that yet, and I don't know when that's going to go into the schedule. But if we suddenly end up where we have a fermenter free, we might have a go at that on the big kit and see how we get on with it. It's a summer beer because it's obviously fairly light, and it's nice and refreshing beer. But I'd say it's not a winter beer. So if we don't get that done before when September time, I suppose we'll probably hang on to that till next year.
I do remember that. Oh, sorry, Joe. Go on.
The problem as well is that nobody seems to be drinking no alcohol beers at the moment because nobody's driving. So the whole no has gone out the window. So I had kind of looked at that to go into pubs and stuff like that, because the on-trade were looking for that low alcohol and the no alcohol option, and obviously that's where the IPA is coming up. we go high. There's a nice thing that I was thinking about doing as well, but I don't know if we can. It's the Black is Beautiful is a collaboration amongst some American breweries, and they're trying to get kind of more more breweries around the world involved with a kind of as a community of brewers and in the industry, they're trying to get as many brewers together to brew a dark ale, a stout, to raise funds for George Floyd and what's going on in America at the moment, and I think that is a really nice worthy cause. But again, it's trying to find they want people to brew this in July, and we're pretty much don't have anything free. So I might get the recipe off them and do something on pilot and see if we can just kind of a small batch on that. Like that could be something cool to do as well.
Brilliant. Yeah, I just see Liam as well saying from Dead Centre they're doing Black is Beautiful too as well. So yeah, they're getting involved. Yeah, brilliant. I remember we did talk about the low alcohol beer or the non-alcoholic beer in our last chat, and I think people were of the mindset that they don't really care. It's more tasty and low alcohol as opposed to alcohol free was the
yeah. I mean, I think that's probably if we're going to brew it. To be honest, I don't think. Again, we have no fancy equipment here. We've no filtration or anything like that. We have nothing that we can do apart from simply brewing it, as naturally as we can do it here. So if we're doing that, I think we probably end up with something like a 1% beer. We have to be within. I have to check the regs because it's under 2.8%. So we probably have to be within something like 0.3% of what we put on the label. So if we could brew it at 0.6. We'd probably label it as 0.9 or something like that, 0.7 say, because we'd have to allow ourselves that it could easily go up to something like 0.9 or 1.0. But in a way, probably, to be honest, what we do is we brew it and see what we come up with and then do the label afterwards, whereas we usually put ourselves under pressure by producing the label first and then having to brew it to that specification. So at least we might do it the other way around if we were doing it that way.
David loves doing that to me.
I was going to say that
give me a very specific percentage to get on the first time beer.
Yeah, that's interesting. We had that with Rascals earlier. We were asking, did you come up with the beer names and like general concept first and then brew it, or did you brew it and then come up with the concept after, or the name?
We usually brew it first, to be honest. Yeah, I don't think we've ever had a name that we brewed a beer to. We usually brew the beer and then come up with a name for it.
Like a baby, you have to see the baby before you pick a name.
Brilliant. So I just jumped into the comments here. I see, caught us on the hop. That's your next beer name.
That's apparently a good one. Yeah. We'll get you a case of beer for that.
Yeah. Obviously, a lot of love for the brown ale. Let me see here. This is the time where I'm actually delighted to say we can ask you what would you like to, or what would people like to see you guys brew next? But you already brew brown. You've got a barrel aged brown coming, so people can't say brown, or they can, I suppose. But so let's see what people start coming up with.
I seen someone asking about a radler. Problem about radlers is that you have to pasteurize them, so which is a complete. We've discovered that it's a complete pain and trying to. For us, we can't really pasteurize on a big scale, so we can do small scale, but we messed around with some radlers last year, and that caused some issues.
Yeah, we did. We actually did try it last year. I think it was probably again for the summer, and we brewed a lovely, what I thought was a lovely radler, 2%, and it was on the small kit, so we were able to pasteurize it. We did actually basically take the bottles and put them into our little pilot kit and pasteurize them. But again, if we were trying to do that on a big scale, we don't have the equipment here now. I'm sure if there was enough margin in it, we could probably ship them on a pallet up to somewhere and get someone to tunnel pasteurize them. But it was tricky enough to do it. But it tasted great. It just, we couldn't do it in big enough volumes.
Okay. Steve was saying the Vice is fab, so maybe more in that sort of range. Or some proper complex wild sour beers. Why do we say low alcohol brown?
I like Brian's comment.
Where is that now? I'm trying to catch up here. Of course, yeah. I totally set that up, didn't I? So pretty much. Yeah. Or Thomas Ginger Porter again, referring back to Rascals from earlier.
We have a ginger. We did the gingerbread beer a few years ago, so I might do that again.
Yeah.
although we did it it was the last beer we brewed on the contract in Lock 13, and they were cleaning bits of ginger out of their brew kit for about 6 months. So
Yeah.
Better their kit than yours.
I think I saw Barry on the list of participants there. Sorry, Barry.
Yeah, Barry's on. Brilliant. Yeah, so we're just coming up to 8 o'clock now, lads. So that's we're kind of coming up to time. Brian said can't wait for the West Coast double IPA, and I will echo that. That sounds fantastic. I'm very excited about that one. Cyril is asking, are you planning on expanding brewing capacity? And while we have Mark kind of getting lined up next for Lineman, while I go get the beers out of the fridge and maybe do something else. Why don't you answer that question? I'll be back in about 2 to 3 minutes.
We have, we have actually, and again, as I say, it's only really the last couple of weeks that we've suddenly run into this problem, but we have looked at, let's see if I can get this. So the doorway behind me there is into what is currently our malt store with the, just beside the fermenter. And we could fit another probably 7 fermenters in there if we really had to, but it's not been something we've had to worry about up till now, but now suddenly we could do with a few extra fermenters. So I think probably what we'll do at the minute is see how we go for the next maybe 3-6 months and see what happens after that. Like if the export market's starting to wake up now as well, so if suddenly we end up with Radical selling heaps of cans around the place, if suddenly the French and the Italians start and the guys in the UK start coming back in for a lot of beer, then maybe we will have to look at actually expanding it up. And if we do, then that's probably where we'll go. We'll probably have to find somewhere else to store the malt and stick the fermenters in back in the room behind us there. We just about got the big fermenter just about fitted in through that archway over there. We had to bring it in on its side and then bring it up, but it cleared that with about an inch on top of it, and that was before we put the roller shutter door in. So the other option would be to upgrade all our 1,000 litre fermenters to 2,000 litres, but we'd actually have to dismantle the roller shutter door to get them in. So it might be a simpler job just to stick fermenters in the room behind us.
I think our brewery is aesthetically beautiful, so I think if we were ever expanding it, it'd be somewhere that we can't see, and we'll just get big tanks hidden somewhere. But there's no lack of space anywhere. We're not stuck for space really inside in the farm. Is there? There's plenty.
No, there's plenty of space in the farm. No, it's just this physical building itself is a bit small. Like it's kind of a lack of foresight by my ancestors for not building all these buildings significantly wider that we could fit more in. You know, if they'd actually put an extra, say, meter on this building, we'd have got 2 rows of fermenters in. But for some reason, they weren't thinking about that back in the 1780s. So, what can you do? You just have to live with what you have.
They probably didn't even put in skylights, did they?
No, they didn't. No,
they didn't even insulate it properly.
No, it's funny actually. I mean, it is like. Okay, again, I'll show you. If you can see the walls, you probably can't quite see the walls there, but they are. They're about 3 feet, 4 feet thick. So what happens in the winter is the building cools down and there's no way you can heat it up. And then in the summer, the building warms up and there's absolutely no way you can cool it back down again. So that's the joys of living in old stone buildings. You just kind of have to put up with it.
Brilliant. Lads, thank you so much for coming on. I'll try to catch up with these comments here, just make sure. I think we're all good. Yeah, no, again, thanks a million. Joe and Kate, thank you so much for coming on your week off as well. David, thanks a million as always for joining in. Absolutely fantastic. Unbelievable beers, as you can see from the comments. Everyone absolutely loves them. Yeah, so great to have you. And
absolutely, Brian, thank you very much. And you absolutely keep doing what you're doing as well. It's a fantastic support for everyone in the craft beer industry. So thank you very much.
Excellent.
Cheers.
Thanks a bit. Cheers, David. Cheers, Joe. Cheers, Kate.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Thanks again, guys. So what we'll do next is, I know Mark is on here. Let me just find him and bring him in. How are things?
Not too bad, thanks. Been sitting here watching you guys for the last hour or so.
Good. Are you enjoying it?
Cheers, yeah.
Enjoying yourself? That's always good to hear from the other guys. Why don't you say a quick hello and introduce yourself?
Yeah, Mark Lucy's my name. So Lineman Brewery, that's me and my wife. We started it up about 12 months ago. So actually last week it was the first anniversary of the first brew that we did. We took over Rascals' old place and took some of their kit, and so we've been trying to get some beer on there for the last while. So yeah, we just kind of didn't really want to start into kind of doing contract brewing at the start. We went straight into committing to getting a brewery because I had a lot of ideas about stuff I wanted to do that I knew probably wouldn't fly for contract brewing, and needed to get my own place. I'd been home brewing for God knows how long, forever. Like, I was contract brewing in college, and I had a 20-year career as an engineer, like in telecoms prior to this. So I'd been saying for years that as soon as I ever got the opportunity to open up my own brewery, I was going to do it. So when I got redundancy, I said, right, here we go, all in. So that was it. Started it back then. So basically since then, I've been just brewing beers that I wanted to do stuff that was a little bit different. I didn't want to be opening up a brewery doing hazy IPAs. Didn't see the need for another hazy IPA on the market. I wanted to do sour beers, Belgian style beers, stouts. That's probably where my passion is. So we just started we cracked on. Our first beer that we brewed was a grisette. That was 12 months ago. And then we brewed a mixed fermentation beer after that called Saga, which was a yeast. Well, not a yeast. It was a culture that I got when I was still home brewing from a guy from Lithuania who had sourced this stuff from somewhere in Scandinavia. If anybody knows anything about Craic yeast, this was a mixed culture, so it had all sorts of stuff in it. So I brewed that as a second beer, and the third beer I brewed was my version of a red IPA, which wasn't really a red IPA by the books. It's kind of like, the way I put it is, it takes the best of a red ale and an IPA that I like. I don't like too much caramel malt in my beer. I like it to finish quite dry. So I brewed the one that I made. It's called Idle, and it's kind of it's not the style for a red IPA, but it's what I like to drink, and it's a beer that I've been making myself for years. Like, so that's kind of, they were the first three that we had out of the blocks, and that was kind of all coming up to like October last year.
Excellent. So I can see just the love coming in the comments here from Sean, Sean and Carla in Wide Street saying that you're the king of sours. And yeah, we're talking about Saga's lovely. So Mark, what do you want to start with? I was thinking Vesper. That might make more sense out of the two. So will we crack it open?
Yeah, let's go for it.
Yeah, nice one. So what have we got here?
So Vesper is kind of a classic pale ale as far as I'm concerned. It's an American pale ale with mostly Citra hops. And I dry hop this pretty heavily. And I'm not really an advocate of massive dry hopping for pale ales, but I thought this one's to keep the lights on in the brewery, you know? So
appreciate your honesty.
This is what people like, so I'm making this. But like Idle will be the opposite of this. So we got two different extremes here. This one is Pilsner malt, Vienna malt, and wheat, and that's it. And then just it's got nugget and Citra in the kettle and Whirlpool, and then it's just Citra dry hopped at the end. So I think it's a nice drinkable 5.4% pale ale. You know, it's got enough body to carry it, and it's got a bit of bitterness in it. All my beers I like them to finish dry. I don't like overly sweet beers.
Yeah, we're all friends here.
Drinkable. You can have pints of them.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, I would 100% agree with you there. Super beer. I see the comments coming in here saying absolutely lovely. Gorgeous beer. Where does the name Vesper come from? Is it James Bond related? No.
I seen some of the comments about that on social media. I think it was Cork Beer Tweets. I was putting that up, and No, it's not. It's myself, my wife that is basically the brewery. Like, so Vivian, my wife, does all the graphics and the social media and all that sort of stuff, really. And she comes up with the names. So it's supposed to be a mood, It's like the can. It's supposed to be like chilling out on a nice summer's evening. So the Vesper is kind of like, the evening prayers or whatever, So it's just relaxing and taking stock at the end of the evening, and relaxing. So it's kind of more of a vibe.
Yeah, time for reflection, kind of chill out. Nice. Very good. Yeah, I can see the comments here. A lot of James Bond there as well. Joe, see Joe's comment. At least you remember the hop bill. I generally forget. Yeah, that does happen. Last time anyway. So let me see. Ruben is saying the artwork is great. Who does that? Is that your wife?
Yeah, that's my wife, Vivian.
Yeah.
She does all that. Yeah.
Yeah, very
good. It was
good.
supposed to be a part-time thing for Vivian. She used to work in Lidl in advertising when I started the brewery, and she's a graphic designer by trade. So I thought, grand, she's got a good job. I'm packing in my good job now. I'm going to open a brewery. I know I'm not going to make any money, but I'm indulging myself. It's a crappy midlife crisis. So I just fucking do this and fuck it. And next thing she gets made redundant. So nothing focuses the mind like, right, let's get on with this now. So her role has been expanded to sales and all the graphic design stuff now.
Very good. Tell us about the name, Lineman. Where does that come from, or what's the story behind that?
The name is basically we were planning this brewery for 2 years, probably before we even paid a bit towards it, and we couldn't come up with a name we were happy with. We were messing around for ages, and during all this stuff, we'd all lots of names. Vivian's dad got sick, and he had worked as a guy on the rural electrification stuff as a lineman back in the 50s, and he used to always play that song. I'm the lineman for the county song, and he loved that because that was special to him, because he was a lineman for the county back in the day, and he passed away just around the time that we were setting up. And one day it just came on the radio when I was driving. I said, that's it, we'll just call it Lineman. So it's kind of probably just something that was on our mind at the time. We needed a good name. It was something that made some kind of sense to us, and I thought it was a nice name for the brewery, so we just went with that.
Absolutely, yeah, and has a nice connection and meaning for you. Yeah, brilliant, absolutely brilliant name. I just saw something here. Daniel saying, "Legend. I hope my midlife crisis goes the same way." Brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
You're working the 16-hour days, Daniel.
Yeah. Well, we heard, Chris and Junior earlier talking about their 16-hour brew days as well. So yeah, fun times.
Well, if you love what you're doing, it's easy.
That's it. You don't work a day in your life, do you? If you love what you're doing. I was
working for years in telecoms, and I loved it at the start. But by the time I was finished there, I was thinking, God, if I have to go back and go for my old job again, I just can't do it. I couldn't do it. So I'm just going to do this. I'm going to try this, and we'll see how we go.
Yeah. Were you phoning in by the end?
Yeah, it was easy.
Terrible fun.
I could do it in my sleep. It just didn't challenge me anymore, and I just felt like it was, what's the point? Just gotta live, gotta do what you want to do. I was looking forward to the weekend home brewing. Like I said, I was home brewing with the Liffey Brewers. The Liffey Brewers started up in 2011. I'd already been home brewing for years, and I'd been on and off since I was in college. And once we started brewing with the Liffey Brewers, we started doing lots of things. Got much better because there was a bunch of us there that were really challenging each other and trying to figure out, the best way to do stuff, and group buying stuff and getting the ingredients we wanted. And we had I think it was probably about 2012, we got a wine barrel, and we started getting all the dregs of bottles of lambic beer, and we wanted to make our own sour. We pushed on with that at the time. There was about 4 or 5 of us involved in it, and I've still got that barrel actually here on the go. Like, sure, see it?
Brilliant, yeah.
Still in my man cave here. Like,
Yeah.
just 3-year-old mixed fermentation beer inside that.
Excellent. I can't see Sean and Carla, but I'm sure that they're delighted in their screen. Yeah. Speaking of home brewing and the just home brewing in Ireland in general, I believe Irish homebrewers lost an absolute fantastic member of the club recently. It'd be facetious of me to talk about him, but I think it should be mentioned anyway. I don't know. I never knew the man, but yeah, it's
yeah. Will
yeah.
passed away. Yeah, it was during the week. Suddenly, I believe I don't know the details, but yeah, it's he was heavily involved in it from the get go, really. So
yeah,
big loss.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So Ruben was asking, he said all the underlined letters in Lineman spell Lima. Does that mean anything?
I don't say nothing and just keep it. No, it means nothing. It's just
yeah.
no coincidence.
I'd say Ruben's just throwing curveballs there. Let me see. Sorry, yeah. So Vesper, it's also a church term for prayer service in the early evening as well, apparently.
Yeah. That's kind of the vibe we were going for. It's like I think it's only called Vesper because it's the early evening. So that's kind of what we were looking for with the thing, was like it's most associated with church prayers and stuff, but just a time to relax, take stock, you know. So I think it's kind of a nice vibe for the beer, you know.
Absolutely, yeah. So I suppose it's probably not an ideal time for a relatively new brewery to be opened up when COVID hits. How are you doing at the moment? Are you doing okay? Turnover stock, or how are things faring?
We're probably not too badly hit because like we didn't have a lot of dependence on draft sales. You know, we did some draft sales in the rotation taps, but I mean that was never our bread and butter. So it's probably been pretty good. And in fairness, I think there's been a lot of people have concentrated their purchases towards more Irish beer. So maybe more people have actually even tried our beer than they would have had otherwise. So, I mean, I think it's probably not a bad thing. Astral Grains, our stout, like, has been our biggest seller. Like, there was hot weather, and we were selling more Foreign Extra stout than we had at Christmas, right? And I can only attribute that to the fact that people can't get draft Guinness or something, and they're desperate for some sort of a stout fish. So, I don't know.
True, but lucky them. That is a super stout. I actually have a couple of cans out in the fridge outside. It's absolutely beautiful stuff.
Just rebrewed it last week, so there's more coming.
More, good news. Gav was asking, where is your brewery?
We're in Rascals old brewery. It's down in Green Oak Industrial Estate in Rathcoole. It's the address is Rathcoole, but it's probably closer to Newcastle Village than Rathcoole. If that makes any sense, County Dublin.
Yes, Rathcoole, County Dublin.
N7 by Avoca.
Yeah, I'm not sure where Gav is, but yeah, that's where it is. I was saying that the non-underlined letters in Lineman spell in, so there you go. It's like, I don't know, a lot of Dan Brown readers here or something. I don't know what's going on.
It's kind of like if you play, what was that record? If you play backwards, it's satanic.
Yeah, definitely conspiracy here. Okay, right. So we're talking about, okay, right, we're trying to catch up here. So the beer itself, Vesper, how is this doing for you in general? So this is relatively new. It came out last month, was it?
Yeah, after Christmas, like up to Christmas last year, we only got our first beer out for sale in August last year, and we did big batches. Like we did 2,000 litre batches of the beer, and it's just naivety on my part. So it was very hard for us to sell that, you know, at the time, because nobody knew us and nobody wanted to buy big orders after. So it was cases here and cases there. So then we said, right, after Christmas, I'm just going to hold a load of small batches of beer, and we'll do half batches, so 1,000 litres batches each time and selling them. So we said, right, I'm just going to start doing all sorts of beer. I'm going to do, like the Vesper and Zephyr were recipes I had already at home that I'd made for myself several times. And I just said, I'm just going to start throwing them out and see what happens, see what sells. So that's basically what we did. We made half batches. The Vesper, God, I don't know when we made that, probably, I think all the Vesper went into cans, so it must have been around April when that happened. And it was like, I heard David on earlier on, that was sold before it was canned. Like, so, you know, we've got another batch of that back on again. We don't really have a core range. We've only been around since August, so everything has room to come in and out of the core range. Depends what people want to buy. So that's it. Yeah, the Vesper, the Zephyr. Undertone was the last one we did, which was the dark lager, which is one that's something that I knew wasn't going to sell as easily as maybe an IPA, but it's one that I love. Like, I've been making that for myself for years. I think I was looking back at my home brew records. I think I made that about 20 times for myself. It's kind of niche stuff, though, you know. The off licenses, and people don't get as excited about a dark lager as they do about an IPA. So I've got to do ones that pay the bills, and then ones that keep me interested, you know.
Yeah, you have to pave the way forward though as well. So I think that, like, the dark lager stuff like that, it's there is market there. It's just obviously smaller batches, and I can't wait to get the Undertone myself. I'm really looking forward to it.
I think as people get more used to, like, I think the quality of the Irish beer has gone up massively in the last 2 years. Like, from you know, from what it was 2 years ago to now, it's very hard to get a bad Irish beer, and that maybe probably give comfort to people when they're buying beer. They'll take a chance and try something, and hopefully, you know, won't be afraid to try a dark lager from an Irish brewery. I think maybe before there was, I don't know whether it was a reluctance, but, you know, you could buy a German beer. Why would you buy an Irish one?
Yeah, no, just to echo what you're saying, I think that the quality of Irish beer has skyrocketed in the last 2-3 years. It's phenomenal to see, and it's great. So long may it continue and keep going. I see Sean and Carla saying to make Vesper permanent, that they necked it in like 10 minutes. So that's always good. Will we? I'm trying to think. Will we move on to Idle next?
Yeah.
There's a lot of discussion about breweries here and encyclopedic knowledge. Sean saying, won't lie, massive fan of your IPA, but think the pale ale is fantastic. On that, before we actually move on to Idle, that is Vesper. Zephyr as well is absolutely super beer. Again, West Coast style. We've been talking about West Coast quite a bit this evening throughout the day, and it's great to have proper West Coast IPAs coming out, and it's lovely stuff. And the Grisette as well. The first time I had that was in Paddle and Peel. Paddle and Peel. It was called something else before. Lovely beer. That was my first time ever trying your beer, and I instantly fell in love with it. Super stuff.
I think, you see, there's a lot of those beers that may not be people's favourites because they're not very intense beers. You know, they're quite subtle. Like the Grisette is very subtle beer. But
yeah,
not everybody wants, you know, earth-shaking IPAs.
Yeah. Okay, let's go for it. So we're moving on to Idle.
Yeah, Idle.
What have we got here?
I call it a red IPA, but on the front of the can it says RIPA, right? So some people thought it was a rye IPA. I'm not going to fault them on that because it is quite spicy. So this is basically, if you drink an American red IPA, classic red IPA, it's got lots of caramel malt in it, and it's quite sweet and heavy. You know, it's not the sort of beer that I like to drink. So this is a beer that I made for myself several times. The way that I like to drink a red IPA. So it's got some light caramel malt in it, so nothing that's going to give it colour. And then I use a bit of roast barley at the end just to give it a little bit of colour into it to make it red, to match the kind of my perception of what I want the sweetness of the caramel to come through as. So that's basically what this is. I mean, if you strip the roast barley out of that, it'd be quite a pale, kind of slightly sweet and malty IPA. And it's got Chinook, Centennial, and Columbus hops in it. So they're all the old kind of classic American, 10 years ago, they were the hops that were everywhere, in American IPA. So that's basically it. It's a simple beer, but the focus is kind of it's not so much on the aroma.
Yeah.
It's on the maltiness. And normally doing an IPA or something like that, you'd put the majority of the hops in the dry hop. But with this, I put most of the hops in the kettle in the whirlpool. So I find when you put more of the hops in the whirlpool, you get more of the flavour. You put it in the dry hop, you don't get so much flavour, you get the aroma. So what you aren't going to get, there's a huge aroma off of this. It's spicy kind of aroma, that's about it. But it's about the flavour. So it's just the bitterness and the flavour to offset the sweetness of the caramel malts that are in the beer. So it's kind of it's a bit of a Marmite beer. Some people don't like it, and I've other people that love it. And I sell a lot of it, so I keep making it.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm sure not everybody on here will enjoy this beer, but sorry.
No, I've had it before. I haven't had it in a while, to be honest, but that is absolutely super. Incredible. The depth in it is amazing. Even when it's quite cold, actually, you get serious depth of flavour in there. I see Pork is saying first time trying it, nicer than I was hoping. Idle 7.2%. Does the higher juice rate come into when you're brewing?
The duty rate, no.
Does that come in as a decision?
As craft brewers, we paid reduced duty rate. But I mean, obviously, every percentage of alcohol, it increases the cost,
Yeah. There's a few comments here just saying that they assumed the ore meant rye. Made the same assumption. Love a red IPA. Not so keen on rye, so I didn't chill it down. Want to look forward to next weekend's. It's Steve. So I don't know if that's something for maybe clarification on future brews or what, but that's
it's written on the can.
It's an incredible beer, absolutely incredible beer. I have to say. Yeah.
But the thing about it is, maybe it's for people who don't like rye IPA, they can try it and they might like it, or people who don't like red IPA can try it. It's
true. You're not wrong there.
Let's not be so stuck into columns,
Yeah, you're dead right. Just try the beer. If you like it or you don't like it.
Only you can throw it in the
bin. Steve is saying Steve needs a magnifying glass to see it. Steve, you need to go to Specsavers. Yeah, nobody reads the can, says Joe, or at least looks.
Yeah,
that is that's gorgeous, Mark.
I should just stop putting stuff on the cans. Really, I'm wasting my time.
Just don't even put labels on them. Just send them out. So, how are you looking now going forward? Do you have new brews in the pipeline, or what's the crack there? Do you have a few recipes you want to do?
I have a few I've lots of things I want to do. Too many things. Like, I mean, it's how much can I do that I can actually sell, I suppose. We're only started getting beer out in August. It's no June. So what's that? 10 months. We've got 8 beers. I don't want to be turning up new beers every month. Like, I don't see the point of that. And I've got a lot of stuff that I want to do aged beer, like the sour beers, not kettle sours, like, proper 12, 24, 36 month aged beers. So we're just starting on that. So like that'll be 3 years time, maybe 12. It'll depend how they play out. Maybe 12 months time before we're coming out of that. That's not going to keep my landlord happy. So, we're rebrewing all our stuff that we have at the moment, and I have a couple of other new ones kind of planned to come down the line. But right now it's June. We're getting ready for some of the stuff we want to have out at Christmas. So, I'm only learning this game. Like, I was a home brewer, 2 years ago, and I'm still figuring out what sells, what doesn't sell. I'm just kind of making stuff that I want to make, and been doing all right so far. So maybe we got lucky. I don't know.
Well, that's it. Long may it continue. Make what you want to make, and then see what the market says afterwards. As long as you're making your money and turning over and surviving, yeah, absolutely.
I mean, the worst case scenario for me would be that we have to just we find one beer that sells, and I just repeat make that. Like, that doesn't interest me. That's not why I'm in this.
Exactly. So. Absolutely. Just looking at the comments here, saying, they're loving this. Idle absolutely equals awesome, lovely and drinkable for 7.2%. Can't believe it's 7.2. Richard was asking, would you like to collaborate with anyone on something, and if so, what, and maybe who? Jesus Christ, Richard! One question. So, would you like to collaborate with anyone?
I haven't even thought about it, really. To be honest, I'm chasing my tail, Brian. To be honest.
I can just see Joe and Kate at the top of my screen, frantically pointing at themselves. But yeah,
come lads, we'll sort something out.
Yeah. Ballykilcavan is open there anyway. Well, as soon as they have fermenter space. But
you won't be doing it in my place, because it's a nightmare. Like, it's a nightmare working on my kit. I'd love to come down and watch your kit in action.
Brilliant. But yeah, there's nothing in the pipeline there, or you haven't
not really.
About it.
I mean, I'm so, Brian, to be honest with you, I'm so behind on everything I should be doing, just trying to keep going. Like, since this pandemic's kicked off, it's been me and Vivian at the brewery, and since this has kicked off, she's kind of pretty much 99% of the time at home with the kids, and if I can get back, she's relieved. So we're operating at absolute full tilt, like, so.
Yeah.
Trying to keep afloat.
Fair enough. Maybe a Christmas collaboration brew is in the pipeline with someone or something.
Good. I'm open to suggestions, as long as it's at somebody else's place.
Okay. Gav was asking, is going into draft part of the plan? I know I have seen you on draft before.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah. We do draft. Our main draft beer is Saga, and the Saga we do in draft is with the yeast I was telling you about, the mixed culture that I have. So that's the one that we've been doing mostly in draft, and we're self-distributing and everything, so we're just dropping these kegs around, like McMahon's and Minute, Shinnay, a few places around town. Been taking them bits and pieces. McMahon's we're on regular. Shinnay, the Underdog, places like that, they take it. It goes on rotation tap. So yeah, we do. It's just Saga really on draft that we've been doing. But if we've any special on, we'll put a few kegs on and drop them off to people if they're interested in them. It's not a big part of our business though, really.
Yeah. I know, was it did Grisette came out in bottles initially, did it? And then, am I right in saying that? And then it was cans after that?
No cans. No. The Grisette never went into.
No, sorry, I meant in general. So Grisette came out in bottles and everything else was canned after that, every other beer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Basically, I'll can anything that I can't. I'll can anything that I can.
Yeah. You can't bottle condition.
I can't. Yeah, the Grisette needed to be bottle conditioned, and it was diastaticus yeast. I think Richie was talking about it earlier on today when I popped in and was listening.
Yeah.
You can't. There's limitations on what you can put into cans with the canning guys. So, like the Grisette would be a Belgian yeast with a saison yeast in it, and those guys won't can that for me. I know Sean and Carla down below in White Street, they have a different process, and they get it into the can before it's finished fermentation, and they can condition it in the can. So it's slightly different. My stuff is all finished in the tank, so it has to go into bottles. I bottle condition it.
Okay. I see.
It's boring, but that's it, yeah.
No, it's not boring. It's not boring to anyone here, I don't think. That's why we're here. Sean and Carla are saying you know where to go for a mixed fermentation collab anyway, so they're always there. Let me see, Ruben, Stephen, like Saga on tap at Piper's Corner. So if that's one of them that
I think they took the. I'm not sure if they had the Saga. They had Astral on tap. We did a very small run of Astral grains on tap, and they had it there. I think they were probably the last place. It still had a few bits pouring, but yeah, it was all before the crisis. Looking forward to things getting back to normal again.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me see. Oh, that was it. My mistake. Blah blah blah. I think you have a fan in Daniel. Daniel's saying, "Would Mark be open to adoption?" I'm only 35.
You have 2 kids already, Daniel. You can fuck off. Oh, you can do babysitting.
Breen and Dave, Sean and Carla are running Wide Street, just so you know, Wide Street Brewing. And if you haven't had their beers, sort your life out and get some, because they are phenomenal.
Yeah, great stuff.
Yeah, so Galway Bay, are you? Because that's where I first tried your beers, was in Galway Bay. Are you doing much trade by them?
Not at the moment, obviously, but yeah,
yeah.
those guys have been good. Yeah, they took our stuff right from the start, so a lot of time for the lads in there. They've been taking our stuff on. So like I said to you, we had the Saga that we always have available on draft, and then whatever goes with it. So usually they'll take a Saga and whatever else is coming. So they've been good around Dublin. There's a lot of bars. So
yeah, they're super modern, in fairness. I see Joe and Kate are saying here, we ran into an awful amount of trouble with our bottle and keg conditioned beers. I don't think the Irish public are open to bottle conditioning. How are you finding it?
The only beer that I bottle conditioned was the Grisette First Light, and not a problem really. But no, I don't know what the problems the guys had with it, but overcarbonation or people complaining about the little bit of yeast at the bottom. I'm not sure what the problem was, but
I can bring the guys in here. Here, I'll ask Joe, Kate, do you wanna have it?
Yeah, it's just
basically
just the yeast in the bottle.
They're losing about 2 inches of beer at the bottom just because of pouring it and not laying it on its side, or having it on its side, not storing it upright. I mean,
we got it was trying to educate maybe not so much the public, maybe the servers, particularly say if we were going into bars or restaurants.
You'd move a keg like this, and then they'd get it and fuck it down the ramp. So all the good work gone. So
and then they call you saying your beer's cloudy. What's wrong with it? And you're like, yeah, you just rolled the keg down into the cellar.
I suppose I didn't do any keg conditioned stuff, so anything I sold in keg, I carbonated in the tank, and so it was all perfectly clear going into the keg. So that wasn't an issue for me. That will always be an issue, I presume.
Yeah. Well, we stopped doing it. We just basically, there was too much kind of, well, not really hassle. It was like they didn't want to be educated, or they didn't want to kind of have, it'll run clear, or if you're getting a keg, it's leave it sit for a day after you got it delivered. They didn't want anything like that, and there's a few places that were really open to it and thought it was great. But once the general feedback was that the Irish people want clear beer. They don't want anything in the bottles
unless
as well.
It's labelled in any
unless it's IPA. Well, yeah, unless it's
very hard. It's very hard to manage that. Like, it depends on where you're selling it, I think. With the issue we would have had with the Grisette and keg was the fact that it's very highly carbonated. And next thing, some lad comes along and sticks it onto a Heineken line, and he's just blowing off a load of foam.
Yeah.
And you'll get some bar guys that know to sort that out, and you get other guys that just going off.
Don't want to do it.
You can back on.
And it's bad beer.
100%.
Yeah, it's a matter of who you come across. Really, there's a point where it's just not worth your while trying to talk to them. Like, don't bother selling it to them.
That's why you ventured into cans in a way, isn't it?
So we went to cans, and we stopped bottle conditioning, because it's not. If you're trying to sell into a supermarket with a core range, people don't want that.
I think it's very difficult to sell bottles now anyway. Unfortunately, like I'm not as fully on board on the can thing as everybody else. Probably, I'd love to be putting a lot more stuff into bottles and bottle conditioning it, but there's an awful lot of reasons why cans are so much easier. Like, and it'll be, if people don't want to buy the stuff, you can't make it.
Exactly.
I don't.
Yeah, it's a shame, but you have to go with what's popular.
That's it.
Flow.
Absolutely. I just see Dave was saying lack of fridge space kind of makes bottle conditioned beers awkward. As well. Richard saying Galway Bay might be the ones most hit by the crisis. Seeing foam and fury in cans is strange. I absolutely love it. I think it was in cans before things happened. Sean is asking if you have I suppose a bright tank, why bother keg conditioning?
For me,
I don't know. I don't know if that's in general.
Keg conditioning.
Okay, right.
I do bottle conditioning, but that's for a different reason.
Okay, let me see. Okay, we're getting into if we love bottles beer, but been in cans for a long while. Totally get that. Let me see about the cans. We're coming on to the last few minutes now, so we're getting into the time mark where I'm going to ask people to maybe pop in what they'd like to see you brew going forward, and I will be shocked if I see anyone say a brown ale of some sort. But we'll see what comes out.
I'll be shocked if it doesn't turn up, to be honest.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. A lot of people, a lot of love for the cans here. I do think, bottles at the mercy of couriers. That has happened a lot as well. In our circumstances, I guess, with deliveries. And I know Liam is coming on in a few minutes now, and he will. He will be in favor of cans in terms of when you're trying to distribute beers and you have couriers bringing your beer around the country. I think
big time. In terms of distribution, but I mean, I think for a special beer or something that's only sold local. I mean, you look at the way the Germans do it with their bottles; they're all picked up, returned back, washed, and used again. I mean, that's the ultimate recycling, right? Cans are great for distribution. You can stick them on a pallet. They all stack up nice and neatly, and off they go. Don't need to come back. They're great. But I mean,
I think
I'm not 100% can boy.
Yeah, I know. It probably comes down to cultural thing as well, in terms of Germans being like so fastidious with their bottles and making sure they get back, and we're just like bottles, whatever, which is a shame, absolute shame.
We've got a bad way of handling glass, really, in this country.
Yeah, absolutely. Couldn't agree more. So onto brews. Let's see. Brian is saying a West Coast double IPA. Again, I can't disagree with that. More Bretted dark beer, sour double imperial stout with fruit and red wine barrel aged. I assume that's what you're trying to write there, Steve. I think the beers might be catching up on you.
There is a Bretted dark beer coming.
Ooh, interesting. Can you divulge any more?
It could be 12 months, or it could be 24.
It could be 12 to 36 months away.
It'll be ready when it's ready.
Okay, very good.
This is the ones for me. It's not for, I'll see. I've got the vessels in place and everything is ready to go. It's just a matter of actually kind of getting everything done. It's not long. It'll be in the tank soon, and we'll see. I can't say any more than that because I know what I have in mind. It'll be big. It's going to be about 12% and Bretted and dark.
Oh, very exciting. Very, very exciting. I see Steve saying collab with Otterbank. That would be awesome. Natasha Doppelbach, again, bottle conditioned brown ale. +2 on the Vesper, of course. Cans of brown. Let me see. Ruben throwing random. Oh, okay, Ruben's throwing inspiring articles in. Yeah, no, so really good stuff here. I think what's clear, Mark, is that you just keep brewing the beers that you want to drink yourself, and there is a market there for them. It's like we're all drinking them. I think you've done phenomenally well so far. Would you say, are you just over a year? Is it? Or are you even?
Last year we brewed. We had our first brew day. Yeah.
Yes, like it's. You were doing super stuff, and I think you know yourself what people like. Well, like I love that in you. It's kind of like I'm going to brew what I want, but I'm going to assume other people like that, and people do like that.
I'm probably stupid, Brian.
Yeah. There's definitely a market there for it. Absolutely. So thanks a million for coming on, and I hope you enjoyed it anyway. I hope
Great, thanks. No, thank you. Thanks for, and like everybody else has said before this, thanks for organising this, Brian. It's good, really good way to keep in contact with people when we're all, locked. We're all in complete lockdown, and just to keep talking is good. Yeah, and like I say, I hadn't met you prior to this, so thanks.
Well, that's it. I haven't met most people prior to this, to be honest. No, I think it is great, and as a few of the guys are saying, it's an absolute inspiration for you as well, just to make career or whatever, just pack it in and just say, right, this is what I'm going to do, and have a good stab at it. And more than that, you're doing a phenomenal job at it. You're making some absolutely outstanding beers, and everyone here is going to keep buying them anyway. So yeah, long may it continue. Thanks a million, Mark.
Thanks everybody. Thank you very much.
Thanks a million. All right, can you see the comments there as well? Lots of lovely comments coming in too. So.
Yeah, I'm just checking. They're flying past. I'm on a small screen here, so I have to my aged eyes.
Yeah, they're all milling through. Okay,
thanks,
so
keep buying the beers. I'll keep making them.
Keep making the beers, and we'll keep buying them. I think that's the order. Again, yeah. Thanks a million, Mark.
Yeah, it's saying I'm all the way up, so we'll see how we go. Centre Brewing, we are a very small. I know Joe and Kate are there as well, but I think we top trump them when it comes to space. So we're under 70 square meters. It sounds cozy and comfortable, but it's actually a nightmare. We can't fit most of what we want in here. But we're based right on the banks of the Shannon. So, well, the main kit is behind me over here, the copper kit. This is our pilot kit behind me here, Shannon. So we're literally right on the water. It's right in the middle. And now I'm getting a message saying my internet connection is unstable, which is worrying. So, Brian, be sure to give me a shout if anything goes vastly awry.
Yeah, you're a bit choppy.
Yeah, so we're right in the middle of that. Am I? Sorry. Wait. Yeah, so we have the brewery here, obviously, right the way through this. On the other side of the brewery, there's a glass wall. The bar is behind that glass wall, so we have a full 7-day license. So we don't only serve dead centre beer. I think we've probably served beer from probably every brewery that's been on here, either at bar or front, well, probably from the bar, but definitely from the fridge. And then we have the pizza kitchen as well. So it's been an interesting few months for us.
Nice. You finished talking? Sorry, you are a bit choppy, Liam. There's a bit of a delay, but I think.
Yeah, all good.
Okay, nice one. Okay, what we're going to do, a lot of people giving out about Athlone Internet, and as my wife is from Athlone and from frequenting there, I can also attest to that.
Yeah, a couple of people, sorry, still just saying in the chat that the mic is a bit.
I think that was earlier. I tell you what, can you knock off your video, Liam? Yeah, just knock off your video for a minute and we'll see how we get on.
Yeah, sound better?
Yeah, much better.
Perfect. You're lucky on two fronts. The sound is good and there's no video.
Yeah. Okay, right. So we're going to crack this open. What have we got here? And
we need a little bit of a royal, kind of inverted a little bit or whatever.
Yeah.
It's an IPA. We're lucky here, as I mentioned there. We have the pilot kit behind us, so we're always kind of just toying around. And this is literally just something that we were playing with. Citra, Amarillo, Mosaic, and Simcoe, mainly Citra. But as you'll probably notice, all those hops probably sound familiar. They're all our kind of core hops. We use them a lot. So we're just playing around with stuff that we actually had in stock at the time. So it's pale malt, wheats, quite a bit of crystal in there as well. You notice the colour and the sweetness. And then for a little bit of fun as well, just if you shine a light on it, you'll notice something different. So this beer is a beer called Disco Ain't Dead. We never make Disco Ain't Dead the same twice. We always kind of play with it. You light it from the front with your phone, you'll notice that it's got some glitter in there. It's something we do just to play around every now and again. Once about every 6 months, we did it for New Year's Eve. We did it. I think we did it first for the O'Brien's Craft Festival in Nace. We brought it back the following year, and then we did it again for New Year's. So it kind of pops up every 6 months or so.
Nice. Can we see the glitter in it, lads? Are we get the phone and get shining on it?
We roll it up because we don't normally, when we do this beer, we do it on tap. Such a strange beer. If you take the phone on your camera, the phone on your iPhone, and light it from the back, it's perfectly clear. You won't see any glitter, but if you light it from the front, it'll look like a glitter bomb. It's an odd kind of beer. But outside of that, the great thing about it is generally we've had it on tap before, and people will drink it without knowing that it's a glitter beer. To our of Disco Ain't Dead. So the last one, for example, was 100% Citra. It was all Citra, whereas this one we threw in a bit of everything. Again, just when we got chatting to yourself, we wanted to have something a little bit different, a little bit quirky to finish the show, because I know the last night, if I'm not mistaken, I think was it two Imperial Stouts to finish the night?
No, just the one. We had a strong IPA and then an Imperial Stout. Oh, we had the Western Herd, actually, the Dolman before, and then went into Heaney with the Imperial Stout.
Barrel aged, yeah. Yeah, it's an odd one, this, because it's well, first of all, it's a completely different beer, but it's always been just an opinion divider. People who like a little bit of fun and having a laugh, get it, and other people do. And it's just for the crack, no other reason.
Yeah, I know, it's a good showstopper and good show ender. Liam, your internet's gone horrendous. I don't understand it. When you were so busy packing boxes earlier.
Yeah. Well,
has someone in Dead Centre gone to Pirate Bay or something and started downloading stuff?
I hope not, because there's only like 5 of us here tonight working. So chances are it's probably one of me.
Yeah.
One of me.
Right. What do we think of the beer, lads? Let's see if we can get it in the comments here. You can definitely see the glitter once you shine. Get the phone torch out and shine it through it.
Isn't it weird? If you move the light to a different place, just zero glitter at all. It's crazy.
Yeah. I don't know if you saw Ruben's comment there, but he said, Athlone Internet can't handle Liam's BS.
Very few things can handle my BS, Ruben.
Gas. I don't know, Liam. Do you want to try and reconnect or anything, or it's kind of gone a little bit bad?
A little bit better.
Yeah. We'll see if.
I've taken my jeans off now, though. So.
That's what we paid for.
Drinks on a show, lads. Drinks on a show. But that's it. We were doing. We've been turning out a lot of batches recently. We literally just emptied both fermenters the other day. One of them is a beer called Silhouettes, which is a heavily Citra and Amarillo hopped pale ale. One of them is very standard, which is this guy here. It'll be the name we drop. I think some people who have been to the tap room might have had that before. It's a beer called Heart of Glass. Nice, easy drinking, very easy to put away. on the pilot kit, we have a beer called Petra Bomb. Petra is one of the girls that works at the bar here, and she's a big IPA fan. We're a bit like Mark actually. We're a little bit nervous of just becoming IPA people. We understand that once we can and send it out, it moves, and that's great. But at the same time, you don't want to be doing the same thing over and over. It just gets tedious, you know. Who wants to do the same thing over and over again? So the next beer that we're brewing, well, we're actually brewing Marooned, which is another IPA, on Thursday. But then on Saturday, we're brewing an American Wheat. And then we have the Imperial Stout for Black is Beautiful to go in as well. What we're going to do with the Imperial Stout, hopefully, again, we actually have 2 barrels. One of them is a baby bourbon barrel, so it's for rapid maturation. It's great for the pilot kit. We can take stuff off the kit, put it in the baby barrel, and it's ready to go in a week. It'll soak up a lot of character from the wood. But the other one is a full-size barrel, so what we're going to do is brew Black is Beautiful, full scale, can a majority of it. We'll put the rest in the barrel and leave it till Christmas. And then we'll keg that beer and put that beer on tap here over Christmas if everything goes back to some form of normal, which looks like it will, frankly.
Nice, lovely. You're still chopping in and out a bit, Liam. I don't know if you want to. It's been absolutely perfect up until now, which is a bit strange.
I don't know what I might do is I'm actually on the computer, so if it's I might disconnect from the computer and just jump in on the phone, maybe.
Yeah, do that. I'd say that'll probably work better.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah, perfect. We'll see you in a sec. So, okay, where were we? Kieran wants to know, did you break a disco ball into the beer?
No, it's Baker's glitter, so it's an edible glitter. We've used it a lot of times before, and I can confirm that this is the last you will see of it. It'll be broken down naturally. Don't worry about it.
Well, there was a few questions about it now. I don't know if you heard. Yeah, you did. Okay.
They're the questions we always get.
Yeah.
yeah. Unicorn P.
Yeah. But Daniel's farting rainbows as we speak anyway, so that's good. So the question came up earlier, Liam, actually, and it's a good one. We're all wondering, when COVID ends and things go back to some sort of normality, is Beer Cloud going to continue, or will it be the end of Beer Cloud?
Yeah, no, I think we'll keep it going. It's thankfully enough already. Even we've gotten into we've just kind of recently only found a rhythm with it. It's been a real learning curve because the guys that came onto it first, I had kind of said, look, nobody's going to retire off the back of this. It's not going to make anybody a millionaire. Sales online are slow, but obviously COVID completely turned that on its head. That just wasn't the case anymore. So it's been manic, but we were really, really under pressure for the first couple of weeks. But now we've been able to kind of automate a lot of it. So I think it makes sense now that we have the process down to just leave it ticking over. So I think we'll keep Beer Cloud going, with a few changes. Like at the moment, we don't put a whole lot of beers up for sale just by the single beer. We generally sell by the case. The reason being just that we don't have the manpower to pick a complicated box for whatever 50 or 60 orders that we might get a day.
Or 96 for a festival.
96 for you. But the good thing about yours is, once it's canned, it's so easy because you just line the cans up on a table and load them into a box and you're good to go. Well, you're good to go as long as fast way don't go the wrong way, which seems a lot of times. But no, I think now we have it running properly. We'll be able to start putting up cans singly and bottles singly, and be able to offer a kind of a less heavy service, if you know what I mean. If you come on, you don't want a full case of a single beer, well, you can just grab one of them. I see there mixed cases will be a good idea. Mixed cases are most of what we do. We do a lot of mixed cases for pretty much every brewery, and most breweries now have put together a mixed case, and it does very well for them.
Okay, good to hear. That's plenty of people asking that earlier. You are looking at are you going to be opening on June 29th, or
yes.
Are you? Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
We generally don't open Mondays and Tuesdays here anyway, but we've never been, you've been here a couple of times, Brian. We're not a traditional bar. We have a 7-day publican's license, so technically we're a pub, but we don't have bar stools at the bar. We never have had. Even on a Wednesday, Thursday and Sunday, we always close at 10:30, even though our license would allow us to go later than that. We kind of wanted to always make a point of difference between us and a pub. So I'm slightly raging because we have a court date on June 17th to apply for a restaurant certificate, which would be attached to our 7-day license, and now we don't need it. So that's a bit of money spent on solicitors and fire certs and everything else that we didn't need to do. But look, it's still a good thing. So as I said, we hadn't generally opened 7 days a week, but I think any little bit of business over the next few months is going to make a big difference to us, because the bar and the kitchen were a majority of what we did. The beer, we've been contracting up until recently, so the beer was never a huge revenue generator for us here on site. So the bar and the kitchen, any few quid we can bring in from it is much needed.
Okay, good. I can just see in the comments here, everyone talking about Fastway, and I think Martin Quigley deserves a special mention here. He was one of the couple of people whose packages got mysteriously lost in transit, we'll say. And Martin actively went out today and sourced. I'm going to ask him how many of the beers. When he last spoke to me, it was 8 of the 12 beers in the box he sourced himself, which is extremely impressive. So, Martin, let us know what the final count was, and fair play to you for going and doing it.
No, that's brilliant. I'd known Martin and Connor had both been in touch, and then I only heard about Andrew while I was on the way to the brewery. I actually sent Andrew a private message on Twitter. It's it's really, really disappointing. Obviously, we sent it out over a week in advance, and you'd like to think that that's enough time. My biggest thing is always actually, if you send it too soon, are people going to drink it before it gets to the festival? And I think a lot of people did tip into their boxes a little bit early, which is fine. It's your beer, do what you want with it. But that was always my concern: was, are people going to keep it? Not is it ever going to get there?
Yeah, no, it is a shame. It's disappointing, and it's upsetting when the amount of work goes into it. But again, we won't dwell on it. It's out of both our hands.
But at the same time, I don't know if Andrew or Connor joined us, but to Martin, I'm really sorry, but we'll get it sorted for you.
Yeah, absolutely. He said he got 10 of the 12 beers, so fair balls to you, Martin. And one of them was literally impossible to get, which is the one we're drinking now. Well done, absolutely well done. So Liam, looking forward, so you've got your pilot kit up and running now, and you're looking at opening later in the month. So are you going to be doing kind of more small batch canned range, or are you going to be going kind of more tap when you open up in June? Or
no, well, we're doing the pilot kit is up and running, but the main kit is up and running as well. The tanks are empty at the moment because we canned off them last week. Earlier this week rather, with Irish Craft Canning. So we have. It's strange. I bought key kegs during the week, and Will from Loughlin Family Malt, formerly Galway Bay, actually messaged me. He said, "Why are you buying key kegs?" I said, "Well, we're filling kegs for reopen at the end of the month." And apparently we're the first person to buy kegs from him in 11 weeks or something. So it was unusual for him to see. But no, we're brewing on the big kit. We're generally doing a split between can and keg, so that when we open the bar at the end of the month or early next month, we'll have a really good range of dead centre beers on tap. And it's to say, look, everywhere we go, we're getting asked for cans. I'm sure a lot of the other breweries are the same. Sales are good in the off trade, but our problem is we actually don't have the capacity to fill orders. Again, we contract brew, and we have contract brews on not in a couple actually. They're all with 12 acres at the moment. But still, it's just our biggest mistake here, and I'm not sure about anybody else, but when we heard this COVID-19 was going to be the deal that it is, we stopped brewing, and we pulled our contract brews, scheduled contract brews, which in retrospect was a disastrous move. But at the time, we were very concerned about brewing a whole ton of stock and then having it just sit and look at it. So, look, if you could turn back time in retrospect, is great. But yeah, we definitely would continue to brew.
Yeah. On that point as well, I think the last festival was like so easy to plan because there were so many breweries with so much beer and didn't know what to do. But when I came around to this one, I got in touch with so many people, and they were just like, everyone who I got in touch with who's here were straight away on board. But like, it was tough to narrow down to the stock because they didn't have it. It was like, and like we could have had more people on here today, but we could only have 96 boxes because that's all the beer there was.
Yeah, and even ones of those, for example, there was one particular brewery that I had to collect from Mullingar, from the canners in Mullingar. The canners canned it, brought it straight to Mullingar. I collected it from them, and it went into the beer boxes the next day. So things were tight, you know what I mean? But, but I think it's like that with everybody. People are selling a lot of cans or a lot of bottles, whatever the format is. Okay, kegs are gone. You see, for us, it's a kind of a different deal because so much, we don't distribute all that well. I'm sure there's a lot of people on here who probably before tonight maybe hadn't had that many of our beers, because if you're in the North or Kerry or Donegal or Sligo, you know, we don't have any listings over there because we self-distribute. So much of our beer was over our own bar, and to lose that bar was it was a massive blow, huge.
Yeah. I'm just going to jump back to the comments here, and I think my favourite comment of the entire day is from Sean, who said, Andrew is still tasting off flavours from the beers he didn't receive. So good. So good. Okay, right, so I'm going to start scanning down through these. Again, Martin, so much love to you. Absolute hero for going out and being so proactive and getting beers, and for joining in today. Thank you so much. David is saying, yes, us too. David stopped brewing for 2 weeks in Ballykilcavan, which is a very bad decision in hindsight. But like, again, hindsight is 20/20 always.
Yeah.
You never know what's going to happen.
And it's it was so strange because nobody knew what was. I think if we'd been made, you know, aware from the beginning. Now, nobody knew what was going to happen, but if we knew that off licenses even were still going to be an option, we definitely wouldn't have stopped, because our understanding was that it was just going to be supermarkets, and because we don't have supermarket listings, or we don't have many supermarket listings, the local super values are very good to us. But outside of that, you know, we didn't have multiple listings yet. It didn't make any sense for us to keep producing, so we stopped. And look, again, hindsight.
Yeah, absolutely. There's saying, yeah, exactly. It's better safe than sorry. Simon was asking, will there be a Crack Beer Festival 3, Crack Beer with a Vengeance? And that is 100% the title of it right now.
The fourth one is called A Good Day to Crack Hard.
Yeah. And the fifth one is No One Remembers. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Well, the answer is yes. We'll sort that out. But yeah, it's pretty much ready to go. We'll get to that. We're not going to buy beer boxes now when you're all sauced. The lineup it's pretty much done. It looks really, really good. So I think that's going to be good. And that's June 27th. And like the last one as well, guys, we'll make sure everyone who thanks, I know, sell. Everyone who joined in, obviously, we'll give priority access before, like the last time again. So yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I think are we? Oh well, no, I won't say anything in case I'm not meant to say anything.
What are you going to say?
We're talking about more boxes, aren't we?
Well, we'll see. I don't think people have actually the beer to be able to do more than the same again, 96.
Really? Wow.
Yeah. So yeah, we'll see. You'd think this was staged, wouldn't you? But
I know, yeah. Because I think we have this. I think we've gained a reputation in Dead Centre where there's a couple of events that we've run, and you know, we'll get returned tickets, or we'll have a corporate booking that might book 20 tickets and then cancel them. And you wind up selling out and then coming back on a week later and saying, okay, right, we have 20 more tickets. And I think people thought the same thing maybe was going to happen with the Crack boxes. But they're like, oh, okay, it's sold out, but we just wait until they release the next round. And we're like, no,
Yeah.
I can't remember how long. I think it was it 18 hours or something we sold all the boxes? Or
Yeah. Genuinely, guys, I see the tongue-in-cheek comments here, or the serious comments. The ones for the box coming up, I genuinely don't think the breweries have more than 96 cans of each. I was going to try this one. I was going to try and actually stream live to YouTube. I had it all set up and everything to be able to have more boxes, but it'll be obviously you just be watching, you wouldn't be able to interact. But it's a bit shit, isn't it? Like if you're just watching, you can't really get involved. Well, maybe you do want to do that. But for this one, the next one coming up, I genuinely don't think there's enough beer. Like it is 96 beers from breweries, and they can't keep up with capacity. They can't keep the beer. That they're saying that's all we can give you. So yeah, that's it.
It's a great thing though, isn't it? For breweries to be able to say, look, we can't.
Exactly. Yeah. No, it's brilliant. Best case scenario. Absolutely. Yeah. Guys, so after Liam brews a brown ale, what do we want to see Dead Centre brew?
The brown ale is on the list for later on in the year, by the way.
Sorry, I just saw Stephen Sharp there. Crack Beer 3, Rise to the Brown Ales. That actually, I think that could take the biscuit in terms of the title for round 3. That's amazing.
Well, a lot of people saying sours to brew next. I tend to leave that stuff to Sean and Carla. They're the bosses at
that. Yeah, I can see them celebrating there. Lagerfest, a brown ghost, clear.
Oddly enough, we did Oktoberfest last year. We really hoped that we get to do it again this year because it was just a brilliant day. But it was only on the lead up to that we realised how many beers we had on that night that needed to be lagered. So Lagerfest could technically still happen. We just called it Oktoberfest. So we had what did we have? We had a Helles, we had a Fest beer. God, I can't even bloody remember what we had on that night. Somebody else will probably remember better than I will. There's a couple of a Schwarzbier. The Schwarzbier was brilliant. Yeah, and the Dunkel. We had a Dunkel on. So we had a lot of lagers on that night.
I see the glittery brown ale, glittery imperial stout. Brilliant. Yeah. Some good stuff. Pepperoni pizza IPA. Wayne and Jad.
We did make a pizza beer. We made a beer called oh God Almighty, my memory is terrible. Neapolis. And it was a Mexican cerveza that we made with a little bit of beach smoked malts to replicate fire. We had tomatoes in the mash, pink peppercorn, basil, lots of different stuff in there. And that was beautiful. People tried it and kind of, when they heard about it, went, "Oh, I don't know about this." But that was a great beer. I'd brew that again in a heartbeat.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking at Neapolis. Hope the pizza beer had pineapple in it.
Do you know what?
Or
it didn't.
lactose.
Lactose. I saw somebody say that Roger's a very talented brewer. We're extremely lucky to have Roger in the brew house here. The guy, there's very little that he can't do, but he did buy a job lot of lactose at one stage, and we went through a lot of lactose. Sean Kelly was noticeably unhappy. But we used it in
you wouldn't know the difference.
We used it in our collaboration with the format, actually, an IPA called Two Wrongs. And I'm not usually a lactose person, but that beer was spectacular. It was a great beer.
I see.
Carl, I want one of those pictures for my bathrooms, Carl.
Yeah. Did you see they've repainted the bathroom, but left the frames? It's so good. So good. Right, we're gone over time, so I think it might be time just to open things up. Just to wrap up on the day, I guess. Thank you so much, guys, to everyone, absolutely everyone. Liam, obviously yourself for coming on, for closing the show, for running Beer Cloud and making sure everyone got their beers and facilitating the whole day.
Making sure most people got their beers.
Majority, yeah. Like it's really upsetting when you see a couple of people who don't get it, but like you have to remember that like 93 people did get it.
Yeah.
But it's the ones that don't get it that really bug you.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
But no, thank you so much. Everyone who bought the beer boxes and came out and supported our Irish brewers today. Thank you so much. It's just, again, it's what we're trying to do. Trying to highlight, support, promote the industry. And I think we're on a really, really good roll at the moment. And COVID has actually been a bit of a blessing for independent Irish brewers and craft brewers. It's easy for me to say that. I'm not involved directly in the industry, but I think it's been amazing for people to try new beers and to experiment and to grow it. So yeah, again, thanks so much, guys. Let's keep that momentum going. And yeah, that's it from me. Thanks a mil. And I'll open up things now. So again, thanks a million, Liam.
No worries. Thanks a million, Brian. Cheers, mate.
Okay.